The 22nd Counter-Strike Major and the first in the Lone Star State. The entire season has been leading up to this very moment, this very trophy, as we welcome you to Championship Sunday here at the Blast TV Austin Major. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Maui Snake, MongolZ, Dupree, and Pimp to be kicking off one of the ultimate celebrations in Counter-Strike with the fans behind us as well. They've been cheering all weekend long. I hope they've saved some energy, Pimp, because there's a lot more cheering to be doing today.
Yeah, we got a fantastic packed day, you know, a major grand final. There's only a few of these days, you know, twice a year we get to stand here on the desk and talk about a major grand final. The crowd in here has been absolutely fantastic so far. The energy up here has been great, and you're here too, Peter.
Joel, well,
don't let him get away with that.
I'll come back at that.
You know what to say. We talked about
Hold
this.
up your hand.
Just look at my hand.
Thank you.
I've been in 5 major grand finals. I haven't lost a single one. No, but Championship Sunday is always
Count
great.
the
You know, I've been there multiple times, not only with majors. You know, it's always like a special feeling, not only for the players, but obviously also for people working the desk, the fans, everything. You know, there's a lot at stake.
Have you ever played in a show match, though?
I have, yeah, in Copenhagen. Yeah, I was. That was where the cabin was filled with smoke and everything.
That's right.
We had Lord Bender.
Yes,
You
yes,
played
yes.
with Lord Bender himself.
I did.
Shout out to
That's
Lord
great.
Bender one time.
That is great.
Culmination of, you know, the CS Major being here in the USA, guys. Take it away. This is your time to get emotional.
I mean, this is just fantastic. I mean, ever since Boston, it feels like the American crowd has wanted this so badly. We've been waiting for so long. I feel like the pandemic kind of threw us off completely, both in terms of having tournaments in this country and also just producing good players. But I feel like this is going to inspire a huge new generation of people. Like, I've been talking to so many just different people here, people that are 5K on Premier. They want to get to 10K. Like, this is the hardest any American has wanted to grind Counter-Strike when they see it happening on American soil.
Yeah, but working 5K to 10K, let's aim a little bit. Let's aim 15 to 20K. Yeah, I think it's a great reminder because we don't get as many events out here. So like the conversation when we're over in Europe so frequently is, oh, how do you fix NA? NA's in a terrible place, no player base, everyone's terrible. So it's a great reminder that when we come back here that there is a scene that's ready to pop off and be healthy, right? Everyone is here waiting for the moment when this comes back, and all the fans have been so excited to have this event going on.
I mean, it's been great to see all the fans, you know. I've met a lot of them. They've been enjoying their time, but some of them it's also been their first ones, you know. It's also kind of spreading, you know, so we're in a really good state.
Hey, the fans are the best part of North American Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah.
We can say that definitively.
Honestly,
No doubt.
changed my mind. Let's recap exactly how we got to this very stage. As of course, we did have 3 stages prior to making it to playoffs. We picked out some interesting things to talk about, going off of the conversation of NA best crowd, not NA best teams, though, Maui. Disappointment in stage 1, right?
Come on, from a high to a low, I guess, right? Kick us
NA teams are still working on that 10K elo.
right where it hurts. I mean, okay, the North American teams did not perform up to the level that we know that they are capable of. Okay, we've seen a couple of these teams take series off of European opposition this season. Okay, we just had Liquid in the playoffs of an event in Australia, but things are backwards there. Things are flipped upside down, and once they got back to American soil, it was obviously not the same kind of rosy group stage that they were able to produce in those kinds of environments.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and sell a lie that like we didn't have an absolutely atrocious showing at the major with the North American teams, but I think all of them suffered from similar issues where we saw some of the success you're talking about towards the end of last year, the Shanghai major with Wildcard. You know, you saw some of these teams starting to be promising, and all of them had really, really rough starts to the year this year, and obviously capped off by Liquid, who's kind of our top dog. If you still want to consider them an NA team, which I did throughout this cycle, America's team through the major.
Yeah.
Kinda.
They just had like basically
Just
one
barely.
good game right at the end, and it was still in a loss. So yeah, just a rough showing across the board.
And we just gotta be honest, like the way that the North American team showed up at this tournament has just not been up to par. And obviously, North American Counter-Strike is in a rough spot right now, you know. And not having a North American team inside of the arena is obviously also something that kind of hurts on the fans. You know, obviously they've had faith to cheer on, but now they were locked out in the quarterfinals as well.
Yeah.
So obviously, North American find themselves in a difficult position.
Okay, so North America bad, but South America, on the other hand, they've given us some hope, particularly Legacy, the team that weren't even meant to be here, Jacob, a hair's breadth away from actually making it into the playoffs as well.
They kind of saved the Americas region as a whole, you know, and so did all the Brazilian teams, so to speak. Legacy had a fantastic Cinderella run throughout this major. Were able to go 3-0 in stage 2. I don't think anyone saw that happening in stage 3. You know, the Cinderella story came to an end, but not before they took down Vitality. Not before that one team, you know, in the entire world were able to beat Vitality on Inferno 13-3. Didn't make any sense. I think Legacy has done a tremendous job, especially especially when you consider the circumstances they came into the tournament. They weren't even supposed to be here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, with all the stories going on at this major, I found like a lot of charm in this legacy run and in the story that they've had, considering a player like Dumao, Lotto right next to him as well. Those guys that with their names have been thrown around as the next gen of Brazil, and it like for years we were just like, come on, like what is this? We can't get hyped up and have this be this flat. So this was really the coming out party for this legacy team, and for Dumao specifically, and for Lotto specifically. But you always have to hold your breath, because just like the American teams who showed us some good things at the end of last year, can it continue? Is it going to happen after the major?
I mean, it's great to see Dumao come up in this fashion, because 5 years ago, I was competing against him. I mean, I just retired to the desk. He's still going for it, and we love that his story has actually reached this point where wasn't even supposed to be here, but makes a dream out of it.
Okay, we can't just dunk on NA. I see your guys' point.
Thank you, Freya.
Falcons, Dupree, take it away. What happened?
God,
what
Europe
happened?
is
I feel like I'm
bad.
always the one to point out that Falcons has played poorly this tournament, but I'm going to go for it again. Why not? Obviously, you know, this was Falcons' major to go in and compete against Vitality, the one that they were supposed to go in and take them out. They want to and take down Vitality. That's what Sonic has said himself. You know, them coming into the tournament with the likes of Nico and Manisi, a duo that we've been praising so many times, and not making the cut, and they've been out saying that this has been probably one of the most disappointing runs that they've ever had. So they find themselves in a very difficult position, and obviously with the results coming into the tournament as well, we had a lot of expectation for them, and they just didn't meet them at all. You know, it was a tough showing for them, not only as a team but also on the individual part. They were just not looking like they were here to play Counter-Strike. There was just so many things that didn't work out for Falcons.
I said it before the tournament, I said it during the tournament, and I'll sure as hell say it for the next major as well. Turning up to a major with a dead roster when you're one of the favorites is a joke to me. It's bad management, it's bad vibes sort of coming into a tournament, knowing that you're going to make roster changes. So I was surprised, obviously, by Falcons not playing better. We expected them to be in the playoff, and hell knows, maybe they could have made a big results out of it. But as a team, as a story, as a whole, I think it's a bit of a joke turning up to a major when you're one of the predetermined favorites, twice in a row, by the way, with a dead roster.
You want to talk about that 5v3, guys? You want to talk about it?
The what? The 5v3?
The 5v3. Yeah, 5v3. Yeah, struggling to talk.
I mean, I almost feel like this should just be a graffiti and failure for the Falcons. Like, this is one of the most
What a new twist.
disgusting.
Actually, yeah.
I mean, it was just watching this hurt practically every single fan of good Counter-Strike. And ever since then, it's been the most talked about round in the entire major, and it happened in stage 2. So for Falcons to go out in this fashion, to have this right there in their clutches, but to let it slip through their fingers, they're looking back at this moment, and it is haunting all of their dreams.
Honestly, I find it kind of funny to be like at this point. Like I wanted them to play that in a picture-in-picture on loop. I was asking the producer last night, just have it rotate through this whole little conversation, because I think it's hilarious.
I made it my screensaver.
I just think it's so funny. Like, how do you, I still don't know, how do you lose that?
The fun detail about that as well is that Falcons would have won that game, right? 19
I know.
to 17. They would have
Incredible.
played FaZe the day after in a 2-2 game, so neither FaZe or Falcons wouldn't have made it anyway. That could have been a pretty cool matchup.
Yeah, should we go away to some highs, maybe? I think we've had enough negative talk for the time being. We will see Falcons on the other side of the break, of course. But
We'll get
Asian,
right back to the negative.
Asian CS.
get another chance, don't
Let's
worry.
talk about Asian Counter-Strike, the breakthrough, and some names that we need to be putting on the list to be watching out for in terms of contention of the top tier.
Unbelievable in terms of what Linvision and Tyler were able to accomplish. Not only were they winning against European teams, including Linvision taking one of the lives away from the Falcons, but the fact that we got so much personality out of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
I couldn't believe how G has just captured the hearts of hundreds of thousands, maybe 1 million people at this point, with his bubbly attitude. And on the other side, for the Linvision team, Emilia. Like, what is going on with that guy? Like, he is the most hyped up dude I have seen in such a long time. And the great thing about it is that for so long, East Asia was kind of this, like, wild card, almost laughing stock sort of space in the Counter-Strike scene. But now they are consistently taking it to teams from Western Europe, from North America, South America. Like, they flat out just did better than North America did.
Absolutely. It's a good indictment, and it's a good thing. It's an easy thing to point out if you want to talk about a weakness of NA, is like, how have these guys been able to do it when you can't? What exactly are you lacking? And the answer is mentality. These guys came in with that goal to put Chinese and Asian Counter-Strike on the map, and they accomplished it in a big way. And for years, when you've been playing, well, you were playing earlier on in tournament while we've been on desk, we've been waiting for the rise of Asian Counter-Strike. Tyloo's given us a couple teasers over the year, but this one feels different. This one feels like it's turned a corner.
But as you mentioned, like it's not like Asian teams is a new thing in Counter-Strike. It's been there for a long time, but they just haven't been putting out the results.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden we have to like readjust our brain and the way that we think of the Asians, because they can actually play really good Counter-Strike now. So we see that with the Mongols being inside the grand final right now. So, and back in the days, it was always like when you went up against an Asian, you were just thinking, okay, we're just going to beat them like, what, at that time, 16-2.
Don't get out-aimed and we'll be fine.
That's what it is. Just outplay them tactically and you'll win. You'll be fine.
They're coming. They're coming for us, you know, let's be honest.
Oh, and he's coming for a hug.
Back to the negative. He did get eliminated.
Oh, poor G.
He did. Wasn't it the Shanghai Major where more than 1,500 Asian teams signed up for the qualifier or something? You know, twice the amount of teams as the Europeans. They serve as a great inspiration. I'm sure they're coming for us. So European Counter-Strike, NA Counter-Strike, we better buckle up.
And I mean, I know like the Mongols have a bunch of different watch parties going on today, taking place at like 2:33 in the morning Mongolian time to watch their team in the finals. So like, it really is just activating the entire region to get into CS.
I never asked you, Jason, because I was distracted by other things. What is G's favorite flavor of ice cream? What ice cream did you buy him?
Well, we got him some vanilla. We wanted to just start out with the base level, you know. I also got him an ice cream sandwich in Stockholm earlier in the year. He very much liked the ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah, I mean, big fan of ice cream, big fan of G.
But we're gonna give him some Oreo and some cookie dough next. It's gonna blow his mind.
Okay,
Get him red bean.
I am ready for that. We also weren't ready for the return of Simple. Is he back? That is the question we were posing. Obviously, we got to see him take to the stage in both Stage 2 and 3. Here in the playoffs was a bit of a different story, but he was experiencing a hell of a lot of pressure. He was very candid about that, Jacob.
Yeah, and I think for Simple, it was great to see him back. You know, I think everyone loves to watch Simple play Counter-Strike. Mao, you've been honing on about the viewership numbers, the views on YouTube, etc., etc. He brings engagement. He brings viewership. He brings a certain amount of aura into the game. But I will say, Simple had a decent Stage 2, you know, a great Stage 3, and then for some reason he died in the playoff completely. So I'm not sure where he is right now, Maui. Is he back? Is he really back? I don't think so.
Hey, look at the rating for the entire tournament and tell me there is any other opper besides Zywoo who did better than him. Tell me that. Like the numbers aren't just viewership, the rating.
9-10.
Not rating?
Yeah.
ZQK?
No, 9-10 didn't pass him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not looking at numbers, dog. Like, what are we doing here?
9-10 is the highest rated player at the playoff Simple.
In the playoffs, I'm saying the entire major.
Yeah.
The idea you have to set up this many qualifications is an answer to the question in and of itself.
Talk about your viewership.
They're the same stats you're going to quote in the next tournament. What his end rating is going to be, okay? You're looking at a single BO3. We're talking about sample size all of a sudden.
Okay.
One series sample size, all right? I'm actually pulling the sample size in Simple's favor this time, because the longer sample size actually said he did it incredibly well.
Maui, honestly, I think you won because you made Jacob say the word aura, and that's never happened before, so well done. Moving into playoffs, obviously, you know, Simple not stepping up on the big stage. Neither really did Spirit. It was one of the best games, I want to say, of the whole major playoff so far, Spirit versus MongolZ, but not for Spirit, right? That was that was pretty dire straits going into map 2 and 3.
Tactically, Spirit were outplayed on all 3 maps here. The only thing that got them to that single map victory against MongolZ was the individuals, people like Magix, Zontix, at times Donk, clutching out. Yeah, the way they were able to play late round situations was to their benefit as they were picking on a MongolZ team that was finding their stage legs. But in maps 2 and 3, when MongolZ was just following their game plan through and through, they made Spirit look pedestrian.
I mean, it's hard to, I mean, look, I think MongolZ has probably got to feel like a little bit of happiness that they can treat Spirit the way that Vitality treats them, because MongolZ very much have this team's number. They seem very comfortable against Spirit. I think for Spirit, the hard thing is like, it's hard to kind of it's hard to think anything other than just a negative take on how this went, just because in the exit interview it's like, yeah, we didn't have enough practice coming into this. Like, I wish we'd had more games. I wish we didn't go 3-0. And it's like, boys, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's the major. If you haven't practiced, if you're wishing that you lost more games in like in the previous stage, that's an insane take.
It's a weird excuse.
Yeah, it's an odd one. So I have nothing positive really. I mean, they looked fine, but you just got to be so disappointed in how it all ended.
It kind of feels like the same story. Like, where does that take Spirit? You know, what are they going to do? Are they actually going to make that change? You know, with the rumors of Q6 going into Falcons, you know, that was probably the prospect that they should have brought up from their academy into that team. Now that he's potentially sold off, we do not actually know. We don't have the confirmation. But where does that put Spirit as a team? You know, they had the likes of Donk, you know, and the likes of Shiro, and they are just a roster that should be winning titles, but right now, sure, they did win in Astana, but whenever they like kind of really matters against the top teams, they seem to be falling flat at some times.
I mean, if your goal as Spirit is not to capitalize on how dominant Donk is right now, like, again,
Exactly.
he looks crazy. There's no signs of him slowing down. There's only signs of him getting better. But, I mean, there is a world in which 2 years from now, 1 year from now, he's not having the same level of impact and the same level of dominance. So right now, you have this crazy window of opportunity. It's actually kind of fun. Like, when they won Shanghai, I even kind of mused, maybe out of a major victory, you should have the conversation about should we bring Kyosuke in.
Yeah.
It's a hard one to pull off out of a major victory, but it was clear that there were so many struggles up to that major. Those struggles still existed for a lot of this season as well, and the major fell flat, and now it feels like with this whole Kyosuke to G2, maybe they're boxed in.
Let's look at the glass half full, though, because, yeah, sure, Spirit were eliminated, but that meant MongolZ did progress on, and although they obviously fell victim to Vitality, who were just beating every single opponent pretty much this season, it was still some good signs from them moving forward.
Without a doubt. I mean, the way that MongolZ was able to take that single map off of Vitality, like, they dominated them on a single map. They just weren't able to keep it up
on a punish pick as well.
And yeah, it was. It was supposed to be Vitality's pick in terms of just, they've dominated them on Inferno. MongolZ struck back in this one, but on map 3, I feel like we got to hear it out for Torzi here, because, I mean, he gave it his all in map 2, but he knows himself that he didn't show up. We saw the emotion on his face as he was going for that exit interview, and I know that he stayed for like an hour after, giving even more, giving his heart to the game, giving his heart to the team, and he was the beating heart of this MongolZ roster in terms of trying to hype them up, and when your hype guy is having that much difficulty on stage, it's tough to get anything else going.
If anything, I think this was a reference tournament for MongolZ as a whole. When you look over the last 6 months, obviously they've been one of the biggest surprises out there, bringing in Brolan as an in-game leader, integrating Spinks into the lineup. But during this tournament, I would almost make the argument that they played the worst Counter-Strike they played all season long, and yet they still made it to a major semifinal. Yet they still beat Donk and Spirit in the quarterfinal. Yet they still took a map of Vitality, who's at this moment unbeatable. So yeah, Torsi didn't have a great tournament. Obviously a very emotional moment for him, but I think for MongolZ as well, they just realized that even when we're playing bad, even when things are not clicking for us, we have the resilience, we have the mentality, and we can still go into a major semifinal despite playing maybe our C game or our B game. To me, that's a huge positive.
Very quickly, one final takeaway from the playoffs thus far. Pain managing to take down Furia. We had the Battle of South America. Pain proving themselves on the big stage. Not so much, obviously, yesterday versus the MongolZ, but it was really great to see some of these individuals shining bright here at the major.
Big Azera with over 6 years on the organization to finally get to a major playoffs is a huge achievement for him, and a huge achievement for Snow, who was in Fallen's own Counter-Strike camp 3, 4, 5 years ago, and now to take him down. And also, I got to give a shout out to NQZ, also called a traitor by Brazilians when he took down Fallen's Imperial 3 years ago. Well, now he's doing it on a big stage for a Brazilian organization himself. So much credit to these individuals. I'm so excited to see what they're going to bring to the upcoming season, because we already know, like, DGT, he kind of like half speaks the language. So this team theoretically should only be powering up from here.
That's always the question, though. I mean, after the season they had, will it come back after? I'm holding my breath. I loved what I saw here from as you mentioned, all the players. The team looked great. They looked solid throughout this run, but even they were amazed by it. Even they were kind of like, how are we doing this? So, like, for me, I'm like, let's see what happens on the other side, because the pieces are there. I just don't know if you can deliver again.
No, but I love the passion against Fury. It meant so much to them, and obviously for them never making a major playoffs and then make it into the semifinal, that's kind of where they fall flat. I kind of sensed that maybe they got a little bit too hyped. Their emotions were running too much. They were thinking maybe a bit too much on what they had actually achieved.
Punching above their weight.
Yeah, instead of thinking of what they actually had in front of them. I could feel that on Snow. He was like a small kid that just enjoyed his time, at a birthday party, right? He really enjoyed that one, right? But it just kind of maybe took some of the focus away from the actual objective of going in and playing a good semifinal. They got off to a good start, but once MongolZ got fired, they had nothing to beat back with.
Well, either way, that does tee us up with our 22nd major grand final. We can check in with the schedule to see exactly what is on the cards for the rest of the day, as of course, Vitality versus the MongolZ. Just a reign of terror enacted by Vitality for the first half of 2025. Question is, can the MongolZ get the better of them? But before all of that, we've got our show match as Stream Team versus Team USA after the break.
Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FaZe at Boston, one of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
Good to see you, man. Red carpet experience here in North America as well. You like this little intro?
Yeah, we're getting the real VIP experience here with the red carpet. We have a couple NA fans here supporting us with the walking up to the arena. It's nice.
Now you're going to have a lot of love in this arena, right? You've got the American crowd on your side. You feel like they're going to match Boston levels, maybe get even more crazy?
Boston levels are pretty insane. I wouldn't say it's going to get that high, but I definitely feel a lot of love from the NA crowd, so that'll be nice.
And how much of a show are you guys going to put on? We need a win for America right now.
Yeah, we're down here, down bad in NA right now. Maybe we'll take it out on the stream team, maybe, but we're going to try to have a fun show match and make it somewhat competitive, so we're not going to do anything crazy.
Gaules, you're looking good on the red carpet, my man. I got to ask you this. Are you ready to make everyone understand?
Will be an amazing game, but will be a hard one, right? They put a lot of pro players in the other side, but I'm very happy to be here, and amazing crowd, amazing event. Will be an amazing show.
It will be an amazing show. We're glad to have you here with us. But I got to ask, are you bringing the Brazilian fire? Are you bringing the Tribo to support you, to everyone to help you?
It's a long time that I'm not playing professional, but I will try make my best to put fire on the match.
Okay. That's what we want to see. And also, can you make this arena a library? Can you make everyone quiet? Because the Americans are going to be supporting the other team in a big way.
It will be hard, but I will try my best, and we have a good team too.
Who's leading this team?
Donna.
Okay, well, good luck.
She asked for invent, can I UGL? We say, okay, sure.
She's got an excuse for bad stats now.
Yes.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the show match you have been waiting for on Championship Sunday. We got our stream team from around the world ready to enter this stage. And they're going up against Team USA. Favorites and faces that you know and love. Austin, how we doing? Oh, you guys have been amazing all weekend long. And today we need all your energy. We need everything from inside you. So right now, can you give me a hell yeah? Oh, I love it out here. Well, without further ado, let's get our team onto the stage to start with. From around the rest of the world, trying to take on the Americans, it's the Stream Team! So they are a bunch of misfits. They're streamers from around the world. They are seriously outmatched and certainly outskilled. So let's find out and see how they match up against Team USA! Well, it looks like America always needs help from Canada. We've got the creator of Counter-Strike joining Team USA. It's Gooseman! All right, let's get Oni up on the stage. Let's get Nothing up on the stage as well. How you doing, man? Nothing. Back on a big stage in front of the home crowd. What do you think of this, man?
Hey, this is an amazing event so far. Watching the fans in NA has been awesome. I'm just here to entertain with these guys, have some fun.
That's what it's all about. We want to see all that fun. One, do you think you can make this American crowd cheer for your team?
I don't know, bro. It's going to be a tough one. It's an uphill battle. We got great opponents. We got great legends, USA legends. All right. Hey, come on, boys, come on. Hey, please. Okay, hey, we thought we were going easy into this, but we may have to go crazy, bro, all right? We may have to lock in for this one.
Well, the boos have already started. Jordan, these are your people. This is your crowd. What's the last word you want to say to them before you go into the game?
Let's go.
All right, shake hands, take your seats, get yourself ready.
Let's go.
Well, it's very biased in this room. But guys, I want you to work with me here. Everyone inside this arena, let's bring this energy. Let's keep it hype. Let me hear you! let's get into the game.
Oh, hey, what's good, Austin? We ready for a show match? This is a pretty hype deal, man. We just had some fighting words down there on the stage out of Oni and Nothing. Dude, this is going to be sick. Look, do we have any fans of the stream team in the house? Yeah. What about Team USA? That's your team, guys. Team USA, that's the one. Yeah.
I think they're just cheering for the ball people.
Yeah. Respect.
Maybe
respect ball people.
Maybe we'll sign some heads after the day is over. But yes, major winner, American legends, Counter-Strike creator, against a bunch of streamers.
Yeah. I ain't feeling too good for the stream team, man. Like
No.
Oni said, they're gonna have to go crazy. I agree.
Oni was fighting for his life up on that stage right there. We got Donna, in-game leader, getting ready to lock in for this BO1 show match, for all the glory, for all the pride. Austin, are you ready? Let's get it on.
That's good. Kind of channeling a bit of OJ Borg.
Yeah, you know, I've been working on it.
Oh my God, I just realized, are they knifing for sides? Bro, we got a whole knife round right now? All right, let's see what we got in the audience tonight. This is good. This is good. What do the shirts say?
I eat cement.
I eat cement? That's sick. That's fire.
As long as you're brushing
How do I
your
get
teeth.
in on that? What else we got? I like this bunch of Mongolian fans. That's good.
Yeah, keep up your signs, folks. We'll be reading them out. Gooseman.
I'm excited to see how Gooseman's going to do. I've heard it's been some time since he was in the server.
10 years since he played CS,
10
apparently.
years.
10 years.
Damn, bro. That's rough. Skidaddy's home, though. That's true. It's true, and it's good to see him again. But all right, I think we're ready to get this underway. She techno on my Senzu till I blitz. All right, respect.
You guys are creative.
Yeah. Yo, what else we got? I actually kind of like this. I don't even think we need the show match. Yo! That's crazy. I think it's going to be hard to beat that one.
You guys have been an awesome crowd all weekend.
What else we got? Bro, it's so cursed.
We got a grand final coming up after this show match. Just checking, just a temperature check. Do we have any Vitality fans in the house tonight? Ooh. What about some MongolZ fans? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on that.
I mean, the Mongols do have a chance to make history, but so did Team USA, Hugo.
And I think it's time, Harry.
All right, now do your OJ bit. Let's go. Right. Give it to us again, Hugo.
Austin, it's a show match for the ages. So I've got to ask you, are you ready? That's not good enough. Are you ready? Well, let's get it on.
Yes, indeed. Oh, God, it's already off to a horrible start, man. Elise just runs through the door. The rest of the team are in here with him. It's stuff for Everlone. Gonna cancel out this push in a ramp. Oh, but here's Nothing. And he's been waiting. Spoke to him yesterday. He was talking a big game before this. And he said he's not afraid to troll either, which is good.
Oh.
No trolling right now, though. Nothing is locked in.
Looks like they're trying pretty hard, actually. Starting on the B-bomb side of Nuke, ready for that ramp rush. Team USA here to win, here to put on a show.
If you think about show match history, just recently, Oni Pixel was on the away team out in Kazakhstan. He won there, and that was to the dismay of the crowd, so maybe he's going to be able to pull it off twice in a row.
But I think he got carried in that game.
He did get carried in that game.
Okay. Who's going to carry him today?
Donna's going to try. Kind of her whole life is just trying to get Oni through the week. So it's good.
All right, Oni, come on. Yeah, he gets up on the top.
He's done it.
Clean.
Now, Elige is out in the yard. And so it's not really where you want to find yourself.
He almost crated.
He's
Gowles.
Gowles in the feed, but there's Grim with the immediate trade.
Oni's in trouble.
Bro, Oni's on the joystick, man. He's done.
Double knife? Where did that come from?
Wait, Skadoodle got 2 knife kills?
2 knife kills. He's got that orb money.
Yes, Skadoodle.
Skadaddy.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
Oh my God. How has he done that?
His second best memory at an NA major
was Boston. That's the first.
The last remaining Americans on this arena, guys. Let's destroy their hopes and dreams.
Ooh. Oh my God. Let's destroy their hopes and dreams.
Elige's got the Nova out. He's getting close. Nova, funnily enough, is the average rank of the stream team.
Oh,
but
hang on.
Showing up.
Only got a kill. Oh, shit, Elige with the shotgun, jumping. Will get bested by Donna, kind of his kryptonite in a way.
The jumping single from Elige. Grim up secret 2v3. Back to lobby. This is a nice reset from the stream team, but where are they going to go?
I mean, this would be a legendary clutch up. Grim and nothing. Kind of the forbidden NA duo. The Zaiwu and Rops. The Nico and Monacy of the USA. Trying to bring them back into a 2v4. Grim's got the flash. Game respects game. Grim's gonna set up nothing. He knows he's the star of Team USA. Double flash in through the heavens.
Oh.
Nothing won't make it. And Everlone with the chase. Grim's on borrowed time. Stream team are on the board.
Oh yeah, don't wait too long. Nice picks outside. Plant up top. And stream team are here to play. What's Donna gonna call next?
Grim couldn't believe it. And neither could we. Did he actually lose a round in the stream team? Yikes.
First of many. Oh, Leech is throwing smokes now, it's over.
Oh, and he's using a real gun too. Elige is about to level up.
I want skin check from Oni. I want to see what weaponry he's rocking. Oh, of course.
Yeah. Respect.
Okay, let him know.
That's a couple of bye-bye powers there.
Yeah, no worries. Don't think about it. Anyway, Skadoodle on ramp.
How do we get knife kills in this round? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, this is...
But it's just a slaughter out in the yard. Oh, this is kind of brutal. Stream team get locked into the lobby.
Look, when the money's on the line, Harry, that's when the big guns come out.
Sure.
Team USA, not giving them anything right now. 5v2. I want to at least see some Zeus's from this CT side.
Oh, look at Grim. He's moved in through the lobby. Parted through the defense of the stream team. Gowles tries, but can't stick the landing. Open a case, Oni. I mean, respect. I hope he can.
What happened? Did he get a red?
I hope he has got cases to open.
Oh, he's got cases.
Surely, right?
We got a case of tryharding here. AK's out for Team USA.
I like it though. Team USA went a little lax with it for that one round with the shotguns, but since that point, they've been charging at the stream team.
New tech. Not seen that one before. Only trying to set a new meta. Door open. They're all here in main. Only goes for the fight. Skadoodle holds on. They're rushing lobby. Elige with the lineup. And this is just painful now. Can Stream Team do anything? T-side and you carry, not a nice place to be.
No, one would wonder how they got here in the veto as well, right? It's a pretty technical map. And they've ended up playing Team USA on a complex T side to open up. And I don't know if the Stream Team are able to hack it, man.
I want to see more shotguns, I think.
Where's, you know, Oni needs to get some openings. What's Oni Pixel doing? His second show match with like 3 kills. Come on, Oni.
Oh, look at that skin, though.
Look, man, everyone else in the room
up for it.
Rooting for Team USA. I'm here for the Stream Team, all right? Yeah, Elige is pretty darn good.
Yeah, but the issue is they're not going to be able to maneuver throughout that smoke carry. They're not making it down the vent.
I feel like Oni could get knifed. Oh, no, he's on top
He's
of
on
Silo.
Silo. That would be a pretty...
It would be an impressive knife. And look at him, man. There's always one guy on the team like this. More stickers, Titan, and an iBuy power. 1 and 5.
Come on, Oni, what's he got? Gooseman in main.
Okay, this is actually a pretty fair fight. Gooseman getting run at. Shadow Ket gonna find him. This is a split, I think. But nothing in Grim gonna stop it in its tracks. The bomb's out ramp, guys. This is something out of the box. Gaules finds a golden gap down here over towards Hell.
Take your time, son. You're about to make the play of your career. He sees a shadow. Gaules, you can't win show match like this. You can't win show match like this. Are they watching the bomb?
Donna's down here, but hang on a second. I mean, it's Grim in this clutch.
Donna, are you there?
An unlikely team up. Donna and Gaules versus Grimathy. And there's the swing for Grim. Only one more left to find. Gaules last seen over ramp side, and there's the spot. Grim is the info. He can't get his bearings. It's Gaules bringing the heat.
Dude.
And he's actually looked good.
Gaules has looked sick right now. Standout player. The Stream Team's firepower piece on this T side. Oh. Oh. Grim's got the P90. Now we're talking. Orb for Skadoodle as well.
This is kind of a classic Grim weapon.
Oh, Scar.
Missed shot for Skadoodle, but it's Grim looking to get aggressive on a P90. On roaming the yard. Oh my god,
Wow,
Elise's
yes,
got the Zeus.
Show us how it's done. Gooseman with his first kill. They fall off the silo. Grim's gone. Elige is still getting cheeky. Shotgun through the smoke. Might be easier with these guns. Donna's in trouble. They're all outside. Poor Oni. Poor everyone.
Bro, nothing still got it. That's the worst part. He could come back tomorrow. 9 and 3. Looking real good. And Emelo dead. It's Skadoodle with the no-scope. Scheisse indeed, Oni. This is getting away from you. And Donna's trying to call them back into it, but Team USA are giving them no respect. Yeah, that's... Ooh, damn. Bruh, it's just a skin showcase.
Oni's dream.
Oh my god, they're gonna try a topside rush.
Full door.
There's an auto shotgun, but Grim gets overwhelmed. Elige, the Zeus. Oh wait, they're all in the vent. They're stuck. Elige. He's about to make the play of his career. Here he is in the vent with them.
Oh
god. Elige has missed it too. There's the Zeus. Oh, Oni's dead.
But wait,
knife pulled.
Oni's back.
Shadow's bringing them back into the round. Everlone here with him.
Has Oni respawned? Unlimited lives. Gooseman, 1v5. A generational clutch.
Oh! Donna nails him. It's a Gooseman's 1v5 attempt. Will not stick the landing. But this from Elige, I mean, you know, you can win the round in spirit. Playing a horror game.
The trauma. Only AWP though. Now we're cooking.
No, he ain't cooking.
Oh.
Blood ain't cooking.
Is that Dragon Lore? Of course it is. What's he got? Zeus in the heart.
Oh, Gales. I mean, look, he's the guy. It's Zeus v Zeus. Holy shit, this never happens, guys.
And it never will.
Oh, we've been robbed. We've been robbed. Maybe it's back on. Maybe we're so back.
Zeus.
Oh, under the dig. Make up your mind. The Zeus is either way.
Zeus, it does something. Elige will have a go as well. It's not going to work out for him. They're getting slaughtered in the yard. Donna skewers him. Meat on a stick.
Now look, if we were measuring this game by who's had more Zeus kills to be the victor, Team USA will be winning hard. But this is the scoreline looking to close up. Nothing dead. Gooseman, another 1v5.
On the
P90 on the bench.
Oni.
No one does it like that.
I mean, Gooseman's in the FaZe jersey, but the AWPing I'm seeing out of Oni right now, the 180 turnaround. Oh.
The stream team's captain running a tight ship. You don't listen, you get stabbed in spawn. Team USA have been on a bit of a drought in these last few. But this purchase, I think they're finally starting to take this show match seriously again. 4 shotguns out in the yard. It's a good spot for them. Nice long ranges for the auto shotgun to work at.
Shadow's in trouble. He's stuck. He's naded himself. In the corner, Donna gets dunked on. Somehow Everlone's all the way round up into heaven. Is his team going to wait for him? Do they buy time? Backstab available. Skadoodle caught. A-site looking mighty available right now. Nothing looking for that bomb.
Yeah, let me tell you though, Jordan Nothing Gilbert on this lobby push. Oh, they just saw him. Wait, did they?
Yep.
I only should have. He's walking this way, but
oh no.
Taking the close range fight on the AWP. That's the bomb tumbling away. Another clutch chance for Gooseman.
Where is he? He's down B.
Okay, the ladder tech didn't work for him last time.
Where are they going? Back up heaven into the A site. Gooseman wrapping the wrong way. He's lost in the source.
Wait, this is the same place I was a minute ago.
It's not 1.6. You can't boost up and diffuse through the floor.
I think he might have this, though.
All right.
Come on, guys. Let's make this one epic. Everybody chant it with me. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Let's go. Clutch, clutch, clutch.
I can't hear you.
Clutch. He's toying with him!
But look at the time!
They're trying to build pyramids!
But there's no more clay! Gooseman's won the round! Oh, goalless! It was so close. Almost one of the most legendary 1v3s on an NA stage. Oh dear. All calculated for Galvez.
I like that he's just chuckling away the whole time. Just watching Gooseman trying to win it. Oh, Donna needs a timeout after that. And get him one. Team USA.
Ooh, yeah.
Bring the scout out into the yard. Skidaddy opening things up. 5v4. Team USA don't want to give up this lead. And so Elige going to take it even further. It's going to grind to a bit of a weird halt now. Out towards ramp, nothing here. Going to get the spot off. There's more coming his way. Oni's AWP looking down the sight line while Galez takes space. Going to go looking for Elige. Can't get past him. And that's only Gales dealt with over on ramp. That leaves Emalone in it alone, and he'll get wrapped through the lobby. Grim finds him. Team USA back in pole position.
Yeah, no, I mean, can't deny. This is their game to lose, Harry. This is their game. Heavy favorites. Lee just keeps getting lineups, man.
Nice.
Live,
Passed
yes.
out. We're listening in live to the stream team.
Dude, my keyboard stops working sometimes.
They're trying to make it down into this B plate. But Skadoodle is already here, the orb in the right place. The rest of Team USA on the rotate over. The stream team can feel this is getting out of hand, and as Donna considers the fallback.
Plant it anywhere. Plant the bomb. Plant it.
Guys,
Plant the bomb.
We can plant it anywhere.
Donna, plant the bomb.
Plant.
I can't.
Donna.
Can you give C4?
I can't. No, it's unbinded by me.
It's
unbinded.
I can't plant.
She's unbinded the button to plant the bomb.
Gooseman's dropped
I
it.
told you stop giving me the bomb.
Okay. Let's go, let's go.
Shadow's got the bind though.
Yes,
He's got the bind.
He can do it.
Yes.
This has never been done before. The plant at the back of ramp.
Shadow, stop blowing my mind.
Avalon.
Skadoodle and Grim won't know this. They're beginning the B retake. They're thinking, I don't hear the bomb. Where the hell is it?
Where's the bomb?
Where is it?
Where's the bomb? Everyone's got a Molotov.
This is a G2 type round.
Stuck on this B bomb site. They're confused.
Skadoodle can't piece it together.
This is sensational.
And that bomb's gonna go off. Grim starts to realize now. Skadoodle still doesn't know where the bomb is. It's done, it's over. With this one little trick, the stream team managed to upset USA and tie us up 6-all at the end of this first half. That's electric.
The NA scene is kind of a weird place. There's a ton of organizations and a ton of support for esports in North America. It just doesn't seem to flow as much towards Counter-Strike. As someone who's sort of tried to defend the North American scene over the years, at the end of the day, it just feels like there's not enough actual just straight up love for the game of Counter-Strike in the scene. I think on some level there has to be self-reflection. If we want things to improve, we have to be the ones to be better and get it there. The Stewie 2K hold is obviously an interesting one because it's got this like cultural relevance that just won't go away. And not that I wanted to. With Stewie is an interesting character because when he came into the scene, it's such a fresh attitude that we didn't have in North America. So for it to be Stewie in that situation and to deliver in that moment is just so impactful because at that time, he was the North American player. It encapsulates the beauty of Counter-Strike so much. That play that Stewie makes is just a standard, basic round of Counter-Strike, making the right calls, no crazy shots. It was the moment and the emotion of the energy that made a pedestrian average play into this moment that persists across years, that is a defining moment of North American Counter-Strike and North American Counter-Strike at majors. The hardest North American loss to watch was the Liquid collapse at Columbus against LG. Hiko's having incredible clutches, Alicia's performing well, and then all of a sudden there's just this utter collapse. I've never been in a crowd that I've heard so excited and so boisterous go dead silent the way I did in that arena with the jumping from cold. It went from you couldn't hear yourself talk to you could hear a pin drop, and I mean that quite literally. That experience of being in the crowd, such a contrast to what I had at Boston, is like, that's always just been imprinted on my brain, like the emotion that you feel in that moment. North American teams and players are in like this weird position now where I think you can start to see some of the healing, like more teams are sticking together longer, more players and lineups are sticking together longer, and they're trying to make it work. The only thing that they can do to take that next step is be in Europe more often. Competition, come to a tournament, come boot camp for 2 weeks. Like, you just need that experience. There's some potential and there's some really good pieces to build teams with. We're missing that star element. We're missing the firepower. We need our players competing constantly on LAN, at tournaments, at events, month in, month out. They need that experience. Until they get it, this is going to be North American Counter-Strike. we've gotten to the point now in Counter-Strike where there's too many obvious benefits to having an international roster to where you're not limited to the region that you're in to pick up players. Without any kind of massive change in the amount of events and the amount of Counter-Strike infrastructure in terms of a North American tour of Counter-Strike events, we'll never see a purely North American team win a major again. If that changes, I reserve the right to change my answer.
All right, Austin, this show match, kick it up a notch. We're all tied up. Team USA had a big lead to open, and the stream team started finding their footing, helped out by a bomb plant. Over on the ramp side, this was only reacting to the info that the stream team could basically cheat their way to a win on the half. It still proved to be a pretty stressful round.
Yeah, and I've got a leak here, actually. We are trading pistol rounds for P90 rounds. This is the next update coming next season.
Respect.
It's what the people wanted. 50 bullets of fun.
We've been trying to get this in the game for a while. We've finally done it.
This could be brutal, Harry. No one here. Empty site.
Oh, but that's the thing about these P90 rounds. They can be fickle. Oh, Everlone with the push. That's a gnarly 3K, but is it enough to stop nothing?
Ooh.
Who brings this down into the 1v1?
And Gowler's finished what Everlone started. Nothing looking for 4. Gowler's, he was a bit of a clutch minister in that first half. Nothing getting caught. Oh, but he saves it for Team USA.
All right, then, let's get the chants going. USA. Yeah. That's good. Now they know. They got the crowd behind them. Team USA have got the crowd behind them. They're fired up. They just won the P90 round to open up this second half, Hugo. A very cursed sentence.
Where is Flom? Where's he hiding?
Yeah, where is he?
Stream team need him. But he would never betray his countrymen on this top site. Shadow got to deal with the tide of T's. And that it might just be a rush simulator now. Someone remind stream team there is a bomb site. Boosting heaven, look at the synergy here. North Americans, old and new. How do you get up this ladder, Oni? You're in trouble.
Unk ain't getting up that ladder, bro.
Oh.
He ain't going up.
Go on, Oni.
Oh. He's pulled the blade. He's pulled the blade. The Skedoodle from downtown. The knife kill lands. Gooseman's getting fired up. And Team USA building upon this lead.
Oh, it's so close. He got the first right click, but then he started left clicking, Harry. Can't be spamming it.
$1 million inventory, Dragon Lore mouse, Dragon Lore mouse pad, Dragon Lore in the game, 4 and 13. These are all important things to remember.
At least we know he's not cheating. He's got skills.
I played with him while he was cheating, and it didn't help Oni. Bless him.
All right, they're in the top side, but this time it's a main rush. Good spray, but only damage on 2 more.
These are the 2 kind of heavy hitters.
Dude, the mollies are insane. They're landing perfect Molotovs. Team USA got a case of the try-hardies. Howlers, though, seen legendary moments that we may never understand. Will this be one more of them? No, not today. Utility Kings, Team USA, take 9.
Man, kind of embodying Astralis in their prime.
An unstoppable nuke team. So blind. Okay, they got AKs. Munitions drop here for the stream team. Armed and arguably dangerous, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, there's a couple of faces in this stream team that can hit hard. Anna's one of them. She's roaming out here in the yard looking for this. Oh. Whoa,
Very blind.
no.
Elite.
That's rough, and Elige showing up in great form here on the day of the finals.
I mean,
and for him, this is his final in a way.
Everlone, good position. He might have something. Nice double for Everlone. He has been the standout player of the stream team.
Elige is one of the fastest gamers in the world, man. He's in with the backstab. Galez here. Oh, that's an awkward miss. And if you take a swing at Elige, you can't afford to miss. Oh, never mind. Gooseman's done it. Yeah, Gooseman, let's go.
That one's for
He's
Canada.
1v4 right now.
Oh!
And he's going to finish the job.
That's his gun.
Huge round from Gooseman.
He just wanted the glory.
Besting one of NA's greatest players in the head-to-head. Who is on his team, sure, but that's fine. And then clutching up to close it out. There it is.
Yeah, I'd do the same.
You can say you beat Elige on LAN. No one's taken that off of you, Gooseman.
To be fair, I can see why Elige is trying so hard because he's got Grim on his team and he could not let Grim out frag. That would just be, you know, with everything they went through.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not a good look. Oh, that was close, Donna. He's got the gun gear out. They're dropping on with the knife. Elige lets him know he's going for two.
He's going knife only.
Glory.
He's going Elige out of Torre, but he gets put in the dirt.
Nice.
All right, stream team building back in, getting hyped up now. Finally, something goes their way. That was a round where Elige chose to play knife only. And even then, he was still pretty scary out in the yard.
Dude, get Everlone a new team, 19 and 12. He is out of control right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was always, you know, you're always hoping him and Nothing can kind of link up and make a team.
Yeah.
I guess.
Someone's got new meta smokes. We're in trouble.
Oh.
Donna?
Donna, she's lagging out right now, man.
Wrong keybinds.
Gonna go from lagging out to locking in. Donna,
Oh,
the nice pull, the lead's closing the distance. And here's a menace. Shadow and Everlone doing all they can to keep this game going for the stream team. But they've got to stop Nothing. And Gooseman.
That's if Gooseman doesn't kill
Yeah,
Nothing.
exactly. And
Still
that's
up for debate.
50-50, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, bombs going up heaven. Gooseman trying to cause a distraction here in main. Got a player dropping B. Shadow looking for the three-piece. He's got it. How about the fries? Put him in the bag. Nothing. 1v3. Gets the second. Everlone is lost. And he's sneaking in. Nothing with that bomb plant. Sticks it down. And Everlone.
This is Jordan Nothing Gilbert, man. One of the GOATs of NA. He ain't losing this clutch. He got this whole arena behind him. Nothing in the 1v1. Jump check, but he stays alive.
Big name.
It's thin margins, but Nothing knows a thing or two about clutches. And also how to give them away. That's a little overzealous there. The jump check, it's real close. It's real close. Oh, it's down to the wire, but the stream team just get it. Clutch denied. And a nail biter of a round. Heartbreak for Nothing. The round that could have ended it all would have put the stream team so far behind. But instead, there's still fight left in them.
I say we cancel the grand final. I say we just do a few maps of this.
Yeah, all right. I'm down.
Dustin are on board.
No Vitality era.
Oni era. 4 and 16. Misses the flick. Gowles bails him out. Nothing gone. They're down the vent. Are they going to get a quick plant here? Maybe some knives in the vent. Grim's got the bomb, though. He's got to go. Stream team have no idea.
Oh, Gooseman, he realizes, wait, I'm looking at the ground, and now he's dead.
5-on-3 retake, but no position, Harry.
No, it's awkward. Grim also staying active. He's got his kind of signature weapon in a way. When you think about Grim, you think about the UMP.
True.
Got started with this gun in Modern Warfare. By the time Modern Warfare 2 rolled around, Grim was the best UMP user in the game, but it's got to be a Liege. He guns Akimbo. Dual Berettas hitting hard, but he can't get them off that defuse, and the gap continues to close up. It's a flawless round from the stream team.
All right, I think USA have got to lock in here, Harry.
Yeah,
they can't
I'll say
lose this game. It's not allowed.
And they, you know, we've been having fun up until now, but this is real.
This is serious.
Team USA can't lose.
Enough trolling.
Guys. They can't lose this. Their team is so much better. And if they lose, I think it is one of the darkest days in NACS history. And so now's the time, Team USA. Now's the time to do it. Out towards the A site on a fast top hit.
Gaules.
They come in guns blazing.
Yeah.
Huge pickup from Gaules though, full blind. It's nothing knocked out. Grim in the feed with 2. Aggression in through the lobby. Everlone pulls one back. That's a Legion, nothing both dealt with. That's 2 very prominent names for Team USA, no longer in the picture. Everlone at 24 kills deep, top of the charts. Throws himself in for more and more fights. And there's the support from Gaules. It's a tie game. The stream team are making it happen.
They're about to piss off this whole arena, Harry. Come on, give America something. 26 kills.
Like, we didn't want to ruin the vibe heading into the final. That was not the goal. Gave Team USA the best team by some margin. And they could actually lose this thing.
All right, 10 each. It's right there for the taking. Another orb. Oni, can he hit this? Donna supporting him, double orb outside. This is dominant, but Donna scopes out 1 health. Oni, missed shot. He's lost him. Where's he gone? Can't find the headshot. Double kill outside for Team USA as Oni rallies down blanks over Silo. There's a flank for Gaules, but it's got to be everything. And it might be too late. They're already in A.
Yeah, Everlone at 26 kills deep on the wrong bomb site. And with Team USA running amok over this A play. Gaules dead on the drop in.
Clean from a Liege. Everlone. He's only got 1 button on his mouse, Dan. 1v5 creeping in.
He's actually played great in this show match as well, but Everlone, this isn't a round he should ever be winning. First kill, second found, but goes no further. Team USA played a trade. And look, it's been a little while since
He is locked in, just maybe take better fights.
Hunt got that movement.
Orb A, Oni, Orb A, Orb Ram.
It's all good, man. He's tried his best. There's only an arena full of people watching. I'm sure no one even knows.
What the fuck? It's so unfair.
I will not
Yeah, so bad.
Shadow's gonna show them how to do it. The AWP out in the yard finds an opening. Grim dead first, but look at Elige go. He's not playing with knives anymore.
Not enough. Get him out of here.
Shadow's feeling pressure.
Oh, he's playing with knives.
Elige closing the gap, but he will get dealt with. This AWP continues to be a problem. Missed shot from Skadoodle. Couple of missed shots. Nothing makes it down.
Nice from Shadow.
Everlone gonna deal with him. And the stream team are right there. Looking to tie this up, looking to make this a show match, set to go the distance. Gooseman and Skadoodle. But now just Skadoodle.
Come on, what's he got?
First shot lands. This would have to be a movie moment, but he can't get it going. And all right, been a little while since we had the major in USA. And so let's kind of treat this like a dress rehearsal, you know, for the grand final coming up later. Let's get the energy real high for the final 2 rounds. Let's see who takes this, Hugo. Will it be Team USA? The legends, the creator of the game, And friendly faces new and old, or is it the stream team on this comeback arc late in the day? Late is the hour. Oni dead first in the penultimate round. It's Grim in the kill feed, 2 kills. Top site wide open.
Oh,
Donna tries to break her way through. But she can't quite get a handle on these players in the site.
The flank.
Everlone's got a great timing. Nothing could get caught looking the wrong way.
The man, the myth, the beast.
Gap starting to close. Everlone moving through, and that is a huge flank. Stream team on match point. 1 away from the big upset in Austin.
Yeah, it's a direct flight from Austin to Upset City here. And nothing USA can do about it. They had everything, Harry. Top side, man advantage, bomb planted. But it's Everlone on the flank, who is dragging his team through this game.
They do have the jet lag to worry about. You were wondering if that was going to be a factor for Team USA coming into this.
True, I hear they're from 1 time zone away, 1 hour.
It was a 2-hour flight for nothing to get here. And it looks like he's still recovering.
I heard Grim drove 30 hours. So not that far. Try
They've
again.
done their morning routine. They've been in the DMs. Been in the aim map. Had the Tito's at breakfast. None of it's working for Team USA. Donna doubles up.
What a
the stream
time.
team leveling up in the final round. And Team USA, their hopes, their dreams, riding on the shoulders of Grim and Nothing. And now, just Nothing, who's melted away. It's the stream team, the unlikely heroes of this matchup. Team USA shut down in the long haul. And no one's really sure how to feel about this. This isn't how it was supposed to go.
Only the 2nd most devastating loss for North America this week. Another phase L, can you believe it? And the stream team on their feet. A masterclass performance from Oni Pixel. A legendary 4-20 scoreline for Oni.
He went 420?
He went 420.
He went 420, all right.
Unbelievable, Jeff. But Everlone, 34 frags, give it up for him. And that's it, Austin, one more time for Team USA and the stream team. Give it up.
And the shade tries to come from the shadows yet once again, but there is an AWP holding this position. Oh, he gets the damage in, but time's ticking quickly. Incendiary down into connector. Torgy's feet to be burned. No way! The MP9. Don't you dare! Puts a smoke on top of the bomb. Now he has no vision. He's gonna dive it. 1 second. Shut down!
Zontic squeezes water from Stone.
Top of the
They're killing
nade
the
out.
clock. They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Now we have to make a choice.
He's in the same corner he's played in the past. Entry, Mezzi, backside, the anchor! Vitality's king! He sits here as bit responds, the headshot hunter only gets the 2, and so now it is on Ema, and with 15 seconds he's gotta somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi, and they end it! Right here, right now, the Na'Vi Nation crumbles! Vitality one step closer to the crown jewel! This team is built on greatness, and greatness knows no bounds!
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context. We talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
Seal their date with Destiny and earn their spots in the grand final. There is one question that is on everybody's lips, gentlemen. Is it going to be the Vitality era? But it left me scratching my head, which is, how do we actually define an era in Counter-Strike? Because we've had a hell of a lot over the past, more than a decade of Counter-Strike going down. How do we actually define this term that everybody just seems to be throwing around, Maui?
I feel like, if I'm being completely honest, the guy that brought this into the Counter-Strike space was Thorin. So he had a pretty set definition for it. I have my own, which more or less resembles him. But I think, bare minimum, you need a major, okay? It starts with that. If you don't have a major, I don't see a way that you can actually have an era. It doesn't seem like it could mark the level of dominance necessary in order to actually claim that you have changed the way that we see Counter-Strike, because as we all know, the major is the most important event of the season. It's the most viewed. It has the most pressure regarding it. Even if you could say the format isn't necessarily the most rigorous, it is without a doubt a hallmark of every single team that has an era.
Just before we dive into this, we do have your criteria that you submitted.
Sure.
In front of the LED. Can you kind of just run us through? Obviously, you've done the first point. One major win, that's a necessity. In your eyes, right? What are the other criteria that we need to be hitting?
Okay, so another thing for me is that it has to be meta-defining. I feel like you need to introduce some sort of strategy, team philosophy, or just be so dominant on a map that it kind of shows what that philosophy is. I feel like Astralis did a lot, satisfied a lot of those qualities.
Yes.
I feel like Fnatic did as well, in the way that they just kind of defaulted. Everybody was just calling for their own plays, very individually reliant. Even the Brazilian LGSK core, they themselves kind of had this very laid out style where it's like take map control with a big group, leave that guy there, then set up a play on the other side of the map. It's kind of similar to what Navi did last year on Mirage, but I feel like if Vitality do it, the way I even see it is like I I called it the apexification of strategy, where it's just that he calls a different thing almost every single round with very little resemblance to the last round. It has almost, in my eyes, the least conditioning I've ever seen from an in-game leader. And the other things are like 5 trophies, okay? It can't be an era if it's just so short-lived.
Oh, hey, Jason. You had a history talk conversation and you wanted to join in.
Yeah, I was really excited about it. I liked Maui's opening. I think he brought this to a nice place.
Yeah. Okay, what else is on the list? Because I like this next point, at least 5 trophies or another major, because LGSK, they kind of fulfill that criteria with the latter half of it.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. They're the one team that didn't have the wealth of trophies, but the gravitas of 2 majors consecutively makes up for it, and a lot of deep finishes. I didn't get into all the specifics of like how many Final Fours you need, how many playoff runs you need, but they had a lot of those mixed into the fact that they had the 2 majors and then all of the deep finishes sprinkled in.
And they were so meta-defining at the time. That's the big thing. Like so defining in like how to play a map and how to have a plan B set up and how to move around. Especially Overpass was god tier for them. So yeah, I think all that stuff brought them up to like not need all the extra trophies on the side.
Yeah, I just want to straight off the bat go and disagree. You know?
Okay.
He didn't even finish his list yet, Jacob.
but
that's pretty much good enough.
The very first point is the one that I disagree with.
Really?
And in a sense, yeah, because I mean, this whole era talk, I think we're redefining every time we talk about it. And obviously, I have my own criteria as well. But what if Vitality doesn't win a major here? What if Vitality doesn't win this major, but they win the next 10 tournaments, right? So you won maybe 12 or 14 or 16 tournaments throughout a year, but you didn't win the one at the major. Obviously, that's a huge punch of conversation. But I would still argue that they had an error then. They were still by far the best team for the vast majority of the year, and who knows how they were going to lose the major. That's my list.
Somebody did this very quickly, I guess.
Yeah, what is that, ChatGPT?
Longevity. What the fuck does that mean?
That means that you have to be good for a long time. You know, that means that
but how long? We need to fulfill a certain criteria. How long is long?
Because that's the main point I want to disagree with.
It's also vague. It's hard to disagree with anything.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of these points. But they use cultural impact too. Like, what the hell? You think that's my list?
But that's my point. You know, we cannot have this whole era talk and like have clear definition of it. That's gonna constantly move. That's gonna constantly change. Liquid, that wasn't an error because that was 63 days in my book. Because that's not longevity for me. They were good for a short period of time. Impressive, sure, but that was not long enough to be an error.
Okay, but now you're quantifying it.
I'm quantifying it in a sense, but I wanted to keep it open-ended. You know, I don't want to have any hard cutoffs. You know, as you have to win a major, or you have to have been good for 16 months and 340 days or 2 hours. It doesn't matter. An error is kind of, in my book at least, defined by the aura of the era. You know, by the competition, by the competition from the other teams as well. There's also certain errors or certain teams where I'm like, yeah, Liquid, you were good in a period when no one else wanted to play Counter-Strike. Congratulations. I don't think that's the case here for Vitality. You know, there's competition right now.
I don't know where to begin.
Okay, right. Longevity, sure, whatever. Trophies won.
Yeah.
Like, you missed a
Why
number.
is there no number?
Yeah, you missed
Put
a
a number on it.
Trophies won.
Are you not listening? I don't want to have any.
What you're saying is you're just going to change the qualifying factors every single time you see anything that resembles an era.
Open-ended discussion for the eternity. Yes. Otherwise, I don't want to participate in the discussion.
Okay, is there a minimum? Is there a minimum level? Because you're saying, 63 days, not enough. X amount of trophies, not enough. You need to get over X amount.
I think a season, yeah. You have to dominate a season. I would even argue that Na'Vi last year, with the way they got into every single grand final, for my money, it doesn't matter if you win every single grand final. Na'Vi never came close to an era, but had they continued on that level, did they keep up that level, and did we still have them in the conversation to be the best team?
Yeah, but because they started with the major.
They started with, sure, that was great. But
yeah,
that was
it had a major. It had a major.
It was a fluke. It was a fluke. Okay.
I'm gonna give a counterpoint here.
Okay.
I don't think if it does not have a major, if you're winning practically everything else in the calendar, but you're doing badly at the majors. Let's say even you just finish like in 8th place.
And that's my point. What's badly?
Well, okay, let's say you just don't win it, okay? I don't see that you are puncturing the cultural zeitgeist enough that people will care enough that you want, even though we obviously revere a lot of these Katowice, Cologne type tournaments, I don't think that it punctures into the mainstream space enough where it will be widely accepted that they are in an era. Like, how could you could maybe convince the most hardcore of fans, but you couldn't really convince this crowd behind us that, oh yeah, we're in the era, but they don't win the world championship. It's like, that's not an era then. It's just so said and done for me if you aren't winning the major.
If you win 16 trophies in a season and you don't happen to win the 2 majors for whatever reason, if you get to the final, if you get to a semi-final, to me, that would still be an era. That would still be the best team dominating the season. Yes, winning the World Championship, winning the major is a huge accolade, but
the biggest,
the biggest, 100% agree. You know, I'm not trying to take away from that, but I don't want to take away from winning Cologne or Katowice or the Blast World Finals or some of all the other events. To be completely honest, they matter too.
It would be very impressive to win 16 trophies in a season because I think there's only like 11, 12 events. Like he's got a point. He does have a point.
He's playing CCTs.
Last point
CCTs in the meantime.
is cultural impact. I'm just going to completely skip over that and go maybe for some more Jason. Jason, what's on your list? Please say.
My list, I think, is beautiful. Let me remember what's on it. There we go. At least one year as the dominant team.
Okay,
not like #1 rated, but like the dominant team that everyone's gunning for.
This is good.
At least one major, and I think you have to win one of Katowice or Cologne.
Yes.
Those are the 3 kind of events, the majors, Kato and Cologne, that have that kind of historical angle to them where you see players like break down crying when they finally get the trophy.
Yep.
So those important events, I think, are kind of anchor points for any kind of an era conversation, era run. And then I'm with you, meta-defining. You have to give me something that's unique, either whether it be one player on your team, whether it be 2 players on your team, whether it be the way the team plays Counter-Strike, something that breaks the game and makes it difficult for your opposition and has to force your opposition to adapt.
That's why I have a hard time coming to terms with the potential for a phase era that happened back in 2022.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Because I don't really see them having changed the game. Maybe you could make the argument that because they were one of the first successful international teams at length, that could be it. But then I'm reaching because it's not really an in-the-server thing. That's more out of the server. An assembly of players.
How is Vitality doing that for you guys right now? I'm just curious.
Because he doesn't use conditioning at all. I don't think Apex just calls different rush strat into default, into like a slow play burst strat. Like it almost has no resemblance to the previous T-side call. And I think that is something that other IGLs say like, oh, I want a default. Okay, let's tweak that. Let's tweak that. Let's tweak that. But Apex is just like, we have the deepest strat book. We're going to catch people off guard all of the time. And everybody can play every single style of round flawlessly.
I think one thing Vitality's done that's in that vein as well is I think they're forcing, we've had this conversation on a couple of matches, I think they're forcing every other team to go for firepower. I think they're like forcing every other team to look at the players on their team and be like, we actually just don't have the individual firepower to be able to stack up with Vitality. So their like kind of meta-breaking thing at the moment for me isn't necessarily something ultra tactical or strategic. It's the fact that their team composition is geared very well for CS2 and how it's being played right now, and it's forcing every other team to look at themselves and say, how can we find a way to match up?
Because that's what I want to argue as well. Like they took the current meta that we have and they perfected that meta. You know, they took every essence of what it's like playing smart Counter-Strike, utility-based Counter-Strike. Apex even set it up here. You know, he had a game plan prepared for Mouse, you know, on a CT side he never got to use. So he's also looking into anti-stratting and trying to craft for each individual opponent like everyone else has been doing for a couple of years. So it's not like they discovered something new. They took what we have and they perfected it. And if that qualifies as one of those, then sure, go ahead.
I'll say this too for this whole like era-defining conversation. This might make some people a little bit upset in the world. As the years have gone on, I've looked back and I almost like these days, I don't know if like we're able to like retroactively take an era away, but LG and SK break any definition you have for era so much that I feel like when I look back, I don't actually feel like that should be a Brazilian era. Like it is in the zeitgeist. It is now kind of like locked in and you can't just take it away. But when I look back, I'm like, I don't know if that's an error. That's not the same.
By your definition, it is.
For my definition, it's just that you need 5 trophies. It's either 5 trophies or two majors.
Okay.
And they did.
Yeah,
they
2
satisfied
consecutive
that.
majors.
They're meta-defining this. They satisfied that.
They have a lot of great things.
Should we just entertain that prospect and go back and reflect on some past eras? Maybe make more people hate Jacob in the chat as well.
Yeah.
NIP,
I love that idea.
Was that an era? Was the NIP dominant reign of terror? Was that an era?
100%.
Yeah,
yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
That is actually Pimp's go-to example of if a team wins everything in the world without a major, because there were no majors back then.
So how come?
And they won everything.
Your criteria.
Well, I'm with you on this one. It works for NIP.
Yeah.
They skipped the major.
That's why. That's the thing, right? I wanted to be an open-ended conversation. I don't think we can clearly define certain. You know, we can have the conversation and we can disagree, but it's like having to have 5 major trophies or having to have a major or a category. Like it excludes it. It's like your point, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. But you're saying you have to have been #1 for a year. What if you were #1 for 10.5 months, but in that period you dominated everything? You won everything. If you don't fulfill one of those criteria, I find it hard to engage in the conversation if we're being clear defining on something.
I don't think of it as like a hard boundary.
Okay.
That's just like the kind of ballpark you have to get it into.
Yeah, it can be stretched.
Okay.
A major win stretches any era discussion.
Yes, I'd agree with that. Fnatic. What about Fnatic back in the day?
100% that's an era.
Yeah.
That is
I would say so as
absolutely an
well.
era.
Yeah, it was an
Meta-defining in a sense. They were the ones inventing, playing brain-dead Counter-Strike.
Individually based
I mean, there was a time...
That's a man who never beat Fnatic right there.
That's a man who were playing on a team who basically banned Fnatic from all practice. We never wanted to practice against them because we felt they're just wasting our time by obviously being better than us, but also just by running around and doing whatever the hell they wanted. That's sort of like they did, and that's also what inspired Envious in that time to be the way Envious were playing with Happy back in the days. Apex were part of that team as well. It was just, 4 people, one place, someone lurking somewhere else, and then just turn off your brain and kill.
We always called it the hive mind, right? Like it felt like 5 individual plays across the map, but for whatever reason, they were really good at synchronizing all those individual plays to make a team idea come together. And then you add on top of that, I mean, they had the meta-breaking players. They had JW who could do things with an AWP that nobody else could. Flusha was unbelievable in terms of what he was able to do in clutches. Like Olaf Meister was literally like the one-man army before we even knew something like that could occur. So they had so many pieces that broke the game and made it so difficult to beat them.
Okay, LGSK. Oh, is the jury out?
Mine is honestly like
an error for me.
I feel bad. I say no when I look back on it.
I say no too.
Rescinding it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
I feel like they're the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
They're the ones that show that you can have an era just with the 2 majors for me, because I feel like they were so groundbreaking in the way that they played, the way that they also, again, like puncturing the cultural zeitgeist. They did it in a way that nobody else could really attest to, like putting a region on the map that just felt pretty
cultural
underserved.
impact, right?
Yeah, it is cultural impact. And so, hey, I feel like
that's actually a really good argument.
You're one too,
You might have just brought me back with that one, because you're exactly right. I mean, bringing an entire region into the game of Counter-Strike and Fold is incredible.
Yeah, exactly. So there's so many different aspects you could take from, and if your only reservation for putting LGSK into the era conversation is the lack of trophies in between the majors, I give them a huge pass on that, because the World Championships are more important than anything else.
Astralis, surely we all agree that was an era, right? One of the longest eras.
Yeah, I can't contest that.
The least debatable.
Yeah.
That is by far the least debatable.
Yeah.
There was almost no gaps in it. Sure, they didn't win every single time, or they didn't have the longest win streak in terms of matches, but they dominated. They were meta-defining.
Well, and they also had like longest, I think Nuke, they had like that incredible win streak that was up to like high 20s or something like that. Something along the
They were the world number 1 per world ranking
and obviously,
for more than a year.
Obviously broke the game in terms of utility usage and how to use that, how to use HE grenades properly, how to deal damage without having to do a whole lot of work.
The more we talk about it, I think the only requirement I have is that you dominate. You dominate your era. You dominate the teams you're playing against, and that's the main reason why I cannot buy into the SKLT one, because they never dominated anything apart from the World Championship, which obviously is a huge thing for the Brazilian Counter-Strike too. But if you don't dominate the opposition you're playing against, if you're not dominating the vast majority of the tournaments, can we really call it an era then?
I mean, I get what you're saying with that, but it's just that it was kind of like the headline news of the entire time period of that like 12-month stretch.
But when we were in it, if you put yourself outside of the retrospect, when we were in that period, no one really felt they were dominating. No one really felt they were in an era at the time.
We all felt they were defining and setting the way the game should be played, but not dominating. You're right. But I mean, I think one thing that LG and SK had over maybe every other team, even Astralis on that list, is the cultural impact. Is that kind of like
a good point, right? For you.
It does matter. It does actually matter.
People
try to say it doesn't matter, but it does.
When I said it.
Yeah.
Through gritted teeth. Final question, because we do have to move on, gentlemen. Vitality. If they do it here, if they win the major, is it an era?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. This is obviously an incredible start to the year, and you've obviously given yourself the best foot forward to create an era. But I mean, I think for me, most of these things, as we said, can be stretched. I think that 1-year thing is pretty solid for me. Like, it has to be an extended period of time. Anytime you hear the word era, it implies a very long period of time. So 1 season for me isn't enough.
7 trophies in a row potentially would be an era for me. The streak is just so strong. I feel like they've already done a couple things which have, to me, made it into an era, which is just that you had this match win streak that only now is rivaled by NIP, which will never be touched again. And then also, you win a major on top of winning the Katowice and then just going on a slew of wins. Like, they didn't drop a single tournament this season that they played, with the exception of the very first. So once they got it rolling, like, this is as dominant as it gets in this modern era.
Well, either way, they are in our major grand finals today, and a chance to seal their 7th trophy this season alone. We are going to be edging ever closer to getting that grand final underway, but not before we head things to a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because we have a very special surprise on the other side.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers Fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old position in Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Dupree, he can't see a thing there right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking two and falling back, going for the shot, you gotta be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. We were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, And then, getting to the point where you need one more round. I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. It was just people just getting killed left and right, but it was just one frag at a time, and you can see on the kill feed we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech-9 headshot on Tess, that was crazy. And the feeling is just we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
We have had the absolute honor of being joined by one of the most established, one of the most decorated players of all time here in Austin for the past 3 weeks. Dupree, I just want to say thank you, first of all, from the bottom of my heart. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you join us up on the desk. 5 major titles to your name, part of the legendary Astralis era, and an inspiration to so many people in this room and players around the globe. And today, you'd like to say something very special to this crowd here in Austin.
I'm not gonna lie, but I've never been so nervous in my entire life. And obviously, all good things come to an end, and it's time to say goodbye. When I first got to play Counter-Strike, I never imagined that we could gather so many people, and so many people follow these esports. And at that time, my only goal was just to make a name for myself, and I wanted to go out there and just, if I could just win one major, that would be the goal for me, and that would be an achievement in itself. And today I stand with 5 titles. And I think that the only rightful way to do and say that this is the end of my career as a professional player is to do it at the biggest stage and in front of all of you, and just before someone's gonna try and take the next trophy.
Dupree, you can see just how much your impact has left on this game. Thank you so much. Bring it home, man. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations.
MongolZ represent the underdog, and they play very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially so. I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the AWPer. For 910, I think it's the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree in which he approaches the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has, and he is in the conversation for one of the best AWPers in the world. This is a team that is taking baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out, it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get. If MongolZ continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8, the playoffs of the major.
I think that Vitality have a certain electricity. I'd describe their team as just well-structured, in the sense that I think from roles, Vitality is a team that kind of took a step back, made a roster that makes sense on paper, made one of the most exciting roster moves of the year, and have put that into just the perfect application. For anybody coming back to the game, you need to know ZywOo. ZywOo is somebody who has flown under the radar because as an individual outside of the server, he's not as flashy as Simple. He is, however, undeniably one of the best players of all time. You have to look at the duo that is ZywOo and now Rops. Rops, somebody who comes from FaZe Clan, you know, a star-studded lineup in that regard, but he took a step towards Vitality in the absence of Spinks to give ZywOo a reliable right-hand man. And, you know, a lot of people say you put on the FaZe Clan jersey to win. I think the same can be said for Vitality now, and that's what Rops did. The story of Vitality is one of elusive wins. I think that 2024 was a year that they let themselves down in some regards, not capitalizing on all the playoff opportunities that they had. But they did win IEM Cologne, and that was massive for Apex, who chased that trophy for 10 years. Now, if you look back in the last 12 months, they've already got Cologne and Katowice. So this, to me, is a team that puts it together to win in the biggest moments. And we're talking about major champions back in Paris as well. So I think a second Blast trophy would look really good in that collection, and I think it's one that they understand they need. There's gotta be a voice in the back of all of their heads that say they can win in Austin.
We're out here on the concourse with the analyst desk in the background, but we don't want to hear about the voices of the elites, the opinions of the experts. No, we want to hear from the voice of the people and see how they feel, because it's FaZe Day out here, and that means it's time for some USA chants. Noah, what inspired this fit today?
Well, I love NACS. Elige, the only American left in here, gotta support, man.
This is the backup? This is the backup if it doesn't go so well for FaZe? This is backup Patriot.
MongolZ!
So you guys just fighting about this?
Yeah. You beefing?
I'm gonna guess based on your hat, but who do you think's winning today?
FaZe.
Who you think's winning the trophy?
FaZe.
Cody, how you liking it so far?
FaZe.
Hell yeah.
FaZe.
What's up, everybody? I found Dupree here. Wait, you're not Dupree?
Not Cooked. No, first name Bald, last name Eagle, otherwise known as Dudley.
Court, what's going on with this poster right now?
I love FaZe. Man, I love FaZe.
That's pretty self-explanatory. You think they got what it takes to lift this trophy?
Oh, of course. Simple's back in form. Elige is hometown crowd. Kerrigan played in Envy, so he's considered North American. FaZe is 3/5 NA. Wow, let's go.
Woo! We love a little delusion. I see you got the C9 Boston shirt on as well. NACS fan all the way here.
Let's go. I love NACS. I love NACS. FaZe counts as NA. FaZe counts as NA.
We're claiming them. They're ours now. I'm here with Captain America. What's your name, sir?
Dave.
Dave, and who you pulling for in this one?
Anybody but Vitality.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Dylan, this is a beautiful fit going on right now. What inspired this look today?
America's great last hope, Elige. I'm here to support, FaZe up.
Jacob, that's a beautiful shirt you got right there.
Thank you. I got it at the thrift store.
So I take it you're definitely rooting for Vitality, right?
Absolutely not.
George, that's a very nice hat you got there.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You got a good one yourself.
My name is Bobby Barker.
Bobby Barker, the Bucky Beaver?
Yes, you know it.
All right, Bobby Barker, the Bucky Beaver. Who do you think is winning this one?
I am thinking FaZe Clan all the way. Simple's come back into form. Kerrigan is my GOAT IGL. That's who I want to win. I want to see him get a second major. USA! 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 USA!
Music to my ears.
For the grand final of the Blast TV Austin Major, as is Stunna? Have you seen Stunna?
Wow, that was the best Uber trip of my life. I can tell you that.
Yeah!
How you doing, Austin? What's going on?
Oh, I'm happy you made it. I couldn't have done this by myself, and I hope you still have energy for this grand final.
Well, I mean, the adrenaline's flowing. I can assure you that much. I think Austin's ready for some more Counter-Strike and the culmination of this grand final.
Absolutely so. David and Goliath story, you couldn't write it any better with Team Vitality up versus the Mongols. So we have to know, are you supporting Vitality?
Well, hold on now, Austin, Texas. What about the Mongols?
I get it. Everybody loves an underdog, and it's not like you've got FaZe to root for.
Oof, it's way too soon, Ifya.
I'm
way too
sorry.
Gosh. But yeah, as it stands, the Mongols will go toe-to-toe with Vitality here, and there's so much to grab onto inside the server, Evia.
There are so many stories that we're going to be covering throughout this as we lead into what you've all been waiting for, the player introductions. Then you really have to be loud. We're not there yet. I think we can end on the note that we're just all very, very excited, Stunna, for this final day of the Major.
Yeah, it's a final day. It's a very special day, obviously because it is the grand final of the Major, but also we have two very special birthdays. We've got Scrawny and Mr. Flames right behind me. So, Austin, do you mind singing happy birthday? Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Flames.
Scrawny Flames.
And Scrawny. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, let's go. Get us out of here.
All right. Thank you. I hope you have all the energy for the player intros later, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Who is gonna win the Austin Major?
Vitality! Mongols! Let's go, Apex! Vitality! Let's go, Mongols!
Mongols Diamond, baby!
Let's go, Vitality! Let's go, Mongols! Mongols! Let's go, Vitality! Let's go, Apex! Mongols!
Mongols! Mongols! I got Apex. Let's go, Vitality!
Fuck Apex!
That was a good call.
It's all been leading up to this, the major grand final. For many, a once-in-a-lifetime shot to earn Counter-Strike's most coveted title, but for a select few, a chance to become a multi-time major winner. That rings true for more than half of Vitality. Of course, Rops, one major to his name alongside Zyru. Apex with 2 already and a chance to seal a 3rd here. And Jason, it looks like it's written in the stars, a date with destiny for Vitality to be lifting the trophy here in Austin.
The whole year's been building to this. Everything they've done this year, the move to get Rops in, the statement from Apex to start the year at the HLTV Awards of just saying, I didn't win enough trophies this year in 2024, so I'm coming for the rest of them now in 2025, and he's meeting that promise. He's actually living up to it. They've won everything they've attended. I mean, this is an unreal season for a team in Vitality.
It's been definitely incredible for Vitality. They've set themselves up for this one for so long. You know, this is where all the eggs in the basket has been put in. This is where they've put up all the effort to get in here, and they know that this is their major to win. You know, there's a lot of story for each individual player inside of with their own major history. We also have some major rookies inside of them by never winning one. But obviously, you know, I don't see a world where with everything that's been built up and everything that Vitality has been doing and achieved so far coming into major that they're not going to make this today.
It's also a little bit unexpected in a sense. Obviously, when Rops came into the lineup, we were having the conversation, and that was the narrative, if people forgotten at home. Is it an upgrade to Spinks, or is it more like a sidestep? There were certain personalities saying, yeah, they're both equally good, and Rops, maybe in the downfall of his career, didn't look that good in FaZe, but oh my, were everyone wrong, including myself. I don't think anyone expected Vitality to be dominating the fashion they have, and I don't think anyone expected Rops to be as good as he's been as well. So that roster change will most likely go down in history as one of the best roster changes ever.
Well, for Zyru, who's already won 1 major trophy back in Paris in 2023, let's see how he's feeling at the prospect of potentially sealing another here in Austin.
Zyru, 7th grand final in a row, and now a chance to get your hands on your 2nd major trophy and end the season in style. What's the mindset like right now?
The mindset right now is just to win the final. Anyway, we're not here to just to play it. We're here to win it. So that's our mindset for the 6th final before. So it's going to be the same for the major final.
I love that attitude. Now, obviously, you're so much more experienced than when you won your first major. But can you tell me, what are you feeling that's maybe different between when you were at the Paris major to here in Austin?
Obviously, it's different. Also, the road we do for this major, it's way different. So for us, it's going to be also special to win it. Also for Flamesy, Mazy for the first one. Rops, I hope he's not going to lose the 3rd one in a row. So obviously it's going to be special for us to have a good mindset, to feel the team as well. So for us, we're going to give everything.
What would you like to say to all the fans waiting for you right now?
I hope he's not going to boo for us because I know they love that and we loved it as well. So thank you. And for all the people supporting us for mom. So thank you guys for all of this, and we're going to give our best.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
7 consecutive grand finals. That is no joke. And then you speak about the potential of getting 7 trophies, Jason, in this season. That is just an insane feat for Vitality to potentially achieve here tonight.
And it's like, I mean, it's an insane feat. And the most important part isn't even how good that team is. It's the mentality you have to have across that long of time when everyone's gunning for you, and everyone wants to beat Vitality, and everyone's looking into how you're doing it. Everyone's making roster changes with the express purpose of beating Vitality. To be able to keep that team sharp speaks a lot to the leadership. We had Apex on the desk yesterday. Obviously, can't speak enough about him, but he had a lot of good words for management as well. This team is just geared up very, very well, and they're all focused on the one thing, and that's the major trophy.
And I like, you know, I'm going to bring it up again, but I just love how much they actually put into that. It's also going to be the first potential major win for Messi and Flamesy.
Yes.
And I remember just going back to London when we won our second major, how much it meant to Matches to bring him into the team and then let him have his first major. The first major is always special, so for them to also be in this situation is also in another world.
So much on the line for Vitality, but they do need to take down the Mongols to win the trophy here. And for the Mongols, it's been a very interesting road to make it to this major playoffs. I mean, we talk about crushing the hopes and dreams of the hometown favorites of FaZe. It felt like they barely even broke a sweat yesterday versus Pain. And let's just put some context to this, Jacob. This is the first time they have entered a tournament ever this deep, and it's a major.
It's a major. They're peaking at the right moment. They're getting together and they're playing the best brand of Counter-Strike the Mongols has ever played. The ways they're winning in as well. You could see some of those individuals that we, throughout the season, have been questioning in Senzu and 910. Can they step it up in the playoff? Can they step it up when the pressure is at its highest? They've shown now that they can do that. We also speak about the youngest team ever to enter a major final as well. It's crazy to see such a young group of people playing a game and a brand of Counter-Strike with so much experience. It's not a team where I look at them and I feel like, oh, they're making a lot of mistakes, anything like that. No, they play entertaining, fun, engaging Counter-Strike, Jason, in your face. They want to go for the duels. They want to entertain people, and they're doing it by winning at the moment.
I think what's great about it is, and this run specifically at this major, the quarterfinal game against FaZe with Simple in the lineup and how intense that game was inside the arena. I think that quarterfinal for the Mongols is going to go down as the turning point of where they really kind of got the confidence in themselves and realized we're actually good enough to compete with these teams at the top. We're actually good enough to compete with these players at the top, because ever since then they've looked great moving on in that quarterfinal and the semifinal. Now we get to see what they're going to look like in a grand final, but that win over FaZe, I think, is a victory that turned the corner for Mongols.
And I love that they have just stayed true to themselves. We've been criticizing for not maybe always playing the same way once they reach playoffs, how they do it in the group stage, and I think this is actually what they have turned around this time around. Yesterday when we saw them play against Pain, it was at the start of the match, I actually got a little bit worried. They were down 0-5, and then all of a sudden they just turned around to win 13 in a row. It was like something, you know, they reminded themselves that we can actually play like we do in the group stage. And that is what Mongols has proved at this tournament, that they play like they do in the group stage, and that is what they have been lacking. And now they find themselves in a major grand final.
Well, and they're looking to steal the trophy from right under Vitality's nose. So let's check in with Senzu ahead of his arrival.
Senzu, you're entering the playoffs with a 1.30 rating right now. You're looking really good. And on a stage, what's changed?
It's nothing changed, actually. We are just playing our game.
Playing your game, and it's working very well. You get a lot of support and love from the crowd. Is it making it more fun for you guys? Are you enjoying it more?
Yeah, we're enjoying this track crop. It feels like home, you know? That's feeling comfortable.
When you beat Pain yesterday, you looked very emotional knowing that you made it to the grand finals. Tell me about the feelings you felt.
Man, it's grand final, you know? It's major grand final. It's feeling great.
Good luck, man. This crowd loves you. Anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, we're now gonna win, guys. Let's see.
Oh, I love that belief, man. Good luck.
Hell yeah, Senzu. You got to be believing when you're going up against a beast like Vitality. We were just talking about it, Jason. You know, when players say play our own game, it's something that we love to hate upon. But Dupree, you said, you know, you actually believe this gentleman here. Defend him. Be the defendant of Senzu.
As a player, you know, now as a retired player, now I'm not going to start using that phrase.
And all the time
when I used to play, it was very common to see in interviews, I did it myself, that we maybe sometimes downplayed the questions a little bit, talking about like what got us here. Yeah, well, we just played our game and, you know, we're confident and everything. We didn't actually go too too deep into things, but in the interview that Senju just gave, I looked at you, Jason, but he's actually right about it this time around.
Yeah.
This is actually just Mongols playing their game that they used to do in the group stage, and now they've transitioned into the playoffs. So for me, obviously, they have their individuals stepping up. We've seen 9-10 and obviously Senju having a really good tournament. But overall, as a team, as a unit, it's like they can all chime in. They've all had some really good games, and some of the matches that I've been watching the playoffs has been more, one thing they've been playing good individually, but they've been really good as a team.
And that's the fun thing about the Mongols. It's the biggest strength of theirs, but also the biggest weakness. They are a little bit one-dimensional in the way they approach Counter-Strike. It does come down to the individuals an awful lot. A young team with, dare I say, lack of experience in these deep playoff runs. They've been here this year. They've been gearing up. They've been establishing themselves as a top 5 team. But in terms of going into a grand final, as you said, Freya, that's the first time they find themselves in that position. On top of that, Jason, if you have a one-dimensional way of playing Counter-Strike, if plan A doesn't work out, is plan B strong enough for the Mongols? That's what I could be a little bit worrisome of, especially when you consider the opposition tonight.
Yeah, well, if you want to consider the opposition, they might have to go all the way to plan C. Like, you never know with this vitality. It's going to be deep and it's going to be hard. So yeah, they have a tough time with things, but this is a little bit of touching on what you talked about, playing your own game. Throughout most of this year, really struggled in stage games. So it's been the big story of them as they've had this ride to the point where we thought that we were sold like a false bill of goods, that this team wasn't actually going to have it. Throughout the year, they've only beat 2 teams before the major on a stage. That was Aurora twice, who didn't even make the playoffs here, and then Liquid, who didn't even come close to the playoffs here as well. Yeah. That's fine. That even makes the point even better. But now, that's why I say this phase win over someone like Simple, when they're the crowd favorites, that can be the talisman. That I think is the turning point for them, where they realize you just went up against a hostile crowd who maybe didn't like hate you guys, but certainly wanted the other team to win. You had to face off against that. You had to play very strong players. You go and win your semifinal, and now you kind of can have that belief. That turning the corner of them is the fact that they realize they can play their own game on the stage and not fade away. They can rise to the pressure instead.
Right, no offense, Jacob, Jason, and myself included in this situation. We don't really have any idea what it is like to play on a big stage. We don't understand the pressure. Dupree, can you actually just tell us in layman's terms the kind of difficulty, the pressure, the amount that you are feeling on this stage compared to a group stage?
I always tend to divide it into a couple of different stages. Like the first stage is like when you walk in, that's like you just kind of enjoy the moment because that's where you get praised by the fans. Once you actually make it to the stage and take a seat, then at least for myself, when the more experience you get, you kind of just zone in. And I learned this small little trick from a Danish actor we had a workshop with in Australia, is that he was talking a lot about that we need to be present inside of the moment. And he taught me this little thing that maybe I would, I would touch the desk a little bit. I would touch the monitor, like, because that's kind of the object that's at present right now. I needed to zone in and just feel that I was in the moment, and that's what I did. But obviously the pressure is there in the sense that you want to perform, and now you're sitting, you can actually take a look out and you can see the trophy. You're so close, and this is a major grand final. If you lose this one, when is the next time I'm going to be able to hoist this trophy, right? And you obviously also has the whole idea that you have your family and friends and fans, but also your teammates and everyone that just expect something from you. But I feel like the more you play, the more you get into it, the better you will feel and the more zoning you can be. And that is what takes you to win the trophy.
Were you nervous in pistol rounds? I always felt like pistol rounds sucked.
Yes.
I was always nervous in pistol rounds, and as soon as the pistol round was over, I was like, oh, thank God.
It was more like you had pistol rounds, and then if you got out to get like a double kill or a triple kill, and maybe you hit like a very crisp headshot, you're like, okay, now nerves gone.
Well, speaking of pressure, let's check in with Techno 4K to see exactly how he is dealing with it today.
Techno, you told me many times at different events across this year that the Mongols have struggled with mentality in games. Can you help me understand and explain to everyone how you and the team have managed to improve that and now find yourselves in the grand final of a major?
I think we're playing good because it's the major, the very important tournament of all CS2 players, and maybe the other players can affect it to that feeling. Okay. And I think we're kind of a little bit better than the other teams on the mentality, I guess. Wow. And but today is the different day, everyone's dream, everyone's how to say that? Okay, it's just everyone's dreams final, and I think it's kind of different from the comparing to different from the other matches, and but we will try to manage our mentality in just one level, and we try to be calm and just play like the Mongols.
Play like the Mongols, and that's what you guys do best. The stage improvement, though, it's shown really good, right? So does it feel like all the losses you had on stage this year has helped you prepare for this moment?
Yeah, I think so. I lost the count I think we lost so many times on the stage, but we won one of few times. But I think it's a very great experience, yeah.
Now, you have never beaten Vitality. This is the 5th time you faced them. How much do you want revenge?
Of course, I said it yesterday, win.
Nice. Revenge is a served dish, right? That's what you want to do to them. Now, everyone says that this is Vitality's major to win. What advantage do you feel like the Mongols have in this game against Vitality?
Last time we faced against them was like really close. Yeah, really, really close. And today is the crowd. I think the crowd is on our side, and against the Vitality, I think that's a very good feeling, and kind of helps us a little bit, I guess.
Now, they've picked Dust 2 against you. Did you expect this?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, some players, they thrive under pressure, others crumble. I feel like a couple of members of the Mongols have been doing the former, because this is pretty insane to see. Major playoffs rating, 910 is #1.
In isolation, currently the highest rated player in the playoff. That speaks volume for 910. He's been firing on all cylinders. He's the AWP player within the Mongols as well, and a player that has been consistently delivering and delivering and delivering. If you watch his event stats throughout the entire year, Jason, he's getting better and better and better.
Which, I mean, you can expect from an Opera, and especially, holy hell, that is...
Hey! And takes me right back to Paris.
Hey!
Right back at Paris.
Yeah, so 910. It makes sense, it tracks. A young team, young players that come in, and the first thing you normally get is like, the first thing you normally see out of an inexperienced player is the skill, is like just the flashy. And that's how it looked as an Opera for a while. You're like, oh my God, he can hit some crazy things, he can make some wild moves. But then you start seeing him as a team and also as individuals adding some fundamentals into the game, adding intelligent positioning, adding protocols of where you shift after a shot. It's all started to look better for 910. And I mean, he's reaping the rewards of it as well.
Absolutely impressive by 910, but also from the likes of Sensu. And you know, just behind 910 we have Saiwu, and I think that also speaks for how Vitality has been looking. You know, I think it's at the position where Vitality doesn't have more players inside of the top 5, but that also showcases how good Vitality as a team. They don't need to have players inside of this caliber to go far in tournaments. So, I mean, overall, it's like looking good for both teams, but obviously the fact that Mongols has 2 players inside of the top 5, that's pretty nuts.
And it also shows that, you know, Mongols played Pain in the semifinals, and on the other side, it was a little bit of a tougher semifinal match.
Yeah.
No disrespect to anyone, but, you know, one side was a little bit better.
Where do you feel like Senzu has had the most impact then, alongside 910?
I mean, obviously in the playoff here as well, Sensu has been a big point of conversation because he's had these amazing pop-offs. We have him, you know, in the group stage against G2, dominate the serve on Dust 2, you know, put out a major breaking performance, so to speak. But then whenever it got into the playoff, in all those events you're talking about, Jason, he's the one that had the biggest drop-off, you felt like. He's the one that couldn't really get it together. This time around, though, in the playoff, yes, I agree with you. You can argue the Mongols have beat FaZe and they beat Pain Gaming. The final big test is tonight against Vitality, and that's also part of the story for this grand final. We get to learn a lot about the Mongols every single time they play. Am I convinced that Sensu is over the hurdle of struggling in the playoff? Not quite there yet, but he's definitely getting better at it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, because you know me, I like to go a little bit negative, and I'll help you out there, Jacob, because Sensu against Vitality in particular this year has really struggled. In all 4 of their series, he's been either the lowest rated or the second lowest player statistically on the team, which doesn't bode well going into this finals. Vitality's a tough team to crack into, so if you're looking for Sensu to be that guy, we've got to really hope that with the Sensu we got in the quarterfinals and stage 3 and the semifinals is going to stick around, but historically it doesn't seem like that's likely because Vitality make his life miserable inside the server.
And this is like no understatement, right? This is going to be the toughest mountain that Mongols have ever had to summit in their lives. We're talking about a Vitality with 6 consecutive trophies. This is their 7th grand final in a row. So many accolades going their way in the first half of 2025, and practically no one other than Legacy and a best of 1 have managed to take them down.
And I think the most impressive thing about that feat is, again, without sounding like a breaking record, Rob's coming into the lineup, Saiwu being the best player in the world, it's the fashion they win in. They won in a lot of different scenarios, Vitality.
Yes.
They've gone into tournaments where they dominated from start to finish. They've gone into a tournament like in Dallas, where they looked shaky in the beginning, but then ended up dominating the tournament. They've gone into a tournament like Melbourne, where they arguably should have lost the final, but somehow, some way found a way to beat Falcons on that nuke map in overtime. So they win in so many different scenarios now that, Peter, you almost feel like whenever whenever Vitality is taking the stage or joining the server, if you pressure them, sure thing, but nobody can really beat them. And I think they feel that, I think their opponents feel that, and that's sort of the aura that is around them right now, that no matter how much pressure you apply, they will find a way to win.
Well, that's the thing, like they have the mental edge of the majority of the teams that play, if not all. I think it kind of throws me back to how it was in Astralis, that we would actually position ourselves inside of the system so much that people were so afraid of playing, so we already won like 25% of the game just by showing up, you know.
Yep.
That's kind of that fear factor that not only Vitality has, but also that Saiwu has, you know, that just kind of powers through. But Vitality is in the making of making history, and I'm at a stage right now thinking back to also when we had to make history and making back-to-back majors with Astralis, that now Vitality is so close of getting this era, getting to a position where they can cement this season as being probably the best, if not the best one in Counter-Strike so far, that there's no way they're going to fumble this one out. I don't see a world where they're going to fumble on the finish line.
And let's just talk about what this means for the in-game leader of the squad, Apex, on our screens, because talk about a glow-up, right? Obviously winning his first major way back 10 years ago, inclusion of poker, not the in-game leader then. Some would call him a, I'm going to quote you, Jacob, brain-dead entry fragger back in the day. Then he goes on to win Paris with an entirely new squad, moving international, and now on the precipice of sealing his third major trophy. Talk about a transition, Dupree.
Talk about Jacob saying entry fraggers are brain dead, Dupree.
Well, we were at times, and I have to buy in on Jacob on this one. This was actually a true point. I think a lot of players had this one. Yeah. No, but obviously the glow-up of Apex is now turning into a leader, and you know, he said himself yesterday that he's always liked the tactical depth and all the tacticals that you can pull off in Counter-Strike. It's always been something that he's been looking into, but obviously as an entry fragger, you maybe not have the biggest saying. He's also been playing with a guy like Existence and also a guy like, you know, Happy. Maybe he was a little bit less of an in-game leader, but overall I think he's been working with people that he could have looked up to. But you know, the way that he's just like risen to this new whole role, and the way that he's come into this Vitality roster now, becoming the captain that he is, the way that he has transitioned from how he was just seen as a brain to now be one of the smartest guys inside Counter-Strike. Yeah. That's something that's so, I don't think anyone's going to replicate that.
That's the thing, he's the only one who's ever done it. Look at Electronic right now in Virtus Pro. Sure, they're getting a little bit better, but he was considered one of the best entry fraggers in the world as well. Arguably one of the best riflers of all time, you know, same category as you. His in-game leading, you know, skills within Virtus Pro right now, not really up there. We don't really rate them. So to look at Apex and be like, listen, you were one of the best in one role, now you're arguably the best in-game leader in the world in another role. No one has ever done that before, and that speaks volume to the accolade and speaks volume to what it is. Who has?
Who?
You know. You know who did it, Dupree. Don't do this to me. Don't do me dirty. It's Device.
Right.
He didn't go to in-game leader, but he changed his role entirely. He went
yeah,
from
but he didn't do very well.
What do you mean? He became one of the best players in the world with the AWP.
I thought you meant he turned to an in-game leader for Astralis.
No, not the in-game leading part.
Hey, son,
No, the in-game leading part.
Let's erase that from history.
Yeah.
Should we talk about one of the players that has definitely done well on the side of Vitality, given them, you know, the new lease of life that they needed coming into 2025? Again, we sound like a damn broken record, but Robs, I don't think anybody could have, you know, really expected this level of impact immediately for the side of Vitality.
I mean, honestly, but maybe we should have. I mean, if you look at the way he joined FaZe and just popped off with FaZe at the start, yeah. I mean, but he's done it now with multiple different teams. I mean, his early time in MongolZ, obviously, as he started coming up in his career, was playing as a rookie through a lot of it, tough lineups that he had to be part of. But he got Kerrigan at the end of, I believe it was 2019, and went on a crazy run of events to actually string like 4 or 5 wins together. Then joined FaZe, went on their streak, 10 trophies there, absolutely bonkers. Now you get him in Vitality. So yeah, it's hard to predict that, especially with the way his time in FaZe ended. But historically, he steps into a team and they win.
And I just want to remind people, you know, 6 months ago when we saw Robs play for Vitality the very first time in a LAN setting, they lost that best of 3 against Eternal Fire at the time being. Robs didn't look great in that series whatsoever. So it took them a month to get him integrated. And then from that point on, once everything clicked, everything worked out. But it wasn't like Robs came into Vitality and from, dare I say, day one, played like an absolute mastermind. They had to integrate him. They had to change a couple of positions. And once they figured out how to enable Robs, then he became the best version of himself.
Well, let's put our minds at work as we do move on into the picks and bans. Gentlemen, any expectations, any surprises, any curveballs you think could be thrown out here?
Let's see.
Well, I mean, Vitality's picked Nuke in every series they've played, so I think that's going to be coming out. Didn't Jim Banks ruin that one as well?
Mongols loves to play Mirage, so I think the Mirage is going to go on for the Mongols, honestly.
That's the go-to pick for the Mongols so far throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, but here's the hard thing. In the 4 series they've played this year, Mongols have never won their own map pick in the series. They've never been able to pick a map that will have success. And it speaks to the depth of map. Ooh, okay, Dust 2.
Hey, we got a lot of Dusty maps right here. You know what? I like this from the Mongols' point of view. This is 2 maps that is open. You know, this is 2 maps where you can express yourself as an individual player. So to get Dust 2 and to get Mirage as well as the 2 opening maps, you know, at the very least they have a chance of getting in there in the game.
I'm worried if you're going to see Nugas third, then it's going to be looking pretty bad.
There's no way they're allowed. No, yeah, there you go.
I'm glad. I'm glad they decided to do that.
Inferno.
The ultimate
Hey,
decider.
we got the classic Counter-Strike map pool for a major.
But how is it Inferno has been turning out for Vitality so far in this tournament?
Yeah.
You remember what happened yesterday? You remember what happened against Legacy?
I do, yeah. It's been a couple back-to-back, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty sick that they don't even care about those losses.
True.
They're letting it through again.
Fair
What
enough.
I'm saying is if we go to a third map, that's going to be super interesting.
Well, we do need to be talking about our first map. It is Mirage, and we do have a moment to be breaking down in the Mahone Zone.
Yes, that's right. So Mongols have picked Mirage, and something they're going to watch out for is Vitality's mid-round aggression. So if they want to win, they're going to need to watch out for this. So this is a round from yesterday, Vitality versus MongolZ, and it looks like a bit of a hero round. We're first going to watch it back. Flames finds his first kill onto the player TorzY at top mid, and then he finds the second kill onto Broland coming from underpass, and then finally the third one onto Spinx. Now, on the surface, this looks kind of simple, but there's definitely much more behind it. So let's break this round down. So what you're going to see here initially on the radar, 4 players here towards this mid side, 2 players towards Cat, 2 players here towards the jungle window position, and then ZywOo here towards A. Now, what you're going to see initially is that Apex, he's going to toss a Molotov here towards that bottom underpass position. What that does is it opens up space for Flames to actually push in through the connector side, forcing these players back. If you look at this from Broland's point of view, as he's holding this connector spot, he gets forced back because of the Molotov. So that's the first part. Now, this peek does not come dry because MongolZ, he then tosses a flash just above the connector side. This blinds anybody here towards his top mid position, makes it easy for Flames to actually peek towards top mid. Now, with these utility in combination, you can see how easy it is for him. The flash towards that top mid position and the Molotov to ensure that nobody can actually trade him. Now, the second part of this as well is that he's not peeking alone. He also has Rops and MongolZ coming in from Catwalk. So even if Flames dies here, the trade is guaranteed. And because these players are here towards that top mid position, Flames actually has the opportunity to focus more on the bottom underpass position. This allows them to catch Broland swinging out. And with Apex throwing that Molotov here towards that bottom underpass position, he's able to then link up with Flames, and they're able to do a double peek. When Spinx comes out, he gets met by it. And that allows Flames to get this last kill. So that's a great setup, but there are some weaknesses. So the big weakness here, rather, is the fact that B and A are quite open in this time. How Vitality like to deal with it is that MongolZ, he likes to just jump spot from the catwalk position to spot towards upper B, and then ZywOo simply plays retake A with his op. And that's the key thing here for MongolZ is if they can stop this mid-round aggression, they'll be in a great spot. The key is that where that push actually comes in, they need to find the weaknesses.
But now there's a question, will there be any weaknesses for them to be grasping onto? Because we've seen 2 of the most dominant players entering the playoff stage. Of course, we've already talked about 9-10, but for ZywOo, he's been on a bit of a tear himself, right, Jacob?
He's having a great tournament, to be completely honest. Despite that loss against Legacy that started it all off very, very poorly, he's currently en route to be the highest-rated player ever at a major. The record is Donk back in Shanghai, 1.49 rating. ZywOo right now is at 1.49 as well. So if he's having a game tonight, he could be the highest-rated player ever at a major.
Okay, question for you then, Jacob. Higher or lower? ZywOo, 37.5 kills in the first 2 maps. More or less?
You could have said 41 kills. He's going to go above.
Yeah.
ZywOo is going to have a game.
What about 9-10, considering he's been up there, highest rated player, 28.5 for him. Higher or lower?
I think he's going to struggle. I think MongolZ is going to struggle. I'd say lower.
Are you guys agreeing with that sentiment? Has this been, is this where the run ends for the Mongols here in Austin?
Oh, man, I didn't know we were doing predictions already. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I think Vitality's taken this one, unfortunately. I'd like to see MongolZ put up a fight, but I think Vitality's going to take it in 2.
And there's no way that Vitality's going to slip it away, so. No way.
It's that easy.
No way.
It's that easy.
Let's talk a little bit more about ZywOo. It's just insane to think about, Shanghai, Donk, that record was crazy, the rating was crazy. For ZywOo to be matching that, even going above it, that just speaks for himself of how impactful he is.
Especially when you consider the first game against Legacy wasn't a great game for ZywOo, wasn't a great game for Vitality at all. Even in the loss against MongolZ on Inferno, he kind of stepped up on the CT side. I know a lot of people were like, oh, you got a lot of eco frags, and that's how he's bolstering his rating right now. But let's agree, ZywOo is one of the best players to ever play the game. Arguably the best player to ever play the game. And he's also one of the greatest players in buy rounds ever to play the game. He's not an eco hunter, Peter. You were back in your day. ZywOo is not one of those.
Whoa, calm your horse.
I don't know, I've seen a Deagle round against AKs. That was pretty nice.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't he also on the run for his 7th MVP in a row?
Something
It's very possible.
I'm pretty sure he's chasing his 7th MVP, but regardless of that, then we had a fun saying back in Vitality when we played with him that it was actually not fun to play with him because he would always go out and take the MVP. You couldn't get an MVP when you're in the team with Sabu, which still stands.
That must have been like Electronic back in the days with Simple when he was playing on the same team with Navi, right? Electronic being a fantastic player, could never get the MVP. Robs right now, he would have a hell of a lot of MVPs had it not been for Saibu.
Yeah, Saibu's just selfish, man.
Yeah.
But it's always
Really
like then you actually come up and have a really good tournament and you feel like maybe this is the one, and then he would just go blow the chart for the semi-final, grand final. You're like, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, thanks.
But hey, you won, so it's fine.
Yeah, right.
To wrap up the Vitality side of the conversation, we're of course talking about the players, who've already achieved a major trophy. They've already got that in their cabinet. But for Mezzy, for Flamesy, being on the precipice of getting their first Dupree, I mean, you've been there, albeit a few years ago. Tell me about the prospect of getting that in your trophy cabinet.
I mean, that's what everyone wants to achieve. That's the one thing that you want to go out and grab when you start playing Counter-Strike. That is why you spend countless of hours practicing with the team and playing individually. That is the one thing that it's the best thing you can do to cement yourself inside a Counter-Strike history, to go out and win a major. And we've seen multiple people do it, but only so few have done it like consistently. And obviously, for them to go out and win their first one means a lot to them. They have players on the team that has won them before, so they know that this team is capable of doing, and that gives some kind of security, maybe some confidence within inside the team. So hopefully, for Flamesy and Messi, they find themselves in a very good spot, and they can be very comfortable about winning this one.
I think what's cool about it is they're not just passengers. Mezzy and Flames have both had incredible moments throughout this run. Mezzy especially incredible clutches to help them get through the semifinals. So those guys have been putting in work as well.
Well, either way, gentlemen, it is time to throw things to a quick break before we can get this grand final underway. The 22nd Counter-Strike Major, MongolZ versus Vitality, going down after this.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
That's very much. The bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. Yeah. There are no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
time to show a better level to Vitality and show why we're the world #1 as well.
It's amazing, you know. It's a really honorable thing for our country and Asia region.
6 trophies in a row. They will accept nothing less than the world's best. Shanghai, not then! Young, next generation talent slay their demons!
Very important win for us.
We will win here. We come to here to win.
I feel like I can do always my best in this tournament. I know like if I play the best, I will destroy them.
A perfect season on the line for Vitality. Glory right there for the taking. No team that has come from this region has ever made it this far. The major grand final.
Just need to stick to our game.
Gonna try and run it out into the yard. Zaiwu Zorp is on the line. Oh. Second bounce. Coming alive. And NQZ provides the first. Big Uzera though needed to find more damage. Sends him from Sunlock. A smirk on his face. Sensational. Vitality have a day with destiny. This team has earned this final, and Vitality awaits. Here we go, Austin. It's a grand final. Get on your feet.
Let's go! It's been 3 weeks of unbelievable matches. Only one can be the winner today, and I'd like to take the side of the Mongols just for 1 second, because isn't what they have done what Counter-Strike is all about? Making something out of nothing. I mean, humble beginnings into a major final with the entire hopes of a nation resting on their shoulders, and I think a fair few Mongols fans here in Austin.
Oh yeah, they're definitely out there. Yes, indeed, that's right. Nothing in this world is given to you, especially on our digital battleground. Every pixel, every key press, every decision made in and out of the server all add up, culminating into a final form in pursuit of a trophy that is larger than life, and for most of us, unattainable.
Unattainable indeed, but for Vitality, they've had so many of them. But I remember a time in a place called Boston where we had a similar situation, a super team, you may say, on one side. And on the other side, a top 6 team of scrappy young guns that weren't actually meant to win.
No, they weren't. But you're damn right they did, Austin! And guess what? It is my honor, duty, and pleasure to introduce to y'all here in attendance today and around the world, the grand finalist of the Blast.TV Austin Major 2025.
This time can be different from the last time at the Shanghai. It's for our team, our country, our region.
Are you nervous? Just do my thing, trying to win, chasing the dreams.
I always think about my teammates. We're like family and brothers.
We're just 5 kids who enjoying CS, playing in front of the crowds. I have hope that USA people cheering for us. Yeah.
Everyone knows us. We need to be an inspiration to the younger generations.
Is it possible MongolZ era starts in Austin?
Why not? I think we can just beat them and raise that trophy. Yeah.
To be the guy with the most trophies and also considered the best IGL in history.
We are really looking for the win. You have so much pressure on you, you're thinking about your game plan, you individually, you need to be good. Everything combined it's a lot. I don't think it's possible to sleep.
If you were to lift the trophy, who would you dedicate this win to?
To the haters?
My family, I say, my mom, my grandmother. I was 9 years old and my grandmother was following me in a tournament. So that's something I love.
A lot of people don't want us to win. They like to Cinderella stories, FaZe or whoever they want. I want to prove them that it's bullshit. We know we're the big favorite. There is no doubt about it.
Every clutch has been leading up to this very moment, the major grand final, and it feels like it is a date with destiny. We have Vitality on one side of the server. Apex said it himself, heavy favorites coming into this arena. But on the other side, we have a Cinderella story in the making, Maui, and stranger things have happened in North American arenas.
Oh, of course. Nobody can forget what happened in Boston. And I know that the Mongols, they're not from Mongolia, but I know for all America, we welcome the Mongols.
I'm sure they're welcome in here, Freya, but question remains, though, they have the level in order to take it to Vitality. Can they beat what is currently the best team in the world? We've spoken about it already. Let's speak about win condition. Let's speak about what needs to happen in order for the Mongols to get it going. Sensu, big point of conversation, has had a fantastic playoff so far, but he's the one player that usually drops off the most versus Vitality. Now, we know Mirage is coming up as the first map as well, and guess what? They played in Dallas a month ago. I think the Mongols should have won that game. They look like the better team, but guess what player didn't show up in that game as well? Sensu. I think the biggest playmaker tonight, the biggest difference the Mongols can show up with is Sensu. If he plays well, I see them have a chance.
A massive win condition for the side of Mongols, as is 9-10. We've already talked about it, Maui, the fact that he is the highest rated player here in the playoffs, closely followed by Zywoo behind him. This is going to be a showdown for the ages in terms of the all thing.
I mean, 9-10, what he wants to do is take Vitality's lunch money, just like he did back in the LAN cafes in Mongolia, taking it from all the other fellow countrymen that he had. He's been a sharp shooter at these playoffs, and I feel like he is going to give absolutely everything to stick it to Vitality.
Well, we're calling them underdogs for a reason, because the odds heavily siding with Vitality. It makes sense, Jacob, but we love dreams here in NA. Do you think we're at least getting 3 maps in this grand final?
I would love to. I would love to see 3 maps, and I think there is a chance. I think there's a chance with Mirage in particular. I was diving into the stats as well, and if there's one weakness when it comes to Vitality under Mirage, the T side, they rely a lot on Zywoo. He's the only player who's gone positive KD in the last 3 months on Mirage. So if Zywoo is not playing well, the Mongols have a chance.
They say everything's bigger in Texas, and the stakes don't get any bigger than this. It's time to kick off the major grand final.
I want to ask you a question. What are your memories of me? I was there during your first big clutch. I could hear your heart pounding through the microphone. Do you remember your first setback? I remember those moments you wish you could forget.
FaZe Clan came a long way there. They came a very long way. Everybody felt like it was their major, but it wasn't meant to be.
The moments when you had done everything and it wasn't enough.
Na'Vi have been eliminated from the Blast World Finals in Singapore.
But I was there when that got better. The happiness. Breaking through the barrier you didn't know was there. I saw you improve. I saw what you could do. I remember thinking you'd quit. And I remember when you'd first felt greatness. I remember that through all the odds stacked against you, you found a way. Every last second diffused. Every friendship made and broken on your rise to the top. And the only thing left to ask is, will they remember you?
Ten of the world's greatest players stand before you. They have nowhere to run, and they have nowhere to hide. Tonight, we will watch them fight with their dreams on the line. Austin, Texas, pay close attention. Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine? Counter-Strike lives within us! America! The world is watching! And it's your time to shine! This is the Austin Major Grand Finals! Right here! Right now!
Hell yeah. Let's get it.
Somebody flies home a champion. Somebody goes home destroyed.
Everybody woke up today thinking this was their chance. Only one team leads with this trophy.
FlamZ to kick it off the teammate's flash. It's Techno down first, and it's an A site that's gonna get tested as 910 finds his slight opening. Single man advantage, Vitality slows it down. We're still just getting them stuck outside of that ramp though. Blitz gets a little bit of damage in, kills start to come back. Senzu's gonna try to save this.
Oh,
we go 2v2. They've evened it out for a second. Again, these slight mid-round pauses, but that bomb is gone. What do you have in the clutch? 910 early on.
Yeah, you got 910 in the 1-on-2. The guy who logs on today is the least hours of anybody else on this map. The least trophies, the least experience in this situation. And one of the most amazing op runs for someone of his stature in this playoffs.
Ooh, they let him have that space. So bombs planted, Glocks up. No kit for the two players. Rops takes a look before Apex arrives. Rops wants into the action, doesn't need his in-game leader to help him. Rops knows how to win. That is why he's here. That's why Vitality have made it. And so first round goes the way of the favorites.
Yeah, Rops incredibly decorated, and somebody who said, if we're going to lose a match, don't let it be this one. They got this far. The only player on the server that's been in every single CS2 major final, but also hasn't won one.
Look at the confidence on this though, right?
And the last two, we saw Spirit, we saw Na'Vi. This is their best chance yet. But what we have to understand about the Mongols is they've been a top 5 team this entire season. They are one of 6 teams that has even taken a map off of Vitality this season. In fact, they beat them twice on Nuke. And that's what makes this veto incredibly brave, because they had that option, yet they picked Mirage. They're leaning into their strengths. They've been very good on this map here in playoffs.
Within this playoffs, we saw FlamZ have a bit of an off first half within Mirage, then be able to kick it back up a notch for the attack. Every single piece of Vitality better come to play, because that's the one difference between this Mongols and the Mongols you've been watching all year long. Finally piecing it together in a playoffs. And it was a slow start versus Pain on this very same map. Didn't seem to shake them. They waited it out, they won a clutch, and from that point on, 13 rounds straight. Right now, Apex better be careful. Inside of that smoke reside a couple players. He doesn't like the risk of it, so he'll go back, lean away from the murder hole as we get a little bit of an expedition over towards the ramp.
Feels like he's in purgatory right now. We got FlamZ trying to smooth out this angle. A couple of good fights coming the way of Vitality. First one, Apex wins.
Zywoo then catching good timing inside a connector, knows that that pinch could be inbound. Blitz is gonna try to recover this. Again, not everybody with the best weapons. Tech9, what? A wallbang frag off that upgraded pistol. Do what you must to try to break down this A defense, but it looks like it's still gonna stand tall. Good timing on the peak from Apex, and Vitality convert this one with majority still alive.
Yeah, and he was a little bit everywhere this round. When it was at the back of window, I think there were not enough answers right there. Mongols got close. They got to the doormat of getting in the window, getting up the A ramp, but Vitality stayed vigilant. That's why they got those kills. We're gonna have Mongols chance in the building tonight. And the reason is, as someone from North America, we can all relate to being an underdog in Counter-Strike.
Feels like every region outside of Europe can rally behind the Mongols for that reason. They defeated Pain on the way. We saw what happened between the Brazilian scene and the Chinese teams here in Austin. The support goes beyond the borders. Desert Eagles across the board for this one. Single Tech9, they take their time with it, but again, Vitality not looking to play scared whatsoever. Floating out in middle. It's an absolute slaughter, barring MongolZ out through the palace. Unfortunately, doesn't have a bomb to go with that. Could have got the plant off, could have got the funds going. He could still chip away at it though. This Desert Eagle looking sharp.
He's grabbed a couple of skulls. Better gun now. Bomb not in a good spot. Vitality gonna try to chill. They have gotten, 1v3'd at this event. They have made a couple of mistakes early on in the game, but I think all that's just sharpened them up.
And Rops has got it cut down.
We're talking about Mongols playing against the best team in the world and drawing the comparison back to the last time we were in America. Boston beat Cloud9, were a top 6 team. They played against FaZe. These guys were the most stacked roster at the time in terms of legendary players, still near their prime or in their prime. But they didn't have a streak like Vitality have. They didn't have these 7 trophies in a row. That's what they're looking for.
Ahead of this playoffs, Mongols only had 4 playoff matches won throughout their endeavors. Cut shy so many times, but let's see if guns make a difference. Game begins here, round 4. Vitality established that buffer. How long's the lead last? Off the flash, Apex into the action, blitz. Ooh, almost let Apex regain his vision. Instead, we go 1 for 1.
He was in the Goldilocks zone right there between the molly and the smoke. MongolZ, he's been hitting some very intriguing shots.
And good timings. Takes a quick look at it. Opts not to swing wide. Blitz getting ever closer. Bomb starting to get inbound as well. Techno simultaneously taking a bit of a look on the other side. Maybe hoping to keep Vitality busy, but they stay active.
Yeah, it seems like they're fully aware of the setup now, actually. MongolZ he's already past the op line. He knows that no one's there on the site watching. This helps Blitz as well. He's the ward in the watchtower at the moment. I think the CTs don't know if they're found out yet, but FlamZ comes back to make sure.
Again, we've seen little tidbits of timings from both teams. Vitality keep just stepping into the action right when Mongols have this false sense of confidence. Single smoke and a single Molotov here for the Mongols. They go very quiet at 40 seconds. And how do you deal with that ramp control? I mean, that's really the Vitality strength in this position. Blitz trying to offer up some support so that Techno can move in.
Yes, opens up an ability to plan as well. They need to get rid of this A ramp setup, however.
910's Molotov. It's perfectly placed.
And they can plant for that smoke.
This
Perfect
is good.
utility usage.
For as much as Vitality feels like they've figured it out, Mongols working with very little, put it exactly where it needs to be, and then we start to see some missed shots. FlamZ drops the ball. Rops, though, maybe they didn't anticipate that second player, so now 9-10 gonna be fixated on this as Blitz attempts to catch connections on the others, but it is a stoic-looking ZywOo towards the catwalk, and a late move here from MongolZ. All three players working with the kits, still 2 smokes out here. Vitality do have time to play, but that time's starting to add an extra layer of pressure. Rops, while throwing grenades, Rops killed. The 9-10 has the cover. MongolZ's gonna try to close the distance. Blitz, good support. MongolZ in the middle goes down. Mongols perfectly pieced together.
You said game starts here, and it did. That rifle, they worked it all the way to the end. They slowed down there in the mid-round. It looked a little bit nervous. FlamZ came back, found his pickoff. He's been doing good work on the A ramp, but Blitz gets the really key frag right here. Connector control is what it's all about when you're going to go for the A split, and he's very careful from this position of getting to safe zones. Zeus joining us in the front row. Everybody wants to watch history. As Rob said it, history upon history if they're able to take this win.
It's the beauty of our finals tonight. Regardless of who wins, it is history. A damn near perfect season out of Vitality, or your first ever Asian major champions. Which is a sentence I think a lot of people in this room didn't think we would ever have to say. And yet, a lot of them in here want to say it. First round collected for the Mongols. It is evidence Vitality bleeds. Very low buy for Vitality as well. When we saw how perfectly that utility went down for the Mongols last round.
Yeah, they're not actually in a spot to prod into mid. Mahone brought up in the video before, MongolZ's usually here on Cat. ZywOo in his position to take his ticket pick, and they're trusting FlamZ. He's been doing so good on the ramp, but this guy's just watching Palace for him right now.
Here we go, Cat challenge. Nice shots by Rops.
Did they get the bomb on the way or not? They didn't.
Oh, it dropped,
They did not get the bomb.
Bomb fell inside of the smoke. You can take that B site. MongolZ just hit that dink. That's a ton of damage through the wall bang. Again, the kills start to come out for the Mongols, but now they're starting to realize the error of their ways.
Oh, who needs a bomb?
Bit of a challenge for ZywOo, but he misses his shot. And that bomb will get scooped back up as Rops went down. Galil pressed between the two. Catches ZywOo off. FlamZ, quick action into the play, but the bomb has gone the other direction. And his rotation back will be a treacherous path. If he thinks they're playing side by side, he is wrong. And as he comes through this doorway, he is cautious, but not cautious enough. Or is he? FlamZ collects it, but Senzu's there to trade. We go 2 rounds straight for the Mongols.
Nervous moment, nice shots from FlamZ. Good hot start from him early, but another great round for the Mongols. Vitality are getting tested. Bomb drops the way to face. Mzinho looks right into the ladder room. Very awkward moment if they didn't get the 2 kills and entries on the B site. This round could have totally fallen apart. Now, Vitality will have to get creative. Should be clear as day to the Mongols how much money they have to use.
They don't want to make a misstep. They don't want to fall to a mistake. USPs go swinging. Top middle control is everything. Coupled nicely with an underpass player as well. Singular USP frag comes out of Vitality. They stop wasting everybody's time, throw themselves at their enemies, and meet a bit of a brick wall. We are tied early on Mirage.
There's going to be certain benchmarks in this game to believe it's even possible that Vitality lose. And Mongols even tying the game at any point was won. It may seem like not much.
I feel like I'm back in Paris. Except it's better because there's way less French people.
But just as many French fries.
Yeah.
3-3. That's not small. We saw Mongol start 5-0 down versus Pain, came back, won 13 rounds in a row.
But no offense, Pain to Vitality. This defense better answer.
It would have been less meaningful if the game was close, but it really wasn't.
Ooh, through smoke, huh?
Wow.
9-10.
Eyes closed.
Forcing Apex to call from the sidelines. Odds are it was just over top of the smoke, so would have had vision on the peak. You peeked into the wrong guy today because 9-10 is tapping into playoff form. ZywOo actually just shoots through smoke.
I think he just shot to find it off the top corner of the smoke.
Hell yeah.
Amazing play out of him off the timing alone. That is an X-Factor frag. Look how it changes the complexion of the round here for the T side. They're starting to loop back around, go into their final idea, but now without mid.
That's dangerous, man. Just chucking guns around top middle. At any point, this could have happened. CT's come to take a look. But as the CTs try to carve that path towards middle with a distraction on catwalk.
That's too spotted.
Those are your A players from connector back to the bomb site. Mzinho up close, gets his head ripped clean off. Flamesy already on the multi-kill. A little bit of a delay here from the Palace peak, but it is gonna come in time. Flamesy going above and beyond. Triple kill so far, dropped. 15 health here for Blitz, and a first frag needed by Mezzi in a clutch. Blitz scours the battlefield, will not find the timing on the peak, and the Brit posts one when needed.
Yeah, as the last man standing, we can lean on Mezzi to create lots of moments like this. It's a setup 1v1 in his favor. It's Blitz without the information. But he's going to be rotating over and have to pull off some clutches. He did. Wow. Yeah, that move from ZywOo totally changes things. It was an unanswered trade to kick things off for Mongols until ZywOo just found a way to do it himself. We're going back to mid.
Slight limitation, but a faster pace. Mongo's gonna jump on this. ZywOo hears it coming. Blitz slides down, distracted by the cat player. Unable to stop it on connector. Flamesy offers up his back. Apex gives cover. And again, this A side holds for a bit, but these Tech-9s have found their opening yet again, and it's low health in sight. They try to take it over, but to do so, they'll have to still kill Techno, who plants that bomb on default. They'll join forces here. Vitality come in again, shoulder to shoulder. This time Mezzi with a bit more support in the Estonian. Space given over to Techno. He catches them off guard. But does he know about Mezzi, who's backed into another clutch? Back-to-back 1v1s. This time Techno has the equal amount of health, and the utility here to offset. Not gonna stop him. Techno in the zone. First clutch posted by Mongols.
Fought back for that first kill. 1v2 to close. Keeping this game close. We often see Techno fighting from the bottom of the scoreboard, but here we are in the major grand final and his first clutch of the night. They asked Blitz on the desk, how would you describe Techno? First thing he said, this is my brother.
Ooh. Second shot chance there for ZywOo.
And no easy rounds here for the Mongols. 5v4 already getting shot in the back as they're trying to get up on a cat, but look who's there. No one is in B. Bomb gets away safe.
They'll run it down. A prize for your efforts in Flamesy's Khalil.
Mongols said they take inspiration from the LG SK days. Talked about 9-10 having to travel so long to get to play at LANs, playing to be able to have a ticket to get home. You know, those kinds of stories, that kind of hunger, we hear coming out of many different regions as to why players play so well.
I mean, the perfect example is Fur. Used to do the same thing. You can win a LAN, you get 2 meals a day. You lose, where are you sleeping?
You know why I grew up in Toronto? I lost a LAN.
Bewildering journey for the Mongols. It's truly a tale of rags to riches, realizing their dreams round by round at the moment, because there is no denying this momentum has shifted. 5 of the last 6 rounds, all with the Mongols logo stamped across them. This is the Deagle that kicked it off. a slight hiccup on a road to a completely vacant B-bomb site, one that was understaffed.
I was disappointed to not see Nuke in this veto from the Mongols, but also they're showing us why they picked Mirage. Certainly Vitality were ready for that pick more than this one. Expressing dominance inside of mid. Oh, getting
nice
great
angle.
moments from ZywOo out of window on these smokes.
Perfectly positioned, getting a lot of impact out of this one, and they're not going to be able to stop him from repositioning either.
He's got so many openers or refrags from the spot.
Certainly trying to play like the best player in the world.
What's the curdled defense? You got no one in ladder room. Again, even though we've got 5 CTs up, they're playing on the perimeter, sort of.
Not going to be able to really find these players, though. Hidden inside of this B site. Mezzi floating around the bench, gets early damage onto Senzu. Will clean that one up. He's trying to set up all the distractions so that Robs can do what he does. Hit you from the side. He will do exactly that. Dropping bomb in the process. B site held. B site holds real strong. And so with a repetitive success story down towards A, we get a resurgence from Vitality.
Last series they played was so close. Ended 13-11. Mongols and Blitz, when asked what he thinks about this final, he's not someone to tell jokes. Said it's about 50-50 in his head. And if you watch the last series, it was 50-50. It was extremely close game. The streak almost ended there.
What you're looking at right now is Counter-Strike, folks. Counter-Strike in the heart of Texas. Mara and Xtaz. Trying to keep everybody's nerves under wraps.
And nerves may be a conversation that comes into play. We'll see. We'll see when and where. But for now, we see the Mongols open up after getting crushed and collapsed versus FaZe last stage into playing them in playoffs, where you'd think FaZe would have an even bigger advantage, and standing up to all of their previous losses, sort of undignified exits, whether it was Shanghai or some of the other events that they played. Stood up to it all, played their best, yes. Round 11, we're talking about 2 AKs here for the Mongols.
Yes, sir. Off the tack pause, don't forget it. Kind of plan is in place. Apex was the result of a few early deaths. Still has a great scoreline. ZywOo's taking up that space left in middle, this time doing it on his own. He floats back into safety.
Crazy how many unsupported kills that ZywOo has gotten by himself in these mid-round moments, sort of mysteriously appearing in the window, testing a smoke on a certain timing. But if you ask me, Mongols are taking over mid this often. If they get it consistently, they're definitely going to find their rounds. ZywOo down, but with a trade.
Apex in that pregame says he wants to be remembered as the greatest in-game leader to ever do it, that he wants to be the player with the most trophies.
Okay, here it comes, the full attack. The actual rotation from Vitality is incorrect. We got...
Man, no support elements whatsoever, just Mezzi singly sitting here. Sure, pistols in the front of this apartment's push ahead of that bomb, but it's also a question about joining up with the cat hit that eventually Senzu's gonna put in place. Senzu floats around the ladder room. Here's that help. Apex is dead. Mezzi goes down with nothing to the hand of the Desert Eagle. Just the pistol to break open the site. And then Techno goes one better. Rotator also dead. And so working with less doesn't seem to hold back the Mongols.
They're here to put on a show. No one can say they aren't playing their best right now. That was 2 AKs coming into this round versus the world's best.
This is Blitz catching the opening. An opening kill that definitely delayed the rotation from Robs as well, who we see fall inside the market. Oh, glimpse of it there for Mzinho, so he knows to be on high alert, but what a reaction.
Oh. Yeah, from Mezzi's POV, seemed impossible.
That is grass-fed American beef.
Mezzi wants to take a bite for sure.
Doesn't have a head to do it. One Desert Eagle shot. So now already we're seeing Vitality lose to straight up gun rounds. Vitality lose ZywOo in the middle of the map, lose to pistols.
We go one major back. Obviously, Senzu wasn't there, but you know who was? MZinho. In that playoff game on Ancient, it was MZinho who looked like he was unaffected. The player that looks like he plays well beyond his years.
Again, they're going to try to float around top mid. There's bodies here in 9-10, but he's gone, so if you want to chase him, it's a bit too late. You'll have that mid control, it frees up Rops to lean forward. When we saw Flamesy struggling as the A anchor in a previous playoff game, that is exactly when Rops started to take over the responsibility of the site. And seeing as Mongols have won rounds on this half of the map, look at the justification behind this stack up. ZywOo is not a part of the hold though. And so Vitality are gonna have to prove that they can do it without Lilu. He will take his sweet time on this flank, and the Mongols not looking like they need much more time. But if MZinho lingers with that bomb, ZywOo could have caught him. Insta-kill here from Senzu. Rops plays off of the balcony, but you still have Apex under wraps, hidden in the shadows, and he's making a move. Oh, he lets them plant. No way he lets that go down. Now he puts it on to the back of his teammates for the retake.
Wasn't spotted.
It got picked back up. 9-10.
Wait, look how Techno's scaling here.
Oh, so just through the side of it. Mezzi, how many clutches can he be put into, and how many can he come up with? Health advantage once more. Hits the headshot. And so the Mongols will take a 2-run lead on the T side of their map peak. Proof is in the pudding. Vitality bleed.
We're here at the Alienware booth inside the Moody Center, and for anyone that is visiting the major, you can come here yourself and test out these amazing setups using the latest Alienware technology that I'm sure you'll want to be able to try. Because right now, we've got MongolZ's Yimfat with us over here, FaZe's Elige, and they're going to be having a 1v1. We're going to be testing out the QD OLED. It's a 27-inch monitor coming out from Alienware, and it is looking crispy, it's looking fine. We're going to put it to the test in a 1v1 with some of our best players. So let's get into it. You guys are ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Hands on the mouse, be prepared.
Yeah.
So we're playing some arena. Elige, you have a bit of experience with these monitors, right? Talk to me, what are you feeling so far?
Yeah, so far it feels really smooth. Initial impressions is it is like really big compared to my monitor, since we usually play on 24-inch monitors, and then this one's 27. But yeah, at home I've used the 500 hertz Alienware before, so yeah, I'm no stranger to it.
Do you notice some specific differences when you're seeing the OLED?
I think that, I mean, the response time is obviously great. I mean, just from like the test, that OLED should have like really low response time, so it's fun to try it now.
So this should be faster than what we're normally cooking with at events.
Exactly.
Okay, I like that. And you are owning right now. There we go. Okay, I'll come over to your side.
I need some confidence. The James effect.
I'll give you some confidence boosting. How are you finding it, Yimmy?
I like it. For me, like the biggest change is the size.
Yeah.
And I can for sure like see also the resolution.
It looks crazy clean.
Really, really crisp, yeah.
Yeah.
But also like the monitor leg. So I can feel it like really well in between like my keyboard and mouse. Like it's pretty
so it's not
for
sticking
me.
out, right?
Yeah. I like it. Can you check the score?
You're getting cooked right now. The score is not looking good, Jim.
It's not that bad.
You mentioned it already, Elige, right? That obviously we're always sat on 24-inch, for example. Could something like this, could we move to OLED? Could we move to a bigger monitor? Would that become the norm in the future as things change, as technology advances?
I don't see why not. I think just a lot of players like don't like trying new things. But I think that if they feel like how good the response time is and everything feels fast, there's no problems like with the software or anything, and people are used to their settings, then I don't see why not.
Gimme, you got to lock in, man.
Oh, here we are. There it is.
Okay, now he's back.
One more.
Oh, 100 for Elige.
Okay.
76 for Yimfat. GG's. Look at you shaking off the handoff.
100, that's a lot. We just played for a while, actually.
There we have it. Elige wins the Alienware 1v1 between our professional players. But you guys, you can come on here to the Alienware booth if you've got your tickets for the major and have a chance of winning this monitor. Put your skills to the test, and at the end of the day, you might be able to walk away with this yourselves and take it home. I'm so jealous if you get to do that because this is looking fantastic right now. So good luck, have fun. Make sure you come on down to here.
Wielding a couple of very important rounds at the end of that one. Mongols may have started this half slowly, but they don't give a damn. They kick it right back into gear to close it. They deny a couple of clutches. And they have won rounds where they didn't even have full guns. That little bit of X factor that you need to pull off a major championship win, we've seen the ingredients already.
You know what I loved about it? They're getting, both teams have a little carry from the bottom, right? Techno and Mezzi, two players who both put up clutch rounds when they needed to. Techno denying Mezzi in the end. This allows this to not just be a tied scoreline at the end of the first half. 7-5 here on map 1. What Mongols fail to do every time they meet Vitality. Oh, and a special thank you to all of our production, working tirelessly for these last few weeks.
All night long last night.
What Mongols failed to do was win their map pick. They could win Nuke, but that was always Vitality's pick in the series.
Fast moves from Vitality, though. And one of the things in the kick-up of their T-side will be Flamesy on the entries, but a well-timed flashbang stopped it for a second. Little recoveries, we go 2 kills each. Senzu tries to find contact off Cat. Blitz is gonna go alone. Never mind, excuse me, him and Techno just split up, moving over so close together that it kind of frazzles Flamesy out of his preferred post-plant position. Bomb down behind triple. They're gonna try to push at Senzu for a second.
Yeah, they've crawled up. Senzu, if he stays alive, we'll see.
Ticket players start to get that retake going. They have really closed the distance, but maybe to their demise. Senzu and Techno will clear out that bomb site, and a pistol win for the Mongols. That lead begins to grow.
Yes, this starts to get into insurmountable territory, especially with the confidence. They're smiling here in this major final. A far cry from the Mongols we're used to seeing in playoffs. But Vitality are a team that have been tested. They've been tested many times, whether it was in the best of 5s or in those individual series in their past ones versus the Mongols. The simple fact is they have not lost. There was such a big difference from a lead and a victory. 1AK comes into this round on Zaiwu.
Zaiwu currently sitting negative in the face of a white-hot Senzu Blitz and Techno core. And with the crowd rallying behind them, they are only going to grow more and more confident as their lead grows with it. Apex needs a second to stew in it. In his pre-match interview, said this crowd wants a Cinderella story and he's here to prove that all that's bullshit. How's it feel now? 3-round lead over top of Vitality.
Considering the strat that's coming forward, there is going to be one player isolated. Significant, actually, utility advantage to Vitality as they come onto the site. Mzinho, can he really stop this? 910 gets comfortable inside smokes as well.
Yeah, trying to lock it in. There doesn't look like there's fire here for 910. He'll find Mezzi's head instantly. Palace player delayed for a second. Flashbang gets the That is some shooting. That is 910 full control. Blitz right behind him.
Not even a Frenchman can do that with a FAMAS.
Brick wall. On the brink of double digits.
This move, okay, how often would you get locked up in this position and think, okay, I'm just gonna chill, let my teammates come and help me? No, he goes out wide for this. He knows there's gonna be multiple players on his screen, but they come to help him. He hits that spray transfer, and Mongols hit 9.
Getting double digits should now be easy. We're talking upgraded pistols for Vitality without Kevlar. 3 players behind it, 910, not satiated yet. It is bloodlust from an Opper who is making a highlight reel with rifles, but he's gonna get caught by this P250 bottom middle. All good, Senzu will pick it up. And when Senzu hits that top rope, he's gonna catch Flamesy top mid, bomb down, drops late to the party, doubling the rounds of Vitality.
Senzu on 17 frags here in this major final. 17 frags in this major final. From a total collapse of the last major. to a winning position at this one. The question was, when would they find the breakthrough? Mentally, it's the hardest part of the game. It's the other half. Everybody on Vitality has gone through hell and back trying to figure out the mental side of this game, and they've done a fantastic job of staying near the top, even on their lows, picking up a trophy every year, and now pushing towards that era. Mongols are the youngest team here, so you think maybe they take an extra couple of years before the players start maturing, maybe one more roster move. No, it looks like they found their 5.
Or if they really got lucky, maybe at the start of the second half of this year. A little more time to figure out Vitality is what we thought everybody needed. 10 goes deep, and it's going to be Apex sidelined early yet again. We saw the Mongols break through with their first gun round on their T side. Vitality had a high hope of doing the exact same, and if you want to do it now, it's off this 4v5.
Even though Apex isn't the top fragger on the team, taking out the IGL, especially someone like Apex, such a big voice, calling from dead is so difficult. If there's someone you want to tilt, it's Apex. I don't think it's easy to do, but FlameZ is somebody who people have referenced, past teammates, as he could be the next IGL on the team. He could be the second biggest voice. He didn't have the maturity or the experience, but he's gotten there now.
45 seconds, top con smoke goes down, gives them a little room to work within it, so they thought. 910's got other ideas, and nothing comes from free at the moment.
No, these shots are filthy.
Right back to the top of Tiki, he'll go. They're gonna try to slam their way through it. Over top of the staircase goes the bomb, still just stuttering out. Senzu puts that M4 right against the smoke, and there seems to be no open room. There seems to be no solution at the moment.
Taking off angles on fading smokes, peeking off of Ticket on these timings. Going deep on B. Mongols are playing to win.
It is active, confident moves. It is constant pressure. It is fearless Counter-Strike being weaponized against the world's #1.
(11-5) for the Mongols.
We saw Mao's embarrass Vitality on the second map of that semifinals, but we thought to ourselves, that was the team who has the most reps against Vitality. The one that was slowly piecing together some kind of comfort zone. No comfort whatsoever. 910 hits another. He doesn't miss shots. And so this space dries up. He will do it all if he has to. As the others fight for him, no help is coming from Vitality. Calls the emergency services. Vitality lay dead ahead. There is no resuscitating this map.
Posterized for map points. With history upon history on the line, you know who to call.
Double op setup comes up from the two players with 19 kills a pop. It is a rare sight to beat Vitality in a map. It's another to embarrass them. They rose through the floor today with confidence. Those grins drained from their faces. We're gonna get another pop-up through Connector. Is there any chance that Vitality make this a game? Is there any chance that they avoid total collapse in the face of the Mongols? Mirage their map pick. And you can see the confidence, you can feel the confidence. 9-10 yet again into that kill feed. Will he ever stop? Him and Senzu combining with the Ox yet again. Techno backs turn to him, and the headshots follow through. No respect. It is a Vitality face dead on arrival. Mongols shock the world. Map 1 in their back pocket. Their dreams on the line, and no sign of slowing down.
Their best win over Vitality yet. They take their map pick for the first time in this head-to-head, and they do it on the biggest stage.
They absolutely do. Techno, unbelievable first map. What is it like sitting right there, playing the way you are, with everyone here cheering for the Mongols?
Well, it feels so amazing. In the end, we won the first map, but the match is not done yet.
It's not done yet, so I'll let you go. Thank you very much, Techno. Still one more to go.
It's not done yet, but talk about a fearless face from the Mongols on map number 1. I am simply stunned, Maui, to put it up not only to the world #1s like that from the Mongols. First time they've managed to take their map pick versus Vitality, and they do it on the most grand of stages.
I am stunned. I am flabbergasted. I'm downright shocked that the Mongols came out with that much force. That was an unbelievable show of skill and show of nerve. The fact that the whole story with Senzu for the entirety of the last 9 months has been, when is he going to get it together against top teams in the world on big stages? And he absolutely obliterated them. But it wasn't just him, it was a team effort. I'd say every single person on the Mongols had contributing moments. And I'm going to say, I don't think Vitality, they definitely didn't feel like themselves on that stage.
This is the greatest map of Counter-Strike the Mongols has ever played. To do it in this scenery, to do it in this game, to do it with everything that's at stake, to have Senzu finally coming live, to have 9-10 blistering all over the place, to have Blitz in the beginning of the game, keeping the Mongols alive and keeping them competitive. Everything came together for the Mongols. They played the best Counter-Strike this team has ever played, and what a time to do that.
It's insane, right? Because we're talking about Vitality having the start that was ideal for them in this particular map, and then Mongols just absolutely running away with it. Flawless CT side as well. This is stunning. There's a reason why we're lost for words in this moment.
At first, it really felt like, oh no, like Vitality's gonna just make it a slaughter. Then we see a round from Mongols. Then they start chipping away. Close victories, ones that are won down to the last couple players. But then they just start gaining momentum and they start just winning handily. And yeah, Freya, that CT side, you're right. That was not even close. And in this one, round 8, this is another round that kind of felt like this could go the way of Vitality. But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Blitz and Techno connecting for a 2 versus 4. And Techno in this ice cold pim.
Ice cold, just like an interview. You know, he's a man that doesn't show a lot of emotions, but the way he's positioning himself, getting the first kill, well aware where the second player can be at as well. But look at this positioning as well. He's proactively looking for the duel, proactively seeking the duel. He's not afraid. He doesn't care that he's up against Messi. He doesn't care that he's up against Vitality. He's going to win out that round by proactively take the fight to Vitality. And that's exactly what the Mongols did throughout the entirety of the game. They were the ones taking the fight to Vitality. They weren't sitting back and waiting for it to come to them. Nah. They wanted to win on their own terms, and they did.
I'm so glad that it's Techno 2 to do it, because so many people have been calling for his head because his numbers are low, okay? Like, it's fair to admit that his numbers have been low, but he's always been a team player. He's always been a guy that runs in first. If there's no flashbangs left for the Mongols, he's the guy that's just sent on a really suicide entry mission, and then all of the other players collect the kills in his wake. So for him to have pop-off moments like that, you know the skill's always been there. Like, his first bullet accuracy is crazy. I love the presence of mind, though, to go for all these repositions in the 1v1.
Even when the Mongols didn't have the ideal weaponry on their side, it still didn't matter for them, Maui. We've got round number 11, a perfect illustration of, yeah, Mongols just going for it, not giving a damn where Vitality is in this one.
No, I mean, this one was also just so ridiculous. I felt like Vitality, they had to recover the half here, but 1-for-1 trade at the beginning of the round. But this is just a great crunch onto the B bomb site. Senzu finds a Apex that is really just hunting for information, but the Mizzino Deagle that comes out here to just chime in, like he 90-degree turns to take out Mezzi, and even more just insult to injury as Rops is already, everybody's in rotating positions. Like they knew what was coming, Vitality, but MongolZ, they just took the fight right to him and they hit their shots.
They did hit their shots, and it's also a sharp contrast to what we saw when they were playing in the quarterfinal versus Na'Vi. CT side of Mirage, it was Rops playing exceptionally well as an anchor position. Messi, dare say, overperformed as well, had a fantastic CT side. Today, he was nowhere to be found. There were a couple of moments this round alone as well where, yes, it's not to be expected from Messi to get a double kill right here, but that's what he did in the quarterfinal. That's what he did in the semifinal, and that's what Vitality were missing here on the CT side. Some of those individual, the anchor players, in particular, Rops and Messi, didn't have a great showing compared to what they did in the quarterfinal and in the semifinal.
Yeah, let's wrap up the story of that first half. We got round number 12. Once again, Techno really showing up, paying off in dividends.
I mean, the fact that Techno ended this game with 67 ADR, was it like, how's that even possible? Like he's getting all of these clutches, he's getting all of these super high impact moments, and to one-tap Mezzi at the very end of the half to close it, like, I love that Senzu is the one that's just shocked that he's sitting next to Techno, but usually it's the other way around.
Usually it is the other way around, but we got to give it up to Senzu as well. You know, Techno, big man of the first half. Senzu, second half, he was the biggest point of conversation coming into this grand final because he's been stepping it up in the playoff. He's been criticized for not always showing up in the playoff. The MongolZ have had a habit of not playing their best brand of Counter-Strike in the quarterfinals and in the few semifinals they've been in. Senzu has been the guy who's had the biggest drop-off, and in particular versus Vitality, every time they faced him, he's been the one player who haven't been able to step up to the occasion. Tonight, though, on Mirage, he was firing on all cylinders. It felt like Senzu didn't care about that. Felt like there's never been an issue. It felt like there's never been a complex whatsoever, Maui. He was hitting all the shots, taking all the duels, and I love that. Every single package you're going to see from this game, every single highlight you're going to see from this game, it's the MongolZ proactively seeking the fights.
You look at the highlights there from Senzu, and that's what you got in highlight packages for Senzu in a group stage, in an opening match of a tournament. We had rarely seen it on the big stages, even though victories versus Pain, versus FaZe, you could make the argument, and you could sincerely make this argument, that they're not top teams, they weren't in top form, and that it was always these better teams that just really put him in the dirt, made him look like he was not a player deserving of a top 20 placement at all as an individual. But these kinds of games, you see the full potential of Senzu on display.
Now, I'm going to be honest with this one. We were sprinting from the green room up here when we heard the crowd absolutely erupt. This is the 9-10 ace. We've got round number 17 ready to queue up for you guys, whilst the MongolZ fans are cheering behind us. I want to see this one in person because all I could hear was just the screams of the crowd.
Well, 9-10 had a fantastic game as well, and this round is empathizing that entire thing, right? Hitting all the shots with the AWPs, being flashed off positions, and again, look how he's walking into the duel. Look how he's forcing the Vitality players to fight him. And the fact of the matter is, he's just pulling out the duels, going for it again. They're playing with full confidence. I hate to use that word, you know, in a sense that, yeah, players have to play with confidence, and it's such a vague term, but I think this game is a great reference for that. All the MongolZ players were feeling themselves, they were playing with confidence, and they believed that every time they took a fight, Mari, that they were actually the better players than Vitality.
I just love that 9-10 continuing to be the best player in these playoffs.
He's en route to be the MVP of this tournament.
That is the most unbelievable storyline, that he humbled FaZe, that he made Pain look pedestrian, and now he's sticking it to Vitality. Like, if you took the nameplates off, if you didn't even know that this was Vitality in the server, you think this is just some random Mongolian team that the MongolZ are beating down on.
It's crazy. It's crazy to see 9-10 play this well. It's crazy to see the MongolZ play this well, but I also do want to say it is map one. It is their own map pick. It is Mirage, and so far in this tournament, they've looked hella good on it. They haven't lost on it. They haven't given up double digits. We expected Vitality to come in here and probably beat the MongolZ 2-0, but if there was a ticket to buy your way into this grand final for the MongolZ, if there ever was a world where they could potentially dream about winning the entire thing, they had to win Mirage. It's the fashion they win in that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, what was lacking for Vitality in this one? Because obviously we saw this happen. There was a little fumble versus MongolZ, but that was map number 2. When you're starting a series off like this, a grand final at that, are we worried for Vitality moving on to map 2?
I feel like this is a rare game where I saw ZywOo start kind of slow, and he sort of caught up, but he didn't actually ascend. Usually you get that point maybe 7 rounds in, 10 rounds into a game where ZywOo just starts getting 2K after 3K, and you know, I don't want to boil it all down to him. It's a team game. Mezzi wasn't getting too many kills on his anchoring positions towards B either, but usually he's the guy that just saves them. He is the savior of this team, and this time around, he was getting killed. Like, Techno actually won one of his 1v2 clutches against ZywOo. Like, he tapped him out as he was waiting for ZywOo to peek into an angle. So those kinds of moments are all fading the way of the Mongols at present.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily getting worried for Vitality just yet, because we have seen these weird games, you know, throughout the tournament where they just completely lose it. We had Apex standing here yesterday in this exact position saying that, yeah, I don't know what happened on Inferno against Mouse. We didn't show up whatsoever. Then we all saw what happened on map number 3. We all saw what happened when they bounced back immediately into it. So they've shown they can do that. Same happened in the group stage. Legacy, they lose 13-3. You think, what is going on? Then they went on a clean sweep and just destroyed everyone. So in terms of Vitality and where they're at right now, that is one to forget. There's nothing they can take away from Mirage, and use on Dust 2. They have to forget all about it, and then they have to make another bounce back, which in fairness, they have done twice.
Yeah, you've just got to move on at this point. Put this one in the rearview mirror. But looking forward to Dust 2, it is a curious pick for Vitality, right? There was a case to be made that maybe they should have been going with the tried and tested Nuke. What's your takeaway from this pick, Maui?
So the argument against Nuke is that the Mongols have won that twice in a row against Vitality. However, I feel like if you're Apex, your entire legacy as an IGL is almost grounded on Nuke. He's been so good at it with every iteration of all of the players he's had, it donning the Vitality jersey. So for him to move away from it here, to me, it's a sign of he recognizes this matchup and they can't find a solution. So going to Dust 2, it almost, in a weird way, feels like you're trying to fix something that isn't really that broke against other teams. It's just been broken against Mongols. All in all, I'm really scared. I am a bit scared for Vitality. I know they have the potential to bounce back. I wish it was on Nuke, though, just because they can settle down. They can reset so much better because they control so many of the situations so much easier and comprehensively than Dust.
I slightly disagree in the sense that they have to start on the T side if they were to go on Nuke, and I don't think that would be great right now for Vitality. It's harder, you know, to get into the game on the T side. On a map like Nuke, you do face a potential situation where you lose the pistol, you lose the first buy round, and then you find yourself on a very difficult T side versus the Mongols playing on all cylinders. So in a way, I'm almost happy that it's Dust 2. That's an open map. That's a map where all players can express themselves. So if everything we talk about, with ZywOo being the greatest of all time, with FlameZ having impact, with Messi, you know, getting the flowers that he finally deserves, with Robs being a fantastic signing, that's a map that is basically enabling all players to express themselves at any moment because it's such an open design. So if Vitality truly is the better team with the better players tonight, at least they get a chance to show it.
But either way, Mongols now just one map from making history here in Austin. But it's going to be a tough feat to be achieving as Dust 2 does await on the other side of this break.
Shoot him!
Do it for the fans.
Sorry. Ninja. That was tough.
Now, they say everything is bigger in Texas, and that's certainly true down in the Moody Center as we are down at the Alienware giant laptop where I've got Maui for scale for this big bad boy. Teams have got 3 minutes to get as many kills as they can on repeak by refrag. Our first duo up to bat, we have got JL and Imi from Na'Vi. Welcome to the stadium, gentlemen.
They got some shooters.
What's the technique, guys? You're going for the movement, you're going for the line-up and the shooting.
Practice, we just started now.
Okay, ready, guys?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, what?
Did I hear a dink? Okay.
Okay, good.
Firebox.
Shuhei in the back is yelling out fake comms. I like it. The distractions are there. It's a really arena setting that we're getting. Get a good pre-aim in there. Long-range shot. And shot on the missile.
Go forward. Sorry, my bad.
Wait, let me check. Nope.
Okay, 45 seconds left.
Oh, shit.
45 seconds.
Wait, where is it?
One more. They need one more.
It's fine. It's out of here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. You gotta get some more kills, guys.
We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're done.
11.
Time is
That was
up.
tough. I'm not gonna lie.
It was okay for a while.
That was tough.
Okay, so we've had Na'Vi. They did a pretty impressive 29 kills. We've got some competitors waiting in the wings, and I hear Maui, they've been practicing a lot. You got Team Liquid, Shuhei, Ultimate, next up to bat. Come on in, guys. Come on in.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Two.
Okay, we lost 3 seconds.
All right, it's a rocky start. It's a bit of a rocky start, but we're getting somewhere. Okay, that's 2 already.
Ninja.
Oh, you can see
shadow?
these pro players have better eyes. Okay.
Or you need to move around a little bit, you know? Oh my god, the spray!
Ready?
Swing! It's okay, come
That's
in,
gonna
breathe.
eat into your time.
Come on, guys, come on. Do it for the fans, let's go.
Send it, come in!
Where are you getting shot from? Rain loves playing there.
You got 5,
Get this
4,
one.
3,
One more, get one more.
2,
Spring after this, shoot it! Nice job, guys.
Okay, suspense, it's killing me, Maui, but it's time to announce our winner of the Alienware Giant Laptop Competition. It is... Navi! Congratulations, guys. Any winning words you want to say to everybody rooting for you out there?
I mean, first of all, it was too easy. We beat them by 1 kill.
It was all rigged. We all know it.
All rigged.
Hey, sure, you can give it another go. You can get
We're contacting ESIC.
Yeah, as you should.
I've got Navi legend and major champion Zeus with me here, live in the grand finals. Zeus, what do you think of this crowd? What do you think of this culture?
Hello guys, I'm very happy to stay here. It's like very big tournament, big arena. It's a crazy major and very many people, USA, really many fans, Counter-Strike. I don't know why, because this is not popular game in USA, but here it's like full stadium and I like here. I like it. It's crazy emotion. It's cool.
We do love that. I got to ask you, who do you think is winning this major, Vitality or MongolZ?
I really think about, oh my God, it's like Vitality have more chance. I won't win Vitality, but it's crazy. MongolZ maybe wins this major. I don't know why. This is crazy.
He doesn't know why. We don't know why. We'll wait and see what happens.
I'm sure the crowd would love to be seeing that become a reality, but one more map separates them from potentially sealing that fairy tale run. That is going to be Vitality's map pick, though. Dust 2, MongolZ choosing to start on the T side of things. How does that tee us up coming into the second map, Jason?
Well, first of all, I mean, you gotta like 9, 10, and Senzu have actually showed up. That was a big point for us, so that's going to be a dangerous point for Vitality. And you put them on a map like Dust 2, Dupree, you know the open space, the skill can shine. Vitality might have actually walked themselves into a trap, and this map could be very, very dangerous.
I'm very excited to see if MongolZ can keep up the high level, because Vitality was nowhere defined, but they were shell-shocked at the MongolZ sheer aggressiveness and the way they turned up on Mirage. Apex was probably the only one that decided to show up on this server, and his teammates has let him down a little bit. If there's one thing that can get Apex fired up, that is when his teammates is not playing well, and I guarantee that is a talking point that they've had throughout the break.
I bet that was a very intense talk they had in between the maps. Apex was probably on their ass right now because they just got punched in the face, and the fun thing is, with champions, when they get punched in the face, they come back harder. And we've seen Vitality do it a number of times in this run, but man, a tough prospect on a big stage.
I think a lot of us, we're questioning the logic behind this Dust 2 pick, because we're talking about the openness of this map, the ability for it to get scrappy, it get very, very messy. Why do you think Vitality have gone with this, maybe instead of the more, I guess, presumed pick and tried and tested of Nuke?
Well, obviously Dust 2 is a comfort pick for Vitality. It's a map that they've played a lot. It's a place where ZywOo can be very active, he can roam around a lot. He's the AWP player, and I've talked about many times that Dust 2 can be the AWP's paradise, and obviously we need to see ZywOo step into the superstar shoes that he has. So for Vitality to find themselves down in this grand final, that has been very unexpected, but obviously that will also be a case where he needs the rest of his teams to step up. We need to have some more out of Flamesy, we need to see Robs be more activated on the lurks. There's a lot of things that Vitality has to do better.
I think you're 100% correct, but for me, I put it all on ZywOo. He's the best player, and the difference of ZywOo in 2025 has been his willingness to be the guy, his willingness to step up and say, I'm not going to let my team lose this match, lose this map. That has to be the ZywOo we get in the server right now. He's got a humble 9-10 and keep him down for the entirety of Dust 2, but ZywOo can carry this team to a third map.
I think he undoubtedly can, but there's a hell of a lot of people cheering for the Mongols, not only in this arena, but all the way over in Mongolia. This is coming at you live from Ulaanbaatar, the capital city. 4 in the morning. Look how many people have shown up. That gives me chills, that gives me goosebumps.
This is absolutely madness. What a support they get from their home country, and also what a support they get from the crowd in here.
Yeah, I mean, why not? How can you not after that first map of play? That's been so exciting. That's the crazy thing. Watching them show up on a stage and not have any fear in the grand final. They beat all the questions we had for them in this run, and now in the major final, they're reaping the rewards. They've turned the corner. They're not afraid of the fights. They're not afraid of the names, and they're having fun dumpstering Vitality.
And they can feel it. You can see the motions going on in the MongolZ. Usually it's a team that doesn't show too many, but right now they are feeling it. They're feeling everything inside the server. They feel their teammates. They can feel the hype. Everything is just going crazy.
I'm curious to see how the live odds have shifted now that the Mongols took that first map handedly for the first time probably in history in this head-to-head. They're the favorites, but is that the reality? Are we going to 3 maps, or do the Mongols take it in 2?
We're definitely going to a 3rd.
I can't see a team like Vitality not letting this go to a 3rd, not taking it to a 3rd map.
Well, potentially the Mongols have an opportunity to make history here tonight, but it's going to be a tough challenge on Dust 2.
You can believe your eyes, Austin. This is indeed happening. 1 map in the Mongols' back pocket.
This could have been Astralis versus Ents or Berlin, or it could have been them versus Avangard, a match that's ended 2-0 to the favored team, but instead we got Mongols taking a map, already making history here. But Apex said it after this whole long season of winning. Nothing is without the best of 3, the final, the grand final here at the Major. No career is complete without a Major. No Major is complete without a crowd. No crowd is complete without noise. So Austin, let's get loud!
Dust 2 is where they rebound if they're gonna put up any sort of fight. Vitality, folks, down a map, but the desk said it. When the favorites get hit that hard, sometimes they come back swift.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can, because there's no doubt in my mind that they feel like a shell of themselves after that ass whooping on Mirage. Rop sits down in lower tunnels. He will wait, 3 players ahead of him. Those dual Berettas ready to roar, ready to get this game back under wraps. But instead he's toppled, and so Vitality will get a single-man advantage, and the Mongols have a chance to redirect. But not for long. Flashbang off of Catwalk, well-timed. Unfortunately, Flamesy unable to get the kill right there with it.
Yeah, they get the info, but it's only worth so much in this spot still early in the round. This duel will be the next most important. Oh, and I don't know if that's one-way street on the information, but you see, maybe it wasn't.
He's still looking. Oh my God, this is timing. This is timing.
Oh, he missed him on the pole. He could not see him.
Turns and shoots him in the back of the head, so we go 4 versus 2. Much needed pistol here, just for the spirit of Team Vitality to come alive on this second map. Because Mirage was miraculous. Not just a win for the Mongols, but a total shutdown of the world #1. But don't you remember this exact same feeling when Vitality picked up the first pistol, converted for 3 rounds, and then the Horde came running at them for the next 13?
That's right, and that's even scarier when, you think about the scoreline. It was so much propped up for Vitality's side, even by that pistol in their conversions. So they know they've got a lot of work to do, and it's the kind of game where, you wish you could hear what Apex said to his team, because that's when he gets the most fired up.
I would pay for that pep talk.
Yeah, yeah. And we've also seen him be very gracious to his teammates in their dark moments recently, only adding to their resilience, I'm sure.
Whether that's in between rounds or in between maps, if you want to be remembered as one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time, then you need to be a leader of men. You need to know the human psyche and how to pull players out of those dark pits of disappointment and self-doubt. It's made easy versus pistols. We saw Vitality confidently taking these sorts of fights at the beginning of Mirage. They will do the exact same. We walked the same road as we did at the start of map 1. 2-0 start, Vitality.
Yes, it's clean, and there's no plant on this round like we saw last time. Money's going to come in a little bit slower. We've seen some heaters from the Mongols on Dust 2, but no one's testing the map pool of Vitality in general. This is a series that's destined to go 3 maps, dare I say.
That's a bold claim.
It can all change with a little change of scenery. Vitality will call that one a warm-up and move on. Let's see if Mongols can give them an early shock here.
Nothing from Mezzi on the spam. They're already all climbed up. Everybody for the Mongol squad prepped and poised to hit this site. And off a few pieces of utility, they're ready to roll. So Apex with a FAMAS and a well-placed grenade. That is a good amount of damage across the board. Another piece of utility hits the perfect point of that pack. And now FlamZ has lost his teammates within that site. Somehow 910 connects to the headshot. FlamZ closing this distance. Wild move for him to get into the action off of the flash. It takes down the front runners. Chance of the recovery. But again, it's this early damage that is stacked against them. And so Vitality will successfully shut down that first gun round.
Yeah, that was excellent from every perspective. All the utility, all the peaks, all the teammates rotating in. Great use of the HEs here. And sometimes the Mongols, HSP is so good. You get them low, it doesn't matter. You still have to finish off the frags. Well, here they do it.
Look at that
bash. Specifically for a cat take. That is game planning.
Bada boom, bada bing. A bombardment as they tried to get out from that smoke.
3 grenades on the ramp. Not ones in CT spawn to be used slowly.
Half buy in response, send to scout.
That looks like a slight risk. Normally we see the cache of utility in CT spawn.
Sure.
But what did we see from the Mongols last game? They took lots of slight risks. They took lots of off angles. They took fights on their own terms. That's what won them the map. And I'm sure that's what Vitality are telling themselves for this game.
Throughout the different stages of this major, we have seen the Mongols and Senzu with that scout on this map pull off crazy mid kills. Vitality, I'm not trying to sign up for that fight. There is not a whole world of tools to work with for the Mongols. They meet smoke towards tunnels at 50 seconds.
Senzu, professional hybrid here on the scout.
Yeah, it's a team that taps into that double op when they can. More than most nowadays.
Absolutely.
Senzu scout notorious.
Might be the only team that does it with their star rifler, though.
Sure.
That's something a little different.
Ooh. Robs will get there in the end, but as he goes for the reload, it would make sense for them to pop and pounce right here, right now. Bit of a contest towards the door, held back by the mid support. Rocks back flat, all's good.
Crushing.
For Vitality. This one, no point of entry.
Stay focused, stay alert, Mongols. This will not be easy.
It'd be one thing to step up to this challenge, this Goliath that is Vitality, if you already had at least some sort of trophy case to go for. But how many teams do we see step to the brink of victory only to crumble before they can take that most important final step?
It almost always happens, absolutely. Rare moments, sometimes in America it happens in history. And we treasure those moments because they are so rare, but rare for a good reason.
That beast will be on the Mongols' back all series long. Apex keeping it mobile. Mongols leaning back.
There's nothing that'll keep you focused, though, like knowing your family's up at 5 a.m. watching your game. MongolZ, here's a great tactic. Tail end of the smoke.
He's going to put one down right in front of him, try to change up the spot.
They'll blow it open and reveal the plans.
A wealth of grenades on the other side of this, but the Mongols aren't chucking them out just yet, and MongolZ leaning away from that climb up as Mongols go over top. So it's positioning for them, but don't forget, Bomb still sits outside of the tunnel, so this round cannot suddenly become a full commitment just yet. And it feels like Vitality's willingness to continue to press themselves up against this underdog has to be their flex. So we see the challenge. We get a glimpse of ZywOo signing up for fights, but nobody's home behind that smoke, so he'll sit back on the angle.
This duo right here, Robs and MongolZ working together to stop this split. They've got to call for some help.
Here it is, double volley. Great shots from Techno. Tough job for MongolZ. And so he'll shut down the mid play, but total mid control goes over to the Mongols. They are comfortable inside of that B site. 5 rounds into play on Dust 2. And the Mongols look to secure their first. But if 910 goes down here, and he will to Apex, coming at this from the CT spawn, knowing damn well that Techno's still in tunnels, they can take the test to the bomb site in a flurry. This is Vitality trying to play in a flash, working it up, moving quickly, and killing the support away from Senzu.
It must be him.
No multi-frag this time. 5-0 straight from the favorite.
Oh, lots of good damage. Didn't find the clip off. Flamesy coming in from long was a thing that caught 9-10 off guard. His teammate nearly could have died rotating in from fast cat. But we see the opening kill tactic here for Vitality. This is good active defense. This is them playing to win, absolutely. And they had a hard time holding onto the site. But they made sure they didn't even really have to get into a retake situation. As soon as that bomb got planted, they were already there ready to fight. Mongols absolutely know how close they were. They got a breakthrough round last game to get them started. That's what they're looking for here. That's what they did versus Pain as well.
Exactly, almost damn near identical.
Yeah, they know how to create momentum. One timeout will get used.
You still have to be able to find that breakout moment. That one came close.
Team Vitality not going to get pushed over. Flamesy, 7 kills yet to die.
There we go. That's the kind of start the Vitality squad need. Across the board as well, there's already been this affinity for the B site, so Mezzi and Rops will continue to have their hands busy. Gonna take this chance blitz.
Really?
Mezzi has other ideas.
Full
and now
eyes
all
on
of a
it
sudden,
early.
they're looking for a fast reaction. Rops lines him up, a ton of damage and support comes over quick. Senzu gonna take a lick at it though. It's both players still with low health, and Rops has got this one box to work with. All he needs,
like a
piece
machine.
of cover, piece of cake. 4 kills.
A frame before death on that last spray. Perfect hold by Rops. And this was watching Smokes game plan here, holding on the middle, making sure Blitz can't come out. We saw him do that versus Mouse deep into overtime. Running out mid on a certain timing, looking for his duel. Vitality will not get caught off guard.
You know, 1 round ago, Rops did sort of get caught by exactly that. Player emerges, he goes down empty-handed. And if not for the retake, that was the breakout. But 6 rounds in a row for Vitality, and the Mongols are gonna have to stomach this reality check. Sure, phenomenal map 1.
Oh, it's actually a little awkward. Molly comes out, 3 players intent on taking long control. Now, like moths to a flame, a little preoccupied with the idea that the push might come through. It's created the effect they're looking for.
Slightly off angle from Rops, gonna catch them off guard. Good damage off the Tech 9.
Just Mezzi.
Still no smoke for the doorway though, so Mezzi's vision good enough to duel. Ooh, they get a dink on him as well, and then this perfectly timed play on a blitz. Oh, with the low health, he gets the player in the backdrop. That is a gift from Blitz.
How are you gonna approach this? Saiwu goes to the AK.
9-10 playing with a Tech 9. And they're worried about somebody trying to test the extremities. Bomb's ticking though. And with both players on the kit, we've got that smoke grenade still for Saiwu. Molotov does not stop them from climbing through this window. Flamesy's gonna try to limit test, but as he does, he gets bested.
Yeah, he found it.
And that is Vitality turned away. 7 rounds into regulation, and your Mongols have broken through.
There's Blitz playing a little chess. That one Molly took so much damage to throw on long. Kept the 3 long setup preoccupied for just long enough. Mezzi coming out of the B doors to watch mid. They isolated Rops. Not an easy guy to kill, whether he's alone or not, and they got him with him only taking 1 frag. One simple tactic.
I mean, that's the definition of a Tech 9 drive-by.
And he remains unconditioned.
Sure.
Last couple times they try to fight in the middle, Vitality have done a great job of breaking that smoke open, waiting for him to walk through. But they look unfazed. Still, just a drop in the bucket.
Okay, change up here, Mohan.
Yeah, we got
Level
the RAWPZ Rops.
Thoughts on that?
One of the hybrids on Dust 2 has gotten an ace that I remember with this gun.
Ooh, wall bang damage though.
Man, nobody saw anything.
Uh-oh. Oh, Rops!
Instant trade. Great shot on Senzu.
Talk about playing with danger. You've got ZywOo low, but at least 910's also sitting on a quarter.
It's the two hybrids down. Interesting. We'll see if it was worthwhile.
Let's let the experts work. ZywOo versus 910.
Oh my gosh, look at the move. The risks that's being taken. We're talking major grand final here. The amount of smokes that are being walked through. The CTs think they can have a moment to themselves where they'll get some respect.
Not only do you have that walkout on long, but you've also got Techno into this same position that Blitz unraveled it all from, but ZywOo doesn't like just sitting back. Thing is, he took damage there, 27 additional damage done. He survives that barely, puts a smoke down in front of his counterpart who carries that bomb. And we've seen them test smokes. They're looking to try it yet again. Flamesy sliding forward into the elbow lineup, and right there for him, sitting ducks. And so now he jumps into the cover. His 10-1 score dropped to 2. Mzinho 1v3 into the op. Will he find him crouched down? Headshot to the player in the back. And that one looked damn close. But instead, Vitality find their rebound. Scoreline 7-1.
Inches away from landing that flick and putting it 2 rounds in a row together. The least likely op to see.
And we are playing confident Counter-Strike. Yes. Both from the Mongols, on the walk, out long, out mid, but also these moves from ZywOo. That deep commitment out of Flamesy. Apex just crawling in the dirt through that CT spawn. Gun round right back, and we're gonna remain aggressive. The Mongols trying to continue to play with this tempo. It is pace on Flames to fall back away from the corner. He will get out, but not unscathed. Again, early map positioning for the Mongols.
They want to play expensive CS here. Only the finest equipment in for Vitality. The ops can be very impressive. You have to be careful because they can't have that same impact if it comes to a retake. These early round situations are so important. But as we've seen, Mongols are walking out on a lot of angles. That's the perfect recipe to find your op frags. Oh, that's a bad gap. Oh, a 910. That flashbang made him click.
He's hitting that every day of the week.
They go fishing for that, and this is where it gets a little scary for Vitality. Holding on to sites, going in for retakes now with 2 ops, this gun can become a liability.
But again, right, we get this proactive
They pulled the goalie. It's the right call.
They get out. Turning is Rops just in time to catch it. They've got a nade out, but Mzinho goes for the cross. And so they're gonna leave this open line for Rops. And with the teammates' flash going inwards, Rops is not gonna find anything more than the 2, but it's a fast move from Mezzi behind them. They are getting pushed into this bomb site. It is the Mongols corralled, this herd with their backs turned, dealt with swiftly. Senzu's response, but he's gonna find the fire in front of him, and so he's got a hold. Nade takes him down to 10, and now he looks for Mezzi's head. A triple, and finally Senzu comes alive. This is his playoffs.
From a machine gun in groups to Senzu with the AWP. He makes history here for the Mongols.
You show him a shoulder and he will take your soul. Scout and pistols for Vitality. This game just opened up for the T side.
The wallets are empty.
They need the X factor. They need that special ZywOo moment coupled here with Rops. Senzu looking to yet again get in with impact. His support comes up from top mid.
Oh,
ZywOo with a shot that rocks Mongols for at least a moment. And in that moment, Flamesy's got his hands onto the AK-47. There are tools to be grabbed here for Vitality, but the op of 910 recovers it. That deep angle through the staircase of the tunnels, only his 4th kill of this map.
For a brief moment, they had info on all 4 players. Now
they're going back.
These will start to fan out. I don't know if this will be heard. Mzinho, will he walk into his grave?
Oh!
Yes.
Right when you need him, ZywOo collects a second, and with it, a gun. Recovery mission in full effect here in round 10 of the half. Still a ton of utility for 910 to get them out of here. His kill in lower tunnels is why this one's still alive. Blitz finds timing on Apex. His counterpart bested. We go back 2v2.
A left turn. Blitz comes back. Senzo here to try to catch ZywOo, and the shadow works in his favor. Now it's got to be the 1-on-2.
At the very least, Blitz will play with Bomb. And at the very least, he has them separated, but that clock ticks against him quickly. This man has digged deep into Mongolia to find talent to step up to the biggest stages, and it is time for him to shine. But with Mezzi on that back of the site, his hands are busy. All Mezzi's got to do is stop this plant. He'll step forward and do it, and that is the X factor needed. That is what ZywOo does.
Absolutely perfect timing. It's never flashy with the guy who's there just in time every time.
You just said it best. Every time this round started to go back to the Mongols, ZywOo made another move to try to win this round. First, stepping up off the connector. Secondly, over towards long doors. And then finding that free kill with shadow advantage inside of it. The Mongols spiral back to the half-buy.
Let's try to alley-oop 9-10. Going into lower tunnels, trying to pull that lung rotation. But ZywOo stayed vigilant.
Round like that sprinkled in for the Mirage victory of the Mongols. Now they get a taste of their own medicine. Sounds like Ulaanbaatar in here.
Better hear some damn horses.
No, sorry, just one goat. And he's playing much better this time around. 10-4 ZywOo at the moment.
Yeah, you had to, really contextualize a lot of rounds to give him credit in that last game. Good kills here and there, openers that Vitality needed, but ultimately, what was the score at the top? Abysmal.
Again, this utility is just so well timed. Suffocating in a way, but
that's a miss.
Pistol will drop down into the CT spawn. This makes things curious. Oh! Get turned on. ZywOo does it right back. But in doing so, he's given up a chance for the push out from the catwalk, and plus now long control over for the Mongols. This is ZywOo attack from both ends. That's how you've got to best him. Together, they pinch on long. And so with lesser weapons, the Mongols put that bomb down, and a curious position here because it's a lot of money on the line for Vitality. They can take a chance at this retake. Mezzi's gonna get flashed through that smoke, and he'll get the one up close. How about the second in the background? Tries to chase him down, Rops will clean it up. And so we go clutch to clutch yet again. This is where Techno does his best. Missed op shot means Rops has an open door, closes in on that distance to the bomb, which is not planted for the upper. So it's real damn nice that he hits it when he needs it.
Get everybody on this team up. Oh. Filthy shot from Mzinho, and a filthy response out of ZywOo, but ultimately look how overstressed his position was there on Carr. That split came in. And he can only spin around so many times. Oh, great find here.
These two going back and forth.
Yeah, brave move. It's a 2-ops. Coming in again, Mzinho has one.
In contrast, very little for Vitality, but they'll put it all on the line.
He actually just hot swapped. This push.
Opens a door for Apex to push, but all close proximity. ZywOo's back out, smoke down in front of him. You want it? Techno will take him. But what they don't know about is Apex, and so he'll drop that bomb with the op top mid, and then Mezzi's into the action. Now that is what we've come to expect. 9-3 on the half for Vitality.
I mean, unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used. The way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the op. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong, provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server. And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like MongolZ, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. He's doing this in year 1. Where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
Yeehaw! We are here with MongolZ USA. They're supporting the Mongols, they're cheering on. Tell me all about this, why you're cheering for the Mongols, what they're going to do right now.
Okay, so pretty much the Mongols are just like Cloud9 in 2018, and Vitality are pretty much like FaZe Clan. They're the U Giants, they're the best team in the world, they're a super team. And the Mongols, they're a top 5 team, but they haven't won much all year. The Mongols got to take down Vitality. They got to win. It's so similar. Vitality are going down. The Mongols are winning this major.
You heard it here first. MongolZ USA says Mongols are winning this major. Let's go!
Yeah! Feels like we're looking for something miraculous here in Austin. Quick temperature check. How do you guys enjoy this grand final so far? Remember, every step of the way, we could be standing on the brink of history.
I see the red thread between Mongolians and Cowboys.
Okay.
It's horses.
I got you.
There we go.
Well, got to wrangle this GOAT in ZywOo first, because he has found his impact throughout that first half. We saw them getting into the nitty-gritty, those half-buy rounds. But here it goes. MongolZ CT side feels like Goliath is getting back up in this series.
Yeah, we got now more of the same from their previous series. Some good competitive rounds, but an overall dominant scoreline for Vitality. Hopefully Mongols talk shop about what to do next. And they played this team enough times, they knew it was going to be this difficult.
That's a tough amount of damage for Sense to have to deal with. Little jump through blitz. Good on him for still dropping a player with him. It's tough to recover that one, but he will smoke down into the CT spawn, and the Mongols will rebuttal with one of their own on the door. Techno puts those Berettas right down beneath the window. If the tunnels player gets out, that's one thing, but backside was supposed to belong to the Mongols.
Oh, crushed.
Instead, Vitality just come raining through the window, and with that smoke still down towards CT spawn, it feels like it's a long road for Mongols to get into this site.
No, absolutely. Got nothing here to work with. CT's starting to peel back. It's a proper attack here from Vitality. You can see they crack open the middle of the map. Yes, it cost them a player, but once they get that smoke down for mid B, the rest of their utility gets them into the site easily. Might be a quiet death here for MongolZ on Dust 2. If they've got nothing more to give.
No, it can't be any more quiet than Vitality going out of Mirage.
Yeah, you don't pull out you don't pull out victories like this without winning at least one of the pistols.
God damn, Austin. Would you look at this? Walk up close. Good hustle through the doorway. Just good team play from Vitality. They're spacing here. You can see in the highlights all these kills ready to be traded out. FlamZ was in bottom middle. Even if those Berettas started to get crazy, it's these deep lunges from the T side that really made things awkward for MongolZ. Double scout buy between Blitz and 910. Curious that it's not in Senzu's hands, but Blitz is looking confident the way he takes this towards top middle. Hearing that utility coming up from Suicide, though, is going to make him play a bit more timid. Back towards the doorway. Him and 910 looking to combine in middle with these guns.
Finding chances to get these openers without anybody peeking him. Vitality bleeding seconds off the clock, but they can afford to lose. It's actually very good here from Vitality in terms of exactly how quickly they're coming in. No resistance. The later the round goes, the harder it is for the CTs to find these opening kills. This is what a perfect anti-eco looks like.
Well, the Blitz is here with flashbangs, and MongolZ, if he finds a bunch of bodies blind, maybe he tears through this cat hit. And there it is, perfect flash and a bunch of damage. ZywOo is going to be sitting on 30. Rox looks towards the reaction out middle. You can see the Mongols a bit flustered, trying to come and help their captain. Rox cutting them down to size one by one. But the Desert Eagle finds its answer. And Senzu would love to get his hands on a better gun. Blitz, Scout, connects. ZywOo bested and more damage done. It's 2 health remaining here for Mezzi. And as Vitality try to push up against this site, here comes Senzu from the back line.
We got one.
Connects it through the smoke.
2 HP.
And if only he had a frag.
Mezzi has the bomb, but he doesn't have time to get to the other side. He's got a plant. Senzu will only be able to cut him off the pass.
Oh, he doesn't try to stop it. Mezzi hands busy. If only he had some way to do damage without giving Mezzi the chance. The one golden shot's what Mezzi needs. He swings.
Oh!
Confidence.
What a move. He planted long plant, push towards Cat. I can't believe he took that move.
Oh, what could have been with this one.
Wow.
MongolZ finds a stack of blind bodies.
Such a good read, Brett. He thinks Senzu, as he is going to try to bait out some information over the top of a box. He plays like he has 100 HP. It works to his favor.
Yes, keep it
You are,
going,
guys,
boys.
you are amazing. You are a fucking amazing team. I love you guys, for real. I love being in this team. Thanks for that, guys. I swear, thanks for that. The best team of my career so far, so let's fucking go. Let's win the fucking major together and start by now. Let's go, boys.
Let's fucking go, boys.
That's not the hater I remember coming out of the stage.
No. He may not like you guys, but he sure as hell loves his teammates. And like I said, leader of men. To get everybody rallied after a deflating loss. No easy ask of a man who plays against the world tonight. Scout shots connect through middle. He doesn't need to see you, he can sense you. I mean, ZywOo's giving you some shots, those tracers, what Senzu's looking to lock in on. It's a magazine, a scout down, and half of ZywOo gone. But it's gonna have to be 4 spies for the Mongols. Where we are on the highway to map 3 in this grand final.
That's a headshot, dog.
Headshot. Not able to snap it down to the player of the doorway. Does have a teammate to work with. Mezzi able to get the better of the scout in the background, but again, this damage just keeps racking up.
Yeah.
And so this fast-moving MP9 gets caught.
Mezzi stuck out mid. Does he get this kill?
Oh, yes, he does. Full recovery from Vitality. Another situation, just like Mezzi in the last round. ZywOo, 2 health. Catches the player getting a little rambunctious. MongolZ thinking, that they've got Vitality sinking in round 15.
They can counter a spot, just walk in out of mid. They're trying to look for him. 9-10, trying to think ahead.
Bomb's already gone. Robs has that full health, and so
wow.
9 rounds to go. Mongols want to force OT. It is a huge mountain to climb.
It's a great try. Senzu fought hard just to keep info on mid on this eco, but it's so well played here for Vitality. You can push them, you can test them, but they don't get scared. That's what Mezzy proved in that last 1v1. That's what they prove here on this anti-eco. You're not dreaming, kid. You are in a major final.
He does it again. ZywOo down low, off the bat, trying to work his way down middle. Scoops up bomb as Mezzy waits for some kind of a movement over on long. Senzu in these last couple rounds has been more than happy to just take chances. Any damage early could come back to cost Vitality, but they don't seem too intimidated about taking up the space regardless. Blitz has found a nice little pocket of comfort here behind the stairs. Gets into Apex, and now Flamesy's low as well. So the Mongols, again, working with less, or at the very least getting in their damage.
The easiest time to win this game is now. Mongols spending every dollar to make this happen. Damage, but no kill once again.
Just get all the damage in, but the kills are so elusive. Blitz finally able to collect one frag over top of ZywOo. He has done a great job of thrusting his team to the top of the board. Him, Rox, and Mezzy, all 17 kills apiece. But the long flank gets caught out again. Mzinho is bested in a critical duel that'll give man advantage back over to Vitality. Can't forget about that early damage, though. Could damn well be the reason Mongols try to extend play here on Dust 2.
Looking for one more aggressive move. They bought some time on the clock. Famas gets a frag, no refrag, however. And they cheat over to the site that Vitality were thinking about going to, but they've got time to change. This one might come to their captain.
Oh, they go raw duel, head to head.
And here it is, Apex versus Blitz.
All right. Apex has got the health to work with. Blitz is gonna get mollied out of this position, but he will hit that headshot, burnt to a crisp. The kills, the right here for the taking! Whoa! A wall bang that could have been, but we go one step closer to overtime. The first step of a massive ask. I hate even saying the word out loud.
I mean, especially versus Vitality, who's ever made that comeback so far. Ooh.
I'm at a loss.
They're used to getting to 12, or even more used to getting 13 first. Good try in the end. They keep it really expensive here for the Mongols. But they themselves clearly suffered some losses. It tagged both ways. Techno and ZywOo down half.
Looking like a bit of a fixation on long. You could get the wool pulled over Mzinho's eyes. When he's gotten active through that doorway, it's been at the Mongols' cost. But look at this move towards top middle. We got bodies here for the Mongols trying to catch Vitality off guard. Looking to fight fire with fire.
Oh, get that damage off of the scout. No tag back either. Oh, wow. I can't believe it, man. Blitz is just so comfortable moving into all of these spots.
Again, though, trying not to throw him under the bus. But this long fight is going the way of Vitality all too often. Minute 10, and they've got an open road.
Blitz secured incredible information. Now there is Wops that's just waiting outside to come back in for the re-aggression. The T's, however, are going back. This might be so smart.
Yeah, I mean, going all the way. Ooh, and the Moody center falls silent because the end of the Mongols feels near. ZywOo is going to serve up a great distraction over towards long. You see this preoccupying 3/4 of the Mongols. And ZywOo stops rattling those shots off, but Vitality still taking their time, silently getting up into the tunnels. The Mongols have no idea. This is going to be a B-site retake, whether the Mongols know it or not.
No, they get the info. Blitz makes the call, I think, executive decision here. No one's exiting the back of long, and they took too long to actually get into the site. They're going to get met in the door.
All right, little hesitation. Battle's here to be had. Senzu hits the headshot. There's the recovery. A slight hesitation from Vitality gave that chance back over, but you've allowed ZywOo to attack the flank, and you have allowed the best team in the world to rebuttal. This was always going to be a challenge for the Mongols, and they set a hell of a precedent. But in a major grand finals, we will go the distance. Inferno up next.
They leave it all on the line. And they put together one of their more classic score lines versus a team they played a lot. Lots of single-digit losses to the Mongols. Vitality want to remind them that just because it's a major final doesn't mean it's any different.
But what Vitality need to remember is that their Inferno is also on a weak foundation. This is where the win streak ended, and it's where the major ends as well.
FlameZ, good recovery, I gotta say, after that first map. Tell me, was it going a bit better here?
Well, it's a stressful match. Mongols play really well on the first map, and we played now good. We had good preparation, so we felt really confident coming into this, and we had to step up from Mirage, so I guess it was everything together that slapped us in the face a bit.
Can't possibly lose on your birthday. What is the task for Inferno? How are you gonna bring it home?
Well, we're just gonna play our game. We have a good Inferno. This tournament so far we haven't showed it yet, but this is the moment to show it. And that's it. We're gonna do our best.
Go join your team. Thank you.
Well, the Mongols start the series off red hot. I've got Mzinho right here. Mzinho, you got a ton of fans in Texas. There's a lot going on right here in this moment. What was the difference between the Mongols in map 1 and map 2?
At map 2, we can't show up ourselves, and everything didn't go bad, yeah.
And then if we look around this room right now, what does it feel like when the entire room is behind the Mongols?
Mongolia? Yeah, it feels very good, that whole nation cheering for us. And we tried our best to win map 3, yeah.
Last one I've got for you this, man. All the way over in Ulaanbaatar, they're watching Counter-Strike. There's a whole bunch of people in Mongolia watching Counter-Strike. Do you want to say something to them?
За хоёр дахь map дээр жоохон бүтлгүүдэд эхэлчлээ. Тэгээд гурав дахь map дээр Inferno бид нэр өөрсдийнхөө хийж чадах бүх зүйлийг тултал нэг давар авахыг хичээнэ.
And that's the Mongols, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, for Vitality, they're the big bad wolves in Austin right now. They put a stop to the Mongols' fairy tale run for now on the ground of Dust 2, but that is what we expect from a team, Peter, who have been performing at the highest level so far in 2025. This is the response we wanted, and it's what we got.
Exactly the bounce back that I also expected of Vitality when they come out with such a poor performance on Mirage. You know, the way they have turned around, the way that they were playing off each other, and you can just see that the team play just stepped up to a whole new level in combination with their individuals, also actually showing grit. Like, I think we had, obviously, ZywOo, he was the talking point coming in. You know, Dust 2 is like kind of the Orb's paradise. But if I were like to go into the Mongols room right now, and if I was allowed to go in there, I would actually just tell them, right, come here, guys. And I was like, guys, stop thinking about winning, because that is the issue they have right now. Stop thinking about it, because that's why they're playing poor.
Yeah, thinking too much on the end goal versus what's going to get you there. Yeah, for sure. This one definitely got away from them. I would say, like, Vitality, that's how you won the champions that we've had this year to respond, but also Apex even says it in that team clip that was there, that was like, thank you guys, I love being down this team. You could see some of that leadership, but he's also saying that because I guarantee between those maps, he was like, wake up. Somebody wake up and 100%. Come join me in this grand final.
That must have been an Apex team talk for the ages in between maps 1 and 2. But you mentioned team play, Peter. We saw it right off the bat for Vitality. It's round number 3. It's the first gun round that Mongols are coming in with. What was the story for you in terms of how Vitality responded?
I think it was more about the preparation. We can see that Apex chucks the first grenade in when the whole pack goes up, but he actually picks up another one, and he picks up another one. There's like the way they have put all the grenades in this specific spot tells a case that they probably know that Mongols like to group up in the third round when they get the rifles and just go for this very notorious group up catwalk strat that we've seen coming into Counter-Strike 2. And I think this is showcasing that Vitality, they came in really prepared. Obviously, this is their map pick, so they know what to expect. They know what Mongols like to bring to the table. And then afterwards as well, we just saw how they were actually going for the retake, doing supportive flashes for each other. It wasn't just up to the individual, but it's actually the team play to set up the place.
Yeah, and I think it actually, that round leads into like a bigger picture of what like Vitality was trying to do on the map, because after that, I think Mongols got a little bit scared of catwalk. They spent a lot of time attacking the B bomb site afterwards, and it was like, oh, maybe these catwalk hits aren't going to work this game. Maybe Vitality actually have this locked down and prepared for us.
Very similar story when we dive into round number 5. Even when the Mongols do get the bomb down, Vitality having all the answers in terms of their retake too.
This was like a case for Mongols actually putting themselves in a great position. The first opening frag, he has great team play again, once again blowing the smoke mid to find the frag on Blitz. And you know, Messi actually tries to get away. This is the thing is now, once they actually get into a position where they want to try back to the B bomb side, they actually get drops quite luckily through the smoke here. Techno gets quite the frag, and that opens up the entire bomb side. You know, the mid player comes in, they still get the trade, they get the bomb side. But this is the case. 9-10 just needs to stay alive because when he goes down, he also puts Techno now in a position. He doesn't get the frag, so now he has to rotate back. And Vitality, they immediately understand that the fact that he is in lower, that means there's only one guy on the B bomb side. That is where they know when to strike. This was a case of Mongols overthinking the situation and not actually just playing the bomb, like the B bomb side, the defense.
Making it too hard on themselves, I think. Like, that's like 9-10 saying, I need to get this kill for myself right now, but you have that crossfire with Techno, right? Lure him in. You can just chill. You've showed your presence.
Just play off each other. And 9-10 just stay alive. That's all that matters.
Techno's got next one, then I peek again, and it can be beautiful.
I think it's safe to say that we were demanding a lot more from basically every single individual from Vitality coming off of that first map of Mirage into Dust 2. And Birthday Boy Flamesy, he showed up. We got round number 8. There was obviously a hell of a lot of impact throughout this entire map from him, but it's great to see, you know, a rookie on this very stage, right? He's one of the few members of Vitality, Dupree, that hasn't won a major trophy.
Obviously, there's a lot on the line for Flamesy Messi that hasn't won. So obviously to see Flamesy stepping up from, we've seen him have like plays where it's been going wrong for him. But here, this is a very like great play. Once you get the smoke on the catwalk, that allows you to go there. We've actually seen them as senior walked out long. I think they had a lot of space here that Mongols didn't know how to use, and that actually forces his teammates to. He probably calls that he wants them to attack on the catwalk side instead of actually playing on the fact that he's unspotted on long.
Yeah, and I mean, that shows too, like Flamesy sliding up behind that smoke on catwalk. You talked about the Apex preparation with the nade stack. Yep. It's like another indication. And actually, that was maybe like the 4th time in the game up to that point where I'd seen Mongols trying to execute through a smoke into a defender. Rops had a couple rounds of the B bomb side. He was able to spray one down. Techno got that lucky kill on him in the round you highlighted. But if you're in a position as a team when you're starting to feel like you're so tactically outplayed that all your hits and all your strategies are going through smokes, that's a terrible feeling. And that makes you feel very much like the other team is about 4 steps ahead of you.
Now, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. 22nd of June, 22nd major, 22nd birthday for Flamesy right here, right now. Not to steal your old catchphrase, Dupree, but written in the stars, is it, for Flamesy?
I mean, it's kind of, you know, he puts himself in this one to win, you know. It's like if we believe in like the overthinking and the superstitious stuff, then he's set up himself to have a really good showing. I mean, I think for Flamesy, it is obviously he's a guy that can really show, but he's also a guy that can disappear. I think we've seen both of this tournament. I think it's important, especially coming into the next one, House of Inferno, where he completely disappeared yesterday against Mousesports. This is exactly where we need to see Flamesy step up the thing and go for the plays that he's really good at.
If he loses the grand finals today, how many birthdays do you think this ruins?
Oh,
probably the next 5 to
4
come.
years, 5 of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be giving serious PTSD, man. It wasn't like the Mongols didn't try to fight back here, right? We can dive into round number 9. Once again, Senzu trying his best, pulling off an amazing performance here. It just wasn't enough in the grand scheme of things.
I will obviously praise Senzu for what he's been doing so much. And again, we've seen the Mongols actually playing around where they put themselves in really good position, going for a B contact play that catches Vitality off guard because they want a guy down. They actually do a little bit of a fumble here where they lose too many frags or ups instead of actually waiting or trying to do it together. And then Senzu actually from Car getting a kill, but I love the reposition from him that he doesn't stay in this position. Messi actually comes in with a great flank, but look at the reaction from Senzu. He knows, well, he's actually forced out by the Molotov to go out, get that double kill that Vitality do not expect. He picks up the AWP and starts thinking, what am I supposed to do? I have so much little health, I need to go for something, and boom, he gets dead.
I know this is a clip talking about the Mongols positives, but I'm going to do what I do best, and I'm going to turn it into a negative because 3 rounds won by Mongols in the first half. All 3 of them were won by those kinds of desperate clutches.
Yeah.
Like they never got their foot in the door in an actual round. They never got to play with an advantage. They never really got to feel like they were comfortable in the round and had control of things. Everything was desperately, barely hanging on.
And that's the thing. It wasn't like they weren't trying to play that same fearless style that we saw on map number 1. It just wasn't working in the same game, right?
I actually feel like the round 3 that we watched, the way that they got demolished on the A execute by getting naded, maybe that got a little bit to their head, thinking, okay, they maybe know how we like to approach the map. And after this one, I actually feel like Mongols went on a path that was not good for them. They went for a lot more individual plays. They started, you know, trying to be a little bit of the hero of the guy. We lost one like a frag here, then that someone guys tried to sneak through a smoke, go out mid, go out long, and they just constantly died one by one and trying to group up and actually play. It's like they got afraid of actually playing the style that we know they can play.
I think the catwalk thing with Apex forced them over to the B bomb site. I actually think, I mean, ZywOo obviously had a great game, plenty of players to talk about. I think Rops was the key factor to this, because once they switched away from catwalk and started attacking B, Rops spraying them down through smoke, taking down 1 or 2 players, damaging a couple players, pushing up middle with an AWP. He set a tone on the other side of the map as well that was just like, you don't have access to this either. So where are you going to go now? Catwalk's closed, B bomb site's closed.
Well, Jason, you brought up the Apex hype moment, so let's relive it one more time in this mic'd up moment.
Yes, keep it
You are,
going,
guys,
boys.
you are amazing. You are a fucking amazing team. I love you guys, for real. I love being in this team. Thanks for that, guys. I swear, thanks for that. The best team of my career so far, so let's fucking go. Let's win a fucking major together and start by now. Let's go, boys.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Yeah, maybe just close your ears for that one.
Yeah, I did already.
He's ever worked with. He didn't say that, but like sincerely, you can tell Apex means that, right? There's some people where they say those words, there's not the vigor, there's not the passion behind it. Apex is not one of those people. He only says shit if he means it.
And it's a cool moment to do it. Like, he's not actually being like super loud, super hypey about it, just very calm. They'd already had a huge lead up to that point, and that was the thank you for the recovery between maps. And I'll tell you what, I'd run through a smoke, 3 flashbangs, a Molotov, and a grenade for him after that speech. I would do exactly that.
And you know, that brings me back to what I said just before we went live with the first map, also for the second map, sorry, is that the fact that they found themselves in a position where Apex was the only one showing up in Mirage, and now he needed his teammates to step up. Now he also praised them back for actually doing it. You know, it's great. It's great leadership. This is exactly what it is.
Pavlov would be so happy.
Definitely.
Just because I'm going to be doing the final thoughts down on the show floor with the other 2 lovely gentlemen, Maui and Pimp, I want to get your closing thoughts. This is the final map of the major. We've gone the full distance, the third and final decider. Of course, it has to be Inferno. Give me your takes, guys.
I mean, I think if you want to talk about the mentality Vitality has, that match history doesn't matter, it's a major, it's all new, you can have the same thing about a third map in a major grand final. Nothing matters anymore. Everyone just has to come in on this one map. I think obviously the weakness of Vitality, that we've seen them get upset on the map twice throughout this event, is a little bit worrying. I'm going to still take Vitality to win it, but this map feels very 50-50.
I'm going on board. I got to go for Vitality. And I also think that the team that thinks the least of winning is going to win this one.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know how this one is going to be falling, but I do know we need to head things to a quick break. When we're back, Inferno, the ultimate decider, going down here in Austin.
have Matt Fletcher here, and he bought a Mongol shirt on day one of the major. But America's fallen in love with this team. Why do you love them so much?
Because Texas is all about cowboys, and all the horses are coming from Mongolia. We love Mongols. Let's go Mongols!
Let's go Mongols!
There is absolutely no denying who the crowd are rooting for in this one. But either way, we do fall to that third and final decider. It is going to be Inferno to decide who is going to be lifting that major trophy. Tell me a story about the Mongols on this particular map, Jacob. Why could they maybe be taking down the favorite?
Well, I think the story is more about vitality, to be completely honest. I think the Mongols have a realistic shot actually at winning the major. Jason said perhaps a 50-50. I'm inclined to agree in the sense that anything can happen now. For Vitality, coming into the tournament, in 2025, they had played Inferno 19 times, and they won 18 of those matches, which in itself is crazy. By far the best team in the world on Inferno. At the major so far, Maui, they played it twice, and they lost both times. So they're 2 for 2 in losses. Furthermore, they played 33 rounds on Inferno in this tournament, and they only won 7. They got smacked yesterday versus Mouse. They got smacked versus Legacy. Now, is that something to go off by? Then the Mongols definitely have a chance. But as he said, Jason, he said something smart. Doesn't happen often. It's a major. It's map 3. Anything can happen.
I still got to give the favorites to Vitality in this one. I can't mince words in that regard. But I'm glad that we got a little bit from Apex, motivating his troops. But I feel like right now, a lot of this actually comes down to his individual play. We know they're starting on CT side, and as Apex continues to etch his name into the Mount, or his face that is, into the Mount Rushmore of in-game leaders, he's gonna actually have to do a lot of the fragging because you know Senzu, he loves running up banana, he loves trying to take it from him, so he's gonna have to fight back, Apex.
We sound like a broken record every time we talk about Inferno, but the amount of fights that are gonna be going down in that banana position, what's the story for Mongols on the other side of it if they're gonna be, you know, trying to break through that Vitality defense to start?
Well, I want to make the comparison to when Legacy beat Vitality on Inferno. I think the Mongols can play the same brand of Counter-Strike, which is ultra-aggressive early on. You speak about Banana, you speak about Apex. I think he's going to have his hands full in the beginning of the game. I think the Mongols will contest that area of the map, and I think they'll do it in an aggressive way. They're not going to sit back and T-spawn for 30 seconds or for 60 seconds waiting for the fights coming to them. They have to play Counter-Strike the way they did on map 1, where they take the fight to Vitality. And we have seen Apex, we have seen Vitality struggle on Inferno when that's the case.
Oh yeah, and I mean, Sensu's the guy that's gonna be right there up against him, and I feel like Sensu's gotta do this for a few reasons. One, he's gotta do it for Mongolia. 2, he's gotta pay back Mara, who's put so much faith in him. And 3rd, he actually just has to pay his debt to Ben 10.
There's so many people behind the Mongols, rooting behind the Mongols, that is, we obviously a crowd favorite, undisputed in here. But did you guys see the pictures of the fan viewing over in Ulaanbaatar? That is insane. Imagine you're the Mongols in this moment, knowing a weight of a nation on your shoulders. Is that going to be too much for them to handle as we move into map 3?
I hope they haven't seen the pictures, to be completely honest, because that could be a little bit added pressure on top of what already is a lot of pressure playing in a major grand final. It's 6 a.m. in Mongolia. I hope they're listening in to us right now. You see some of the pictures right here on the screen as well. It is absolutely crazy. Imagine being awake at 6 a.m. to support your favorite Counter-Strike team in your home country. Sincerely, I hope they haven't seen the pictures, Mario, because that would add a little pressure to me.
I mean, no matter how you shape it, that looks like a rave, but it's just techno on the screens instead of techno in their ears. It's unbelievable what the Mongolian sport looks like. And I know that America does love Mongols too, and I love that they're giving so much energy to them, but I just hope that they're not out of gas.
There's absolutely no way is there.
This is insane.
Shit.
This is absolutely insane. But when we talk about pressure, we do obviously have to be looking at the side of Vitality. Heavy favorites to come into this. We were talking about it all season long. 6 trophies. Is it for naught if they can't lift this one here today?
It's not for nothing, but obviously it would be a huge sting for Vitality if they were to fail to win this major. They are the heavy favorites. You look at the odds as well. Obviously, they are supposed to win this one. Now I want to put one player on the spot right here. Messi. He's going to play in pit, CT side. I think he needs to step it up right here. He's been doing well so far, but to have a Crumtamp who's going to do well in that position, to lock it down, that has to be Messi to begin with.
It all falls down to Inferno. One final map in the Lone Star State to see who will be hoisting the trophy.
Moody Center, from Boston to Austin, 7 long years. And what if we got map 3 Inferno with an underdog on the server? You can't write a story better than this.
We've been here before. Austin, I want to just keep it real for a second. Tomorrow morning, all of us wake up and everything you've seen in the last 3 weeks is nothing but a memory. This is your chance to embody Counter-Strike yet again while everybody at home and all of the Mongolians in their country cheer on. So I want you to give it your fucking all. I want you loud. I want you proud. I want to fucking hear you roar! Because this is Counter-Strike.
Had to take an ear cup off just to appreciate that. Thank you so much, Moody. Let's get into it. Make no mistake, Vitality have been hit hard on this map. They've lost twice so far at this major. They have not won Inferno so far. Legacy and MongolZ. Between them, they got 7 rounds. The scariest part, Connor. 1 poor CT side, 1 poor T side. There's no consistency right now at this event for Vitality on this map.
Which is just so bewildering to say about the team that has been the embodiment of consistency throughout the first half of 2025. How is it that Inferno remains so elusive at the most important event of the season?
Oh, the guy with all the utility just popped up, took out Mezzi, and pushed the other CT back. Rop's looking for his way back in, but he's letting them go.
Whoa.
Oh, there's Senzu down. That's a nice find.
Give me more of that. Mzinho kind of stuck into this corner.
But he could just hold him back. He knows his power right now. Let's see how they fight this. Rops. Bullet between the eyes from long range. Apex playing retake. Good spot here for the MongolZ. Lost 2 pistols last time. Will they make up for it?
This B site needs some improvement. This map needs some improvement. As far as Vitality's camp's concerned, we've got 1 kit here for Rops for the retake. You've got an incendiary and you've got a smoke grenade. Small pieces of a big puzzle with massive ramifications. Early momentum is what Vitality need to weaponize. And right now they want to get this retake going.
I think Zywoo missed a molly because the flash.
910's going to try to swing out from the pool. He's got Techno to work with. 2 kills from the back of the site. Flames, he's got the answer with a couple of his own. And this player up close is not going down. It's a nice fight. Techno, another one in hand, denied. But there's no time for this. Apex has got to run. He grabs the kit back up. And it's Mzinho to lock it in. The MongolZ will start this T-side run with a pistol.
Are ahead right now in this final. They got this pistol. They secured that site. This first pick, again, full kit of utility. 1 bullet ruins MongolZ day. All that utility comes into effect as they take the site. They have their cake and eat it too. A knife kill.
What a time to start sprinkling in the swagger.
That's a lot of extra money to be made after winning. Taking and defending Banana has been a problem for Vitality. Apex, as was called upon by the desk, has to be the one to contribute a lot here. And he has been playing well. He who wins Banana wins Inferno.
So far, that's all this defense looks like. A smoke in front of all 5. As if a 1v5 on B site wasn't hard enough. Thing is, though, he's still working with a good amount of grenades, so he will refresh that smoke. But we've seen a lot, I think, throughout this series of the MongolZ kind of pushing the limits on smoke grenades.
The thing is, sometimes you see a smoke like this and you don't believe anything, because would you block if there was a flank coming in?
Right.
You'd want to leave it open. I wouldn't be surprised if they run through this.
5-7, off of the flashbang. This is good from Apex. Slows it down for a second, allows for the other pistols to arrive in time.
He's waiting for a flash.
Mezzi's gonna just jump on through. He's got teammates around him, and those are frazzled MongolZ players. MP9 unable to get the next one. This is Blitz with a big multi-kill already. 3 frags to his name, but you've got Zywoo into the clutch. Player over towards the pillars trying to get his hands busy. Zywoo's got a chance. And when there's a chance, there's a clutch for Zywoo. He is the pillar of Vitality.
He saved this, denied the second round conversion. The 1-on-2, look at this flash. It's absolutely beautiful. he has to make up for that last map. MongolZ did to him what they did to Simple earlier on in the quarterfinal. He's coming into this final tied as the highest rated player ever in a major playoffs.
Which is just amazing. Hell of a time to pull it off.
But it won't mean anything without this win. And certainly a lot less without his performance in this very final.
Exchange kills, top banana. That's going to send the MongolZ back. So many questions about Vitality on Inferno. Why did it start to go so wrong? And how do they stop this free fall, this abyss that is their current record on Inferno, specifically here in Austin? Utility's healthy still for the MongolZ, and they've also got a bunch of space going for them. Rops is looking to get into the action. AK stuck into the fight, but it's Rops and ZywOo. What other duo would you want to try to hold back the Horde? 9-10, the last player up. They do a great job on this defense to just keep MongolZ at bay. No footing closer to that bomb site. No kill on the defense goes their way. And so that gut-wrenching feeling of knowing you went from winning pistol to being completely bottomed out economically now starts to sink in.
This used to be the map that was the one that MongolZ could rely on, and they didn't really have a map pool otherwise. Now it's just a feature, not one that they pick, but one that they're happy to run into. A map that they took to round 24 the last time they played against Vitality. Vitality, no, they won last time.
I feel like within this series, there's been so many small mid-round moments where either team is just kind of taking that broad to their enemy, and this last round's such a great example of it again. ZywOo off short, Rops up into the apartments.
No kill off that, but they run through the nades. They're going all the way.
They're going strong. They're trying to catch Vitality entirely off. This is the kind of decision that could actually have further ramifications. It is a massive hole inside of this B site.
Oh, the counter util is fantastic. Running back and committing to the run back and falling back on their utility. Doing everything well here, not a single death.
The MongolZ thought that the element of surprise was going to be enough for this fourth round. Instead,
what they needed was someone to start Hobbit. The triple need to take him out, and then they could run over the site, but no one was there. It was a solid call on the anti-eco setup here for Vitality. Apex can be proud of his teammates for where they used their utility from, how much space they gave up, but they knew where to draw the line.
You will often find Vitality players floating around in that perfect place where the nades did pop, just not this time. And so ready for something that aggressive. Here it is. MongolZ bottomed out. Desert Eagles across the board. If the last round fell so flat, why would you have any belief in this one? The one thing if Vitality were making mistakes, giving early fights, offering an opening to the Deagles, that has not been the case so far.
They're going to look to slow this one down to a crawl. When you see a buy like this, you want everybody to have enough time to work an angle, to take the fight that they're looking for. It's time to be greedy. You have a Deagle in play. You're trying to knock off a lot of health, take out a player, knock down 5K from the scoreboard. But you don't have the util. Go forward with any kind of exact, but you know what? They're actually crawling up quite quickly.
Again, trying to play with timing, but just the contrast. Much slower this time around. ZywOo's going to catch the kill over towards the A site. That's the backup plan of the MongolZ going south. And if the Vitality players aren't giving you a thread to pull on, then try to get tricky. That's what we see here with this blitz boost. Senzu loves to test these smokes, and he's looking to do it again.
Oh,
and that's going to catch them. Mezzi on the recovery. He had a multi-kill last round when they played it fast, but look at the radar. Look how far away they are.
He peeled back immediately.
Mezzi, that is what they needed. A lineup on players that didn't have armor. It's made that much easier for Mezzi, but it's just that fast move that could have, maybe should have broken down this defense. Techno's been a hell of a clutch, but with 3 players, I don't think so. Majority stand tall for Vitality. 4-1 lead early days.
ZywOo gets him back into this game. They run with it from there. Protocols are looking sound. They must have taken time to talk about their Inferno. The first loss was versus Legacy. That was some time ago. The Mouse loss must have been startling after that because it wasn't a close game. It was one-sided, and that's just not what we've seen from what is the strongest map in their pool, or was. But now it's become their most studied map. Now it's become the most predictable one to come into a veto. That's what MongolZ tried to lean into. And Vitality looked like they may have taken it back to the level that it was at before they came to this major. No better time to do it than now. Apex, the captain of this team, man. Looking for 3 majors across 2 games. And while other players have made role swaps, none as ambitious as trying to become the world's best IGL and then actually create arguments for it.
Fast move towards Banana. Techno has got his pocket. Gets burned out of this, though. At least he finds Sanctuary within that smoke, but he is just zoned at the moment. Lucky to still be standing. Apex gonna hunt him down within that one as they leave a player still committed to the Banana. Again, there's been a lot of, I think, early support systems for Vitality at this B site.
Yeah.
But they're trying to find an improvement as to how to get back into their old Inferno ways. Maybe this bolstered B site really is the key, because so far, so good. They've got MongolZ walk back, wounded yet again.
Their utility just looks so fresh right now. Everything is hitting exactly where it needs to be. You can see the health bars for the MongolZ. The first kill that comes out. Techno tries to push through a smoke because Flames uses all of his ammo. It's just a bait. Apex is watching that. He's very careful before he hits that reload button to make sure Flamesy gets his bullets back in his gun.
But within the absence of any follow-up down Banana, we do get the MongolZ, who look damn adamant about trying this one again. Still, a little bit of utility to come out for Vitality. They've kept the coffers well stocked for this. Challenge through the smoke goes down flat as hell. Flamesy looking for temporary cover as Apex is here to relieve the pressure.
Oh, it's pristine.
Just absolute excellent B-site defense.
Get excited, Apex, because that is dream level play here from your team. Everything in position, everyone covering each other. Flash is not having the impact they're looking for. MongolZ, they're trying to get ahead of these flashbangs. There's even strats where you're designed to take an after image flash and run through it. You can see Flamesy catching the tail end of these, but before he does, he's in an active defense. He's not tucked back waiting for his teammate to take all the aggro for him. I love that fountain position.
It's the reaction of a man who's starting to believe. Very awkward for Flamesy, but I'll just say the fact he gets away with that.
Yeah, that just shows you how good the flashes are.
Another testament to the strong utility. Remember the last time that MongolZ tried to hit up this A site, it was that ZywOo short side ROPS in apps defense that just pushed forward and attacked at the right time. Again, they're trying to change it up. Great kill from MongolZ.
2, that's the whole site.
That's what they needed, right? The first instance of an X factor that comes out from the attack.
That's their way in.
You can boost over top of the smoke and you can still catch them off guard. They do exactly that with the fading bullets of that magazine. Mezzy connects onto Techno and the 910 slides down into the site, but he still doesn't even have a kill.
The best upgrade he can find is a Tech 9. We're talking about Amalia and Mzinho.
M4 for the player over in pit.
That one buys him some time towards short, but Mzinho, he's gonna have to do so much here.
Trying to go for the reposition, trying to find that timing. They hear the feet burning.
No way!
No way! This young gun steps up immensely. Apex will try to find the exits. The MongolZ needed an answer. And by God, we found it.
Give it up for Mzinho. Both entries with a Tech 9 out of halls. Versus who? ROPS and ZywOo of all people.
Wow. And then the lineup.
Yeah.
So there's the sign of life. There's that half by, pull through. In a situation where Senzu and 910, the 2 players that were finally having their best playoffs in history, are currently dropping the ball. 1 kill between them. And Mzinho gives you a little X factor to try to work with.
And now the utility's starting to work back in the other direction. They've taken some hits here even on this round, but went a little bit better for the T side. Now, the thing about chess is you have to wait for your opponent to go before you can go again. But Blitz, in this fluid game of Counter-Strike, he can create an explosive game of Counter-Strike at any pace he wants. That's what Vitality called the Mongols before this match took place. They have to be ready on all fronts. We see that early hall smoke. Map control throughout the series has been pretty good for the Mongols. Sure. They paid inside a middle for Dust too, but they never stopped trying to take it. And they overall owned it on Mirage.
This is a change-up in the A setup in anticipation of another attempt to take down this bomb site. Mezzi's gonna get flashed in and he will drop the ball. There was no answer back. Robs leans further away from his earlier perch positions. ZywOo over towards the arch side, turns just in time.
What a pick
Gets
off.
a second chance. Blitz though cracks it open from the arch side. And we're gonna go 2 versus 2 with the B site defenders halfway here. Flamesy still playing around on arch. In the time that it'll take Apex to get into play, Flamesy takes a glance over towards the front of brackets.
And 910's going graveyard. This is a big... Oh, he runs back, actually.
Still with 0 kills. Gets a flash of the presence over towards the library. Apex just dancing with the devil. 910 wounded down to 32. Flamesy getting ever closer. Apex getting away with a robbery. Senzu from the back aside. Leading by example.
Baited that shot out from the library. Scaled with every single miss to follow. 910 had his best chance on that last shot and couldn't put it together. Too much pressure from Apex.
So the change up here for Vitality is to throw Mezzi in the front, and it still doesn't get what they need.
Yeah. Oh.
How many times is 910 gonna not shoot Apex?
That was the chance. Can't say he didn't put himself in a good spot.
Phenomenal.
Oh. Incredible shooting from the captain. Mongols running through these timeouts. This half is certainly not over, but at this pace, you can't drop those 2v2s when you have the sight. The final map of the season.
What a treat. Look at this B defense. Oh, Vitality's starting to feel a little confident with this consecutive A pressure that's been coming out.
I swear the problem with them, playing against them, they're so hard to condition. I mean, something can work 3-4 times in a row, they'll still try to go for it.
I was thinking to myself, maybe they think that Mongols have less than they do. Trying to get aggressive like that.
They're really focused in on A. They put a lot into that single Molotov that came down.
Who's on the scene now. Flamesy gets that support system. For a series that's had a lot of pokes and prods in the middles of the round, Inferno felt like at first Vitality just wanted to react, but this round, I mean, that is an opening gambit that pays off into alt.
Flamesy's the guy you can leave alone in B. Every team he's ever played on, he's played Banana, oftentimes by himself. He's very good shoulder spotting, not dying to ops, making sure to use his utility perfectly. So good at getting those one-ways off back in CSGO. Someone so young, won so much. And after this map, if he wins, we'll grab that chip. Not something you want to think about, but...
Slides out when he has to, gives himself a flash to do it again. And Senzu's able to dodge that flash, so the trade is good, if not a little delayed. We're gonna have pressure on this site again. You've got Apex within it, you've got Rops over towards the pit. And the support towards spawn. In the off chance that they try to take it into CT would have been one thing. Apex gonna have to go massive again. And he's getting in with the damage. A fast reposition, no way. He is tapping into something integral.
He's brutalizing them. He's playing like the champion that he is versus every generation's IGLs in this game. He's played against them all. When they played against Na'Vi, Rob said he's more nervous to play against Na'Vi because they weren't used to it. Apex said, I know how to play against Blade's teams. He can tap into that history. He's the one who won't get nervous. Pronax, Fallen, Kerrigan, Glaive. He has seen it all.
And so they reach 7 rounds. An elusive score for Inferno in Austin. Tons of utility pressure yet again as the Mongols limp towards this banana. And we see this more and more confident Vitality starting to grow across the map from the alt-mid push of last round into the double up on banana. Very passive here from Techno. They're gonna go into the boost. Off of the reload, Techno slides down beneath. They don't know. But he is barely standing. And his timing could be to a T.
They won't know about this.
Turned. Unsure about the boost. It's a fast recovery from Flamesy, but there's still an open gate. Blitz has got the bomb out middle, waiting for this kind of a peek. Him and MongolZ are gonna get it. Will MongolZ find these again from the same position as last round? Finds one and leaves.
They could keep the game alive with this round. 3-on-3. Rob's coming in from behind as usual. Gets spotted. MongolZ takes him down.
And MongolZ's got the gap. Whoa, he's not able to collect the kill. But that does give Flamesy a chance back towards site, and already a good smoke to work in front of. That's just the right amount of cover, but they're still gonna play for the bracket side. They don't know, where exactly the Mongols stand. And
that smoke.
That is gonna leave a massive gap on top of the route that Flamesy's already created for himself, but he opts to go around the barrels. And that is already Senzu locked in. You've got half health of the 2 players. You've got MongolZ trying to tap back into his ability to clutch. Not this time. A-side falls again. At the very least, it's a 3-round T-side for the Mongols.
Honest Days work on that round to get up to the top of banana, take over control, get back to mid, all the way down to the 3v3. Every moment is a way back in for Vitality. They're there watching and trying to guard these spots, but ZywOo goes cross-side trying to peek into mid. MongolZ doesn't finish off his meal when he peeks off Arch, and this is how Mongols sustain. They'll force a timeout from Vitality for once.
So while that B site looks under lock and key, there is a chink in the armor of the A site defense.
Yeah, they found a gap. And they're really successful at taking brackets. You can see that Vitality have shaped up a lot on B. I mean, counting up this utility damage, it's gone swimmingly this entire half, but almost every single time they find a way to get their trades or get up mid. It's only that one anti-eco that got crushed.
Ooh, fire beneath him. He's gonna get some of the util out. While they've taken over bracket, we've had Vitality attack it into ults. We've had MongolZ maybe get a little too repetitive from that corner. But repetition will cause hesitation for the Mongols in this round. And very quickly, Apex is calling the troops over. They want to bolster this bomb site before the follow-through comes out, because you've said it, brackets looks good for the Mongols. They have taken it over entirely yet again with a minute on this clock.
They've got an interesting defense. I mean, they're on the perimeter. They're stopping what could be a B play. It feels like that Apex is worried about a split coming this direction, but it's not. It's going to be a full wrap. ZywOo might get full contact, but on a sliver angle, he'll actually try to rotate around. Now it's on MongolZ once again. Rob's in the mini pit to support him.
ZywOo, Hail Mary. Rob's head down in the little pit for now. MongolZ about to emerge out from the apartments, and Robs is going to be standing down beneath him. MongolZ looking like a shell of himself. At first, it's back turn. There's MongolZ with the drop and no scope into ZywOo. What is happening? MongolZ in the corner, dealt with.
Another no scope.
Going gut shot to gut shot, back and forth. Finally, a man advantage for the retake. We've seen it come out 2v2. 11 health for 910 makes a world of difference. He has second thoughts. A chance to reload that op, but the element of surprise, it's coming out from Apex, and he will catch MongolZ. So now with 11 HP, he is gonna have to pull this out from the same place. Apex found his impact. Fantastic flash. No chance this time. Vitality take 8.
The flank round was so perfect there from Apex to come up through the halls. As you can see from MongolZ, he missed the one moment like ships in the night. Apex got up into Boiler. That was the moment where 910's disarmed to the site. He gets flanked from behind, and that's the shot that ZywOo hit.
It's not the only one that he tried to send through smoke. but it's sure as hell the one he needed. And I mean, this map is going to be a statement for Apex if he is able to keep up this ability.
Again, the CTs were close by, but as soon as Mongols had them on the outside of that smoke, on Library out in CT.
You are fucking insane! I want this matchup with you, boys! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Fucking get it, boys.
You can hear the ecstasy. It's a party over there for Vitality, keeping the energy up, and look at Apex go, 15-4.
Chance and Banana steps up to the test. A little bit delayed to put the smoke down. And so the recovery for the Mongols, again, just cheesing the side of these smokes, getting away with something, trying to head back towards middle.
I'd love to see the head-to-head between Mzinho and the A players, whoever it is. Rops, ZywOo, he's getting out there.
Oh God, roll this into momentum. ZywOo floating around Rops. This position gets spammed, and he's gonna get dinked in the process. Yeah, it's not nearly as comfortable. Rops still able to get the double. And with the smoke in front, Mezzi opens. Bomb plant in the middle, and 910 has to cover. There's a good amount of health now this time, but he only has 2 kills on this third map. 910's performance is betraying him. The stars of the Mongols that got them here have bottomed out. It is now or never. 910 unable, and Vitality, there's their 9th. 12 rounds of play, 6 rounds of a lead, a major on the line. And so it's a marked improvement out of the Vitality camp, but it is still in the back of their minds, the beast that they have to overcome. Knowing Inferno is where they have failed in Austin, if Vitality want to grab that crown jewel, they need to close this game, and they've got to do it against this crowd. Austin, the final half of your major begins.
You guys have done just as well as the players to make this feel amazing, maybe even better. Now Mongols look for a pistol to give themselves a fair shot at the comeback. That's what Blitz is hoping for. A chance to call rifle rounds, to show that they can match what Legacy and what MongolZ did to Vitality already at this event. A map that they have gone the distance on versus Vitality.
First and foremost, smoked off of Brackets. Brackets was such a key piece of the Mongols T side. For better or not, ooh, Blitz taking early damage. Might not bode well, but you've got Mdinho, and he's only gonna find his single kill. 9-10 up next, clean sweep of the site. Again, it is MongolZ to step up.
Oh, they absolutely ran through that. MongolZ 16 and 8 off this 3K. 2 players left alive here for the Mongols.
Senzu takes a look towards Pit, and they will cut the head off this snake.
They're gonna Vitality. Have to Bernie if they win this, man. Winning a 2v4 retake on the A side, it's unheard of.
Nobody slithering here for Vitality. They just walk into their corners. They allow the retake to come to them. Senzu gets another. Zyru's gonna close it. It may have been opened up by MongolZ, but it's Vitality stars to shut it down. Double digits in an instant.
They picked great spots. MongolZ came through, a player we've been talking about in highlight moments more than we ever have in his career. Somebody who, in his initiation to Vitality, was just their 5th best player. Just a guy who seemed like a great presence, who was decent at anchoring, but struggled to find that chemistry when Spinks was on the team. Now he has really blossomed. He takes control, he wins rounds by himself, he pulls out clutches, and we can see what he does with the pistols.
Gonna try to get aggressive through that smoke. Blitz actually gets killed on the fallback. This is Vitality with 2 MAC-10s, and this could be a quick one. MP9 into the apartments, just straight up taken down by Zywu. And what a beautiful moment this could be for the formula of Vitality, because we haven't had to say his name too often. 8 frags on this 3rd map as he watches his teammates move past him. Taking over versus the Mongols. They now sit pretty in a 5v3, and Vitality, with a wealth of experience, know how to avoid these sorts of mistakes.
Mongols may be a young team, but Vitality made moves to make their team younger too, and that was a risk at the time, a risk that has certainly paid off. These have become players that you can trust in any circumstances. Looking for a chip to finish their season. I'm sure it would almost feel like if they didn't win this, nothing mattered at all. But with this run, Vitality, this could be the best in 6 years that we've seen from any rosters.
You can see just how safe they are, escorting Robs to get that bomb over towards B. It's the beauty of the change that Valve gave us by putting this event at the end of the season. Everybody plays towards the major. And while Vitality have blown our minds with their consistency and results throughout this season, we have slowly started to see them look more human the closer they got to this final hurdle. It is poetic that Inferno's where this ends.
Yes, indeed. And Rops will be forever remembered as the difference. Before Vitality, everybody knew he was that thoroughbred star role player, made space on maps, didn't need extra help when he anchored, but it never became so clear since he joined this team how quickly they took off.
Terrorists win.
The anchor you cannot replace. So for the Mongols, we'll find out now if the lights are too bright. One map in the series. But then they saw the finish line. And ironically, that's when it gets the farthest away.
Final timeout called by Mara. For the first time ever, when they were whooping Vitality, we started to see Senzu smile. We started to see emotions break through for the Mongols. Something that somehow, some way, through trials and tribulation, they have always kept to themselves. the youngest ever team to make it to a major finals.
Oh, man. Making history from so many different perspectives. They have so much to be proud of. But when you're this close, and you're giving yourself this much of a chance, you have the biggest threat in the grand finals. Take some pressure off. Play the good CS we saw in map 1. You've got nothing else to do today. I saw a sign in the crowd that said CS is played one round at a time. They've got to dig into that mental space. The same one that got them to this final. Already their best result this year.
Apex storms his way through Banana, sends that frag grenade deep onto Senzu. He's gonna have to deal with the chip damage now. It takes the greatest teams in history a long time to learn how to win. Look at Astralis. 2024 was a year marked by disappointment for Vitality and yet promise. The thought of Mongols pulling this one out of the hat would have been nothing shy of a Cinderella story. And Senzu tries to tap into that fairy tale with a smoke spam back sight, at least a hope at holding off this B site. Bomb yet to be planted and smoke soon to fade. And there is more utility where that first one came from. If the Mongols want to take a swing at this, now feels like the time. But they're going to let Mzinho get into the flank first, and as he gets ever closer, he's going to make contact versus ZywOo, who has the advantage of the Galil. Damage goes both directions, but the Mongols have to make a difficult decision. Do you try? Do you put your entire major on the line? Dreams wielded in this clutch attempt towards B, shut down by the best. 9-10 versus 3 denied, and Vitality will secure themselves 9 championship points.
You see the breath that Apex takes after this moment. ZywOo's smile on his face. The two young players on the right enjoying this, contributing so much. The fantasy season. Vitality might be able to complete it here and now in front of this crowd. Something that we didn't think was possible in CS2, to put on an era.
Ooh, fire beneath him. Gonna give him a little lifeline. Flamesy actually kills Blitz in the process. That one goes down towards middle, so a successful endeavor out from the Mongols on B. Every round they play from here on out will be without the score in mind. Counter-Strike is played round by round, kill by kill, click by click. And with 9-10 finding a couple more kills, these rifles that they have barely found in their hands could damn well extend play. Flamesy, birthday boy.
What's a 9-round comeback?
He doesn't see a way back in. There's two worlds that we live in right now. One where Vitality have to stew in the thought that, oh, guns respond, and we've not been able to break through on Inferno, or the other where everything feels like it's almost secured. One final round win here for Vitality. Knowing Apex and his swagger and the way he came through that floor with a middle finger and a phone in hand.
Yeah, he's done this before. That's what that says to me.
But he made a mistake this round. He offers up that opening kill. 9-10 will seize the day. That's 1 down, 8 to go.
Vitality immediately into a timeout. Mara will get a second and a final chance to speak here. Vitality, Apex has a number of jobs. keep his team steady emotionally, to come through with a good game plan, to make sure everybody is playing their roles right, but most importantly, to continue to play to win. 9-10 looks shaken in the first half of this game. Started 0-7, 0-8. Gets this famous 2K. Maybe he gets back online. Maybe it's too late. Like you said, you have to learn how to win.
You got to learn how to dig yourself out of the depths. 9-10 and Senzu don't want to wake up and look at themselves in the mirror tomorrow and remember this map 3, not with the ratings they currently have secured. You got to play to win if you want it. And you can see Blitz doing exactly that with this quick little look down mid, but nothing over towards ult for him to pull on. They peel it back. So that's what they're looking for, but Mezzi's got the fast answer. And how many more times is Mezzi going to be the key to overwhelming sights?
I don't think anyone's overtaking him right now. 19-10 still going. Aging like wine in this match. Can't decide what's the utility to use here at the top of Banana.
You've got the Mongols split at a minute. You've got their backs against the ropes.
9-10. Up to the plate, whether he knows it or not.
Sits here with a flash and incendiary for Mzinho. Mzinho's gonna try to go for the peak, and he's gonna collect himself 2 kills. Good thing he didn't have a nade out. Good thing the Mongols aren't done yet. Round by round, piece by piece.
One foot in front of the other. Fantastic plays here. Great trade back from Mezzi, but a spray transfer into another. Beautifully done, full control of the brackets. 7 rounds to go.
And you can see that Mongols tethering going down so nicely, ready to respond to the action.
They're buying 9-10 time. He gets on the op now, and that's a 5th kill for him.
Remember where he was, folks. 4 kills, 16 deaths for 9-10 at the start of this one. That op is online, but the answer's already coming through. Flamesy, that's a couple of kills. That is a vacant A-bomb site, but obviously at the moment they don't know it. And 9-10 was floating around here, so they're thinking he's not too far off. It would be an absolute tragedy for this to be the round that slips through their hands.
They want to fully avoid this. Rops looking for an upgrade, it feels like.
No way Flamesy does it all, right? There is no world where he goes beyond these 2 kills.
They know he's around here.
That M4 over towards the library. Rops soon to jump down into the site. Flamesy given a chance. That is a trio of frags. He is trying to take over the server on his day. 9-10 into the bomb site, missed shot. And now we're talking about a post plant with an incredibly clutch player still alive.
This could be it.
Helping hands offered over by Rops. A round opened by Flamesy.
Techno approaching 100 HP, all the weight of the world on his shoulders.
So much clutch in his coffers, we know it. But Vitality give him the space, and nobody's gonna swing just yet. They take their time, sweet time. Techno into the 2. He gets both, but he doesn't find bomb immediately. Lucky he's got the kit. Luckily, he's got the clutch.
Ice cold.
Always.
From Mirage to here. When you anchor, it's your responsibility to put up rounds like those. And we've seen Techno have his bad days. But right now he's looking like Magic's in Shanghai with these moments. 6 rounds to go.
Nine-10 showed you promise at the start of that. 9-10 had you believing, but he also missed a critical shot that could have cost them this game.
Will Vitality think about the fact that they gave that away so close to the trophy? Is this one more chance that 9-10 needed? Or will it rest on a miss? Rops goes down inside of the halls.
No easy feat killing Rops inside the apartments. But what we haven't seen is this B site truly tested. And so they start to lean over. Techno stepping into the front of the site, but as he goes down, Senzu gives up his position with the trajectory of that nade. And he thinks about it. But he's at the very least allowed one to cross over. That is Mezzi with footing on site. That is the bomb to follow suit.
2 CT still on the A site. They don't believe this just yet. Smoke will go down and so will the plant.
ZywOo's gonna plant it.
Claims he takes a lot of damage.
Vitality no longer hands busy. 3 rounds down, it was 6 to go. And it is all hands on deck for the Mongols. It is only flashbangs for this retake. Flamesy right back into the kill feed. It is another triple from the young star of Vitality. ZywOo's gonna lean back into the site. Mezzi awaiting, now he sees the barrel. He's got himself the kill. And so 1 frag out. 9-10 from the bottom of the scoreboards will be haunted by this performance unless, and it is not to be, for it is the bees. Today is the day of Vitality.
They make it happen. They complete the season. They get a chip for everyone. After all their wins and successes, the pressure mounted so high that this was must win. Another BO3 in a row. Apex, another championship. But the one that mattered the most. Everything else pales in comparison to a win here in Austin. And they didn't flub it at the final hurdle. A fantastic attempt from the Mongols in trying to stop this from happening after map 1. You could see they might have been scared, but this isn't the first time they've been tested. And they've been battle hardened and survived it all. Another test passed. And a well-deserved break after this match, because Vitality have won this season.
It's all in a damn near flawless form. Poetic ending on Inferno. And there is no denying that in the anatomy of Vitality, Apex and greatness are only one Bonaparte. Love him or hate him, you have to respect him because this man is a leader of men. Dan Matisklai has sharpened the deadliest Counter-Strike weapon we have ever seen. ZywOo is extraordinary. And his evolution into the greatest of all time is truly underway. From the day he was born, this was his destiny. In Austin, they will seize their crown jewel. Your Blast Austin Major Champions, Team Vitality!
What does it mean to you to do it here in Austin and to turn all these people's hearts now in your favor?
That was an amazing journey to play here. I love being the villain. I love that you wanted to fuck me, actually. But yeah, we've worked so hard all together, and I'm so happy that we managed to come back after this terrible first map. But that's what we said to each other, like this year it already happened that in the grand final we lost the first map and we knew we could come back. And on the last two maps there were no game, we were just a better team, and I'm just proud of my boys, how much they work out and everything. And thank you, Austin. Fucking thank you!
They may not have loved you, but they have to respect you. When it comes to getting those comebacks, sometimes losing but having to be back, we can listen to snippets of you talking to your team so often. Can you tell me something about how you have grown as a leader over these years? Because it really does seem like you are their captain at every moment of the day.
Well, I think overall, of course, I manage better my emotions. It had to be important because I'm a really emotional person. And I think that in big tournaments, I'm trying to be the best captain I can, not only IGL. And yeah, I think this tournament I've never been tilted on my guys, even though we played bad. And also a lot of hard work. And I'm happy it worked out today on the team side, but on the individual, because on Inferno, I fucked them.
Never change, Dan. You said this one was for the haters, but I believe it is also for some of the guys on your team who wanted to win their first major, Robs who wanted to make up for those lost finals, of course. So what do you want to say about them?
Well, I'm sorry, Magis, but Robs is the best mover of all time. 7 trophies in 7 tournaments. Like, what else can you do? What else? Guys, you can see already the best team of 2025. There is no doubt. It's that. And all the Messi adopters as well. Like, yes, last year remove Messi, but look, we still win 7 trophies with him. And remove Apex, and yeah, fuck you guys.
Listen, I'm gonna ask one more question. I don't know how many times you're gonna say fuck you again, but let's see. Finally, you say it there, 2025 is the year of Vitality, but it's been a long season already. Is there anyone you want to shout out in the organization at home that have made this all possible, because they are always behind you?
Yeah, all the support, like the French of all, first of all, like the Golden Hornets that are really always behind us. They are the best fans. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because that cost a lot of money for all of them. But everyone believing in us, believing in me in Vitality when things went wrong. And at least once again, for the 13th time of my career, I proved the haters wrong, and that's what I'm the most happy about. And yeah. And thank you to the owners as well. Neo, he's been also an important boss for us, always trying to solve problems. After Shanghai, we had a long call. He believed in me, and of course we had Robin, so he helps as well. And yeah, I'm just proud of everyone and really happy. And shout out to my girlfriend at home watching as well.
Thank you very much, Apex. Congratulations.
Yeah, and you know the celebration, did we got it there? Yeah, the celebration doesn't stop. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hey, the celebration's not done. I got the rest of the guys over here. Give it a round of applause for Team Vitality. Flames, happy birthday, bud. Hell of a birthday present.
That's a crazy birthday to have. Tonight's gonna be a good night.
Hey, can we give him a happy birthday one more time, Austin? There you go. But on your side, man, you done sweating for the day or what?
Yeah, it was tough. It's the final of the major. Yeah, thank you guys. I think they wanted that for 3 days at least.
They've been waiting for that. Anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
Thank you, of course. Thank you to the organization as well. They always believe in me. You brought me back, and I promised me this time to bring a major, and I did, so thank you to him.
Congratulations, X-Taz. Oh yeah, go on. Mr. Dan, please.
Yeah, one last thing, and the people you never see behind us, like the staff we have been amazing as well the last 7 months. Why we have a strong mentality, why we never give up, why we play fucking good CS as well, it's thanks to those guys. So props to our staff that are here, and I love you guys.
That's Dan Mattisclair. This is Team Vitality. Austin, give it up for your finalists, your champions. It's Vitality!
Vitality's world, and we are simply just living in it. Their reign of terror is real. We're talking 7 grand finals, 7 trophies, and a punctuation mark of the major to be ending out their 2025 season. A practically unstained record throughout it, Jacob. an incredible masterclass from Vitality tonight.
We are witnessing history right now. We are witnessing arguably the best team to at least play Counter-Strike 2 ever, and I would even open the debate, you know, at some other point to have that discussion whether they're the best team to ever do it. The way they win, the way they come back, the way they mentally is always prepared on top of things, even after such a whitewash of a first map, it's truly, truly impressive to witness what Vitality not only have done tonight, which obviously is the crown, but throughout the entire season, Mountain, the best team, not even close, and a team that always finds a way to fight back.
In what is arguably the most competitive era we've ever had in Counter-Strike, the gap between Vitality and number 2, number 3, number 4, it is vast. They are so dominant. We just witnessed the best season in Counter-Strike. No 6-month stretch has ever looked this good, this dominant, 7 trophies, the major, unbelievable stuff.
We can see just how much it means to each and every single individual. I want to start the conversation with Robs, though, because we talked about it before. Twice the bridesmaid when we're talking about CS2 majors. He had to be wearing the silverware. Now he gets the gold with this new squad of Vitality.
It's a fantastic story for Robs. Obviously joining Vitality in the beginning, we had our doubts. You know, we thought that he was going to be a great signing, but no one could in their wildest imagination see this forthcoming. You know, to be arguably the best signing of all time. I think the only one that contests that would be Magisk back in the Astralis days, coming in with instant impact in Vitality and now finally getting to win another major. I saw a stat on Twitter, and I would love to give credit to whoever wrote it, but I didn't pay attention to the name. But there's been 33 S-tier events this so far in Counter-Strike 2. Robs has been in the final of 16 of those with FaZe and with Vitality. Every second grand final there's ever been in Counter-Strike 2, Robs has had his presence, and he's won 11 on those, by the way.
Arguably the most impactful rifler we've had of the last 3 years. What he's done with FaZe Clan, what he is now accomplishing with Vitality. He is definitely building the case for one of the greatest riflers of all time. I mean, to go back to back to back in major grand finals with FaZe Clan and now in the Vitality jersey, and to finally now capture one for CS2. It's been an unbelievable ride for Robs.
And he's given Vitality what we always wanted for Vitality to happen. Someone ZywOo could play with, someone who could help him out when there was dire moments. We speak about ZywOo obviously being the best player in the world, but he's finally got a playmate that consistently delivers time after time after time.
Of course, that is ZywOo's second major trophy, but we do have 2 first-timers on the squad, Mezzy and of course Flamesy, who joins us up here. Birthday boy, the crowd are already singing it to you.
I can't even hear you because the crowd is crazy. Thank you, boys!
Oh my gosh, tell me, is this the best birthday ever, Flamesy?
So far, it's probably the best day in my life.
So far.
You never know what's gonna happen next.
How did you beat this one?
Crazy. Maybe a kid and a major at the same day, I don't know. But, yeah, it's crazy. I woke up this morning and I felt quite good. And then we lost 13-5 and I was like, could be a tough birthday. But then I'm so happy I have such a great team and we made it, and it just feels great right now.
Flamesy, I feel like this tournament for you, I feel like sometimes the stars definitely take the limelight for Vitality, like Apex and ZywOo, of course. I mean, do you feel like when Apex is getting those chants at him all the time, does that serve as some kind of lightning rod or motivator for you guys when it feels like you're just battling the audience every single time?
Well, I think Apex is definitely the best leader I've played with and I've been with. The thing about how he goes and how he screams in the game and hypes us up, it's something that we all want to say, sort of, but we want to say it's good, guys, but no, it's not good, guys. Let's fucking step up and show we got. And he's doing it really well, and that's one of his best like skills in some sense. And every time we play and we have a tough match, and even though we might have like a good match and we run with it like we did now last map, he will keep screaming, keep shouting, guys, focus up, it's not over, it's not done, it's not done, it's not done. And then once in a few games, once in a few maps, he has a map that is full carrying us. Great.
I have one more question for you, just like on your individual journey. I mean, you've captured your first major trophy here. I mean, how is now the reflection on yourself? Like, what do you see as yourself as a player? I feel like we saw the turning point last year where you became a world top 10 player, and now you've got the major on top of it, plus the individual form. Like, do you consider yourself as an individual just in that elite tier?
I don't think so yet. I think that a lot of my success also last year, this year, is coming from the team, because I have, it's good to have an IGL that was an entry before. It sort of gets how I want to do stuff. And obviously, having like there is a lot of opportunities that come from the teammates, and I think that makes me very able to play my game in some sense. But I wouldn't say that. I need a few more years to say that.
Flamesy, you obviously joined this lineup after the Paris Major, which back then was a big surprise. Did you, in your wildest imagination, even dreaming about coming to this spot, you know, let alone winning a major, but doing it, winning 7 tournaments in a row, you know, being the most dominant team ever to exist in Counter-Strike? Was that ever, you know, something you had in the back of your mind, or is this just truly unthinkable for you?
Well, it is unthinkable. Well, before I joined Vitality,
I played an OG, you know.
Yeah. It was trophies were far away from what I was looking at, but then we won Gamers 8, and then I started believing that any tournament I come up to and show up, it might be the one. And something that was my goal during the years was to have like a team that is very consistent. So I always wanted to win 2 tournaments in a row and go top 1 and learn how to stay top 1, because it's a very different thing to just becoming top 1. And this year so far, well, what can I say? I think it's just, I'm speechless to that, and I didn't expect to, you know, in 6 months to close out a major, Katowice, Grand Slam, 4 more trophies. It's just crazy, and I'm just so happy. I can't be, I don't have words, I'm just speechless.
You won a lot, obviously, and now you won the major as well. Just try to contextualize it for the viewers at home. Obviously, winning tournaments almost every second week at this point. How much does this one mean to you? It's the major, it's the World Championship, it's the biggest one you can win.
Well, I was very nervous yesterday, 2 days ago, today. I was, even though the most stressful game I played, I felt like it was the Melbourne Grand Final against Falcons. Yeah. This one was very stressful before the game, but we talked with each other and we said, guys, like, it's fine to be nervous. It's the fucking major final. we need to be happy that we're nervous in this, because other teams would wish to be as pressured as us in this situation. But I will say it like that, like, it was a very stressful match after they started shooting well and we saw that we couldn't like fit in the game with them on Mirage. It was a bit more stressful, and then when we lost, I don't know, I felt relieved in some sense. I felt like, well, we have nothing to lose. Let's just fucking play our best CS and see how it goes, and that's exactly what happened.
So what's the conversation like after map 1, where MongolZ just went to town on you guys? Who's saying what?
Well, everybody was speaking up. I think we could have felt like people were quite nervous in some sense, but I do think during the game I felt like we were playing good. We were 3-on-A a lot of times when they pushed A. We had like good situations, and then we lose a 1v1 to Techno, and then a 2v1. And if you lose all those clutches in those key rounds, and the game could go like that in MR12. But the main thing was like, after we lost the map, guys, we need to focus up. It's all fucking good. That's 2 now. It's our map pick. We know how to play CS. And we just executed well those rounds. And it also helps when you're not in a, like, you know, when the clutch, the 3v3s, the 2v2s go your way sometimes. Even though Senzo won a sick 1v3 on Dust 2, it's still just 1 clutch compared to 2-3 in a close match. So yeah, I think we just focused on the second map, and then we didn't care anymore about Mirage.
Considering it was just yourself and Mezzy prior to this very moment that hadn't lifted a major trophy, did you ever have any conversations between the 2 of you? Because I imagine there was you know, the prospect of that is very tantalizing for somebody who's never achieved it before.
Well, it was, we talked about picking the trophy together, because me, Remy, and William. But the conversation went more like, you know, there is this thing like people are saying completing CS. So if you get a major Grand Slam, Katowice, Cologne, you completed CS, but we don't believe in it like that. But it's crazy that in 6 months we accomplished like 70% of the things that every player wants to accomplish.
It is insane.
Yeah, but obviously when we won Katowice, I think me and William had the talk that like this could be the roster that we like complete CS with, but I don't think anybody expected it to be so smooth.
What now? You mentioned just the 3 people lifting the trophy. How heavy is that trophy? It's a big trophy,
I don't know, I think
figuratively,
they just fake typed
literally.
it. I think Blast fake typed it, because first of all I heard it's 50 kg. I was like, okay, I'm not trying that one out. then they said it's 30 kilogram.
Oh, Apex must be really strong.
Yeah.
No, it's not so heavy as I thought. I thought it would be heavier, but obviously it's so big, it's not comfortable to hold it, and then you're like, okay, 1 lift and fuck it, we'll take it at home. But it's a huge show. It's definitely huge, but it's not so heavy.
You won it all. You completed Counter-Strike. What now, Flamesy? The next couple of weeks, what are you gonna do?
Well, I'm gonna have a vacation with my girlfriend. We're gonna go to New York, just enjoy some time. First time in New York, so I'm gonna do that. And then, well, there is not much time before Cologne, so we need to go back to grind, because it's weird to say it like that, but we have such a good roster, and we cannot miss out on opportunity. We never know what's going to be next season. Maybe Kyosuke and Falcon's going to be too good, you know. And
Already scared, yeah.
yeah, and we need to prepare because we have a really good roster, and we can accomplish many things more with each other. We can't waste time on. Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, Apex has mentioned the fact that you don't get rosters like this more than once in a lifetime. So, I mean, you're already talking about it, you know, heading into the next season. Like, aspirations got to be Cologne almost do the same thing again, right?
Cologne, EWC, yeah. Well, obviously you want everything, right? You become greedy, 7 tournaments in a row. I'm sad we lost to Legacy, that best of 1. Maybe some people can count only the best of 3s. But obviously we're going to come with the mindset to win every trophy next season. It might be a bit tougher. We never know how it goes because we had such a good run that, you know, it can't be a honeymoon, but you never know how it's going to be next season. It might be a bit tougher. Some people might be a bit more tired. We might get like lack of motivation in some sense because we won so much that we'll play like some tournaments like a bit slow on the gas. But the main goal is not to have that, to just keep grinding, keep performing. And as you said, Mau, it's you know, it's weird for me because I'm 22 actually, so I'm 22 and I won a lot of those. And Dan always said like this might be the only roster that you go that far. Or it might be the only major final we play in our career. We need to fucking enjoy every moment. And so far, I'm grateful to have achieved so many in such a young age so far. And I'm just excited to be like to rest now, to calm down a bit because it was a stressful season. We played every final, best of 5s, a lot of best of 5s. My body is full, and today as well, it was really stressful. So
I can imagine. Flamesy, it's one thing winning a major on your birthday, but it wouldn't be a birthday without a birthday cake. Mary, can you get the crowd singing again?
Please don't put this shit in my face.
Everybody, we got to sing happy birthday to Flames, all right? So let's get it. Come on. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Flamesy. Happy birthday to you. You guys are great. You guys are great back there.
Flamesy, I can see your girlfriend waiting over there for you. Anything you'd like to say in this moment before we let you get off and have a well-deserved celebration tonight?
Well, thank you very much, Austin. You've been a great crowd, even though you're not for us. And actually, nothing else. I'm just very happy, and I'm glad we have such a good roster. I want to thank all the staff in Vitality and all the fans, the Golden Hornets. Everybody's just done an amazing job this year, this season so far, these 6 months, I would say. And other than this, nothing. And I'll go enjoy the cake. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Flamesy. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time, Flamesy and Vitality. He made a face like that was heavier than the trophy. Brother, you just lifted 50 kilos.
He's holding 2 different things. Cake, he's got to balance it, you know, it's tough.
Oh my goodness. Just incredible scenes for the entirety of Vitality. I miss this. I miss Apex jumping on the desk himself. Of course he's going to be doing that in true Apex fashion. This is just incredible. Jason, Dupree, tell me the emotions that these guys are experiencing right now. You've been here 5 times. You probably know it pretty well.
No, it was fun watching it from a little bit behind, like watching how Flamesy went up here and just talk how speechless he was, because he not only finds himself in a position where he just won a major, but also what they have achieved right now with like winning the 7th consecutive trophy in a row. You know, I mean, it's just he was speechless. You know, I think everyone is speechless. You know, what they have achieved right now is something that we didn't expect anyone to do, and it was just so many. I could see myself standing there when I was at his age. You know, I'm 10 years older than this guy. You know, it's only 22. I'm 32. So yeah, there's a lot of things, but obviously they can be extremely proud of what they've achieved.
I was going to say, he looked like a young Dupree up here.
Yeah!
Didn't know that he was winning the major. Like, didn't even realize it hadn't clicked in yet. Like,
he also did replace Dupree, you know.
That he did.
Yeah, no, it was cool, man. I mean, that's a stare you see on every first-time major winner, is just like the emotions of where it's hitting and it hasn't quite sunk in yet that the job is done.
Yeah,
like,
he obviously brought up, you know, it's not just himself, Mezzy, Xtaz as well. The fact that Xtaz returned to this Vitality lineup as well and finally gets his major trophy. That's a beautiful moment for him.
Seems like he's just such a good pairing with Apex. We don't really always get to hear the full picture, but it really does feel like in those timeouts, in those pre-game sessions, between maps, he's one that's leveling the team out, aiding Apex create these tactical plans that end up making Mongols look flummoxed. Like, they don't even know what's happening on some of these bomb sites because they just come up with so many iterations, so many variations of their strats.
Speaking of Apex, I think we have to give him a flowers as well for this grand final performance one more time. Back in Dallas, we made a statistic where he was actually the highest rated player for Vitality in the grand finals. Now, heading into this one, he was only number 3, but tonight he's the MVP of a grand final once more. Not only by the stats, but also by his calling on Inferno, by the way he was picking up his team, by the mood. You could see Apex was in the zone. There was no way, absolutely no way he was going to allow anyone else but him to win that major.
I think he was, what, 13-2 at one point on Inferno? It felt like he was really just like going out there and he's like, look, I'm just going to make sure everyone gets started on the right foot. We're not doing Mirage again. I'll be the one killing everything.
Leading by example by quite a margin.
There's one name that we haven't mentioned in basically this entire discussion. That is ZywOo. Do you feel like, I don't know the stats right now in terms of the MVPs, but I imagine it would probably be sliding with him. Yet another MVP under his belt.
There's no doubt that ZywOo is now entering the rarefied air of Device and coldzera for guys that have achieved or accomplished 2 major MVPs, and he did it with such convincing fashion. It was definitely a team effort in the grand finals, but everything leading up to the grand finals, and including his moments that he had in these 3 maps, I mean, he was just stellar.
Just so reliable. Like you just never feel like he's going to have a map off. Like, you can't ever predict it, and it's going to happen occasionally, but like the fact that he's been doing this for years now and staying at maintaining a pace, it's incredible what he does. So yeah, there's not much more we can say about ZywOo. I feel like it's all been said over the years. All we're doing is rehashing the fact that he's absolutely incredible.
He's an incredible player, you know, a player that I have been looking up to for a long time, also playing with him. You know, he brings so much to the team, not only bringing consistency, but he also just brings a really good mood, and he's a guy that's really reliable, both inside but also outside the server. So he's already won for the future, but he's just going to continue going. I don't know what's going to stop ZywOo. Who is actually going to stop ZywOo?
Does the second major put him as the GOAT? Is he overtaken Simple in anyone's eyes?
I'm willing to fight anyone who says no. He is.
I agree.
All right, cool. I'm not trying to fight her. I just asked a question.
I'll get Pimp on a podcast later.
But this is just a beautiful ending to what has been such an incredible run throughout the first half of 2025. I just want to cast our minds back to IEM Katowice when they managed to put on such a show during that very grand final versus Spirit. Did anybody have it on their bingo cards that they'd win every single event they attended thereon after until the end of the season?
It's completely unprecedented. I mean, this kind of streak leading into the major made them the heaviest favorites to win a major ever. I don't think there's ever even been a debate about it. Even during the Astralis era, I feel like there were dips for you guys in certain tournaments leading up to it, but to achieve 6 tournaments straight and then to win the major too, that is just a pressure that not many people can withstand. And we even saw in that first map, it didn't look like they were going to be able to withstand it.
I don't think anyone saw it coming, to be completely honest. In Katowice, Spirits were the heavy favorites in that grand final as well. And a week prior to that, we saw them play in Copenhagen for the first time ever with Robs on the roster, where they lost to Eternal Fire in a quarterfinal. So for Vitality to so quickly become the best to ever do it, you know, it took them, 2 weeks of practice with Robs, and then everything clicked. That in itself is just crazy.
I think we should all take this moment to thank Legacy for beating Vitality as one to alleviate some of that pressure that they clearly would have crumbled under in the grand final if they had to worry about the win streak.
I love how that just pissed Flamesy off up here. He had to bring it up. He had to bring it up, didn't he? Yeah, you can see how much it means. Like, Shock set it up on the stage, right? The fact that for Apex, 10 years ago, he won his first major trophy all the way back. Inclusion of Poker, completely different role, completely different team around him, completely different atmosphere.
10 years ago as well, he also played in his first major grand final, and it ended in heartbreak.
It ended in literal tears on the stage. Him and Kenny crying up there in Cologne. It was horrible to watch. Look at him now.
That's why it's so cool here in Flamesy when he's up here and I'm listening to his answers and he's talking about, you know, Dan like keeps beating into our heads that you never know if this is the last major grand final you're going to be in. Like, enjoy the moment, enjoy the experience, make sure you leave it all out there, make sure you're not going to be disappointed, because next season could be different, next year could be different, 2 years from now you might never be back. So this is the moment you have to see.
I love this take. One thing is the idea of them maybe not playing another major grand final, but just also the team thing. You know, I don't think a lot of players go through and come into a team where they can have so much success as Vitality have done right now. So obviously they should not be taking it for granted, but it's very easy to just fall back into, oh, we're just used to going to tournaments and winning out. We've been there with Astralis and he also mentioned the whole thing that maybe he gets Like, what's the next step? What's the next thing they need to achieve to keep being like motivated? Because once you get into like a stream of winning so much, you can easily become like, yeah, but this is just normal for us. You know, well, what's the next big thing to take on?
Dupree, can I just pose a question to you? Did it ever piss you off when people asked you that immediately after you won a trophy? What's next? What's next on the horizon? You know, just let me bask in the moment for a minute.
Well, I mean, like, obviously now that he's going to go on vacation, that was probably the best thing that people could ask me. If what's going to happen, I'm going to go on a vacation. But obviously the next big thing is that, I mean, I think they already have talked about what's going to happen the next season, that, you know, they have this vision that they want to go in and continue on working on maybe having an even longer streak. And I mean, right now, it doesn't seem like any team's out there to stop them. What I'm curious to see is if they can keep up with it the next season as well.
You have 10 teams right now looking at Vitality with one goal, and that is to dethrone them in the next season, right? That's pressure as well.
Yep.
Right now, it seems unthinkable. Right now, it seems unthinkable that anyone should be able to produce results on the level of Vitality. But if there's one thing that we've been taught by history, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike, nothing lasts forever. So it's always about keeping yourself in the moment, you know, keeping yourself motivated, and then we'll see. We saw Vitality, you know, being pressured by Falcons. We saw MongolZ at certain points get close. I'm sure a lot of teams right now are thinking, how do we beat this team? And that's going to make the next season even more fun.
But that's what Apex right now, he's chasing greatness. He's continuing to try to further himself in that conversation of the greatest in-game leaders of all time, because with this victory, he found his second major win as an in-game leader, third overall, and there's only 4 other major in-game leaders that have 2 or more majors. So, and some of those guys are retired now. Like they're gone. They're out of the conversation, you know, but you got Fallen, who's tied him now, and you've got Glaive, who
he's still kicking.
He's still technically kicking in Tier 2 right now. I don't know if we're going to see a comeback to Tier 1.
Not the same level.
But yeah, we'll see.
Well, unfortunately for the MongolZ, they do end second place here at the Blast TV Austin Major. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Mazinho and Banks.
The Mongols made history, and they did something incredible for themselves, for the region, for all the people watching back home in Mongolia as well, and for the world of Counter-Strike that loves what this team does. First of all, Mazinho, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, man. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. Just talk to me about how you felt initially at the beginning of the grand final when you won on Mirage, a map you never beat Vitality on before. Did you feel like, okay, we can really do this?
Yeah, after the first map, I think we can win this fight. Like, actually, in the beginning, we expect to win here. And to win in our first map pick, Mirage, and everything goes smoothly well. And after the second map, I think I don't know what went wrong. And for myself, I just underperformed. Yeah.
It's a team game, though. It's not just about your performance. I want to ask you, did it feel different when you won the first map? Did you guys maybe start to think about, oh, we can win the major, and then it gets more hard because you have these thoughts, these feelings?
Yeah, after the first map, I think I was imagining in my head, like, lifting the trophy, but I think that wasn't wrong thing to do, I think, yeah.
And tell me, once you got defeated on Dust 2, you come into Inferno, was there a good team talk? Was there good energy? What did you guys say to each other before going into this map?
Before going into map 3, I said we can do it, this Inferno. We always fight good in this map, and yeah, we can really show ourselves in this final, yeah.
It's hard to take a loss like this, right? But you come second place now at the major. It's a huge step forward for you and the team. Is it still something you can be proud of?
Yeah, finalist at the major is something proud of. Maybe brick by brick, maybe next major, yeah.
I love that you're already thinking about the next major as well. And look at this, in this major on stage, you beat FaZe, you beat Pain, you took a map from Vitality. How much do you think this event will make the Mongols stronger going into the next part of the year?
I think it gives us a lot of confidence that we're finaling at the major, and maybe next season we can pull a thing like Vitality does this season. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Let's go.
Hope so.
I love that you're saying that, Mazinho, especially in such a tough moment. Lastly, in Mongolia, there is thousands of people just watching live, even at this time. What would you like to say to them?
Тэгээд Major-ын финал Vitality-гийн өдөөс 2-1-ээр хожигдлоо. Тэгээд жоохон хүндгэн лажигдлаа. Тэгээд үзэж цуглаж хамтдаа үзсэн бүх хүмүүст нь баярлалаа. Тэгээд итгэлийг алдсан бол уучлаарай л хий да.
17 years old, chasing his dream, second place in a major grand final where no one expected it from him. This is something this whole team, and MongolZ especially, can be very proud of. I can't wait to see what they can do next season, but here it all ends for now.
Yeah, I know it's not going to feel like it from anybody of the side of the Mongols right now, but what a show they put up this major. Sure, they weren't able to take down the Kings, but they have put themselves firmly on the list of our top teams for 2025. A well-deserved, celebration for the Mongols and everybody in Mongolia. How many people, what percentage is it watching right now?
Mongolia is a rather small country, and I saw a stat that 90,000 people-ish were watching at watch parties or live streams in Mongolia, and that's roughly 3% of the entire population in that country that was watching this game at 4 a.m. in the middle of the night or in the morning or whatever you want to say. That is crazy. Denmark could never.
It's a rather large country by physicality, like
the amount of people.
Yeah.
It's a very large country.
Per square meter, not many people.
Anything else you want to add to that one?
Nope, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page.
How many
large
horses?
Country, not a large population.
A lot of horses.
A lot of horses.
Anything, in all seriousness, anything that we want to leave, as a departing thought for the Mongols? I didn't expect them to make it.
Are we doing emotional analysis or real analysis here?
Yeah, emotional analysis.
Okay.
Dig into those emotions, Jason. I know they're buried deep.
They're not. Yeah, they're not at the top of me right now. I would say I think they showed great things. I think when you look at this, as I mentioned a couple of times, the win over FaZe I think is going to be a very special win for this team. I think that's the one that's going to help them turn the corner. It's great seeing them get over the hump in terms of being able to perform on the stage, being able to bring their game on the stage. Senzu able to have good games on the stage. Same with 9-10. I think in that sense this is a resounding success. I think obviously going to be very disappointed, especially the way map 1 went, and then not able to even come close to replicating it on 2 and 3.
And obviously, they can just be proud of what they have achieved, not only for themselves, but also for their country. I mean, I don't think anyone expected them to be here, and now they, despite losing, they've made a really great progress for them as a team, and it's just great to see that such a young team can live up to kind of break the expectation, actually make it this far, and for them moving forward as a team, this is maybe a cornerstone. This is where things might change for them. This is the kind of experience that they needed to maybe get over that hump of not always playing.
Oh, that's a scarf, dude.
Cool. I'll take this one off.
I mean,
it is very hot in here.
They've established themselves as a top 5 team, and to do that in this day and age of Counter-Strike, you call it the most competitive era ever, Maui. That in itself is hugely impressive. Now, is it a team that you'd expect to go into another grand final next year or the next couple of years? Most likely not, when you consider the opposition. FaZe are regrouping, you have the Falcons coming in with potentially a super lineup. Let's see what G2 does, but if they can stay within the range of top 3, top 4, top 5, such a small, country, very little population, not that big of a history playing Counter-Strike, that in itself is crazy to even think about. Not everyone can win everything, and just to be part of that conversation is something they should be proud about.
I would firmly have them as a top 5 team after this, and what they proved to themselves is that they can get it done on a stage. This was a totally hostile crowd in the FaZe matchup. They were always going to be the favorites in that one just because of what they've shown over the past season. But to do it in the roaring crowd, that's when we've seen Senzu fall apart in the past. That's where we've seen a few of their guys not live up to the billing that they usually create for themselves in the group stages. So to see them actually progress through the quarters, the semis, to take a map off the eventual champions, they got to walk out of this building, walk out of this country with their heads held high.
They are the fulfillment of the prophecy of Asian Counter-Strike that we've been waiting for years. They're the first team to actually do it and break through the barrier. Most other Asian teams that we've seen, East Asian teams, if you want to get really specific, we had that conversation earlier, that's a little inside thing. But I mean, usually what you see out of them is they get to a point, they hit the ceiling, and then they kind of fade away because they've never found a way to break through it. Mongols had to go back to, to the LAN centers and pick people up, and they found a way to break through that ceiling, and it's spectacular.
I don't want to give any spoilers, upcoming Maui Snake content, but sometimes at the end of a season, you'll do a kind of preliminary top 20. Any of the Mongols players going to be entering that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, Senzu has to be in the top 20 for the first 6 months of this year.
9-10?
9-10 from what he performed, how he did here. I mean, I feel like he's going to be definitely breaking in as well. I would have loved to see some more from Mazinho because he has all these X-factor moments, but he just doesn't always keep it up for an entire series or an entire tournament.
I mean, let's also, if we want to be real for a second, have a little bit of actual now. I think honestly, we saw some moments where I think they did get nervous, not so much probably by the stage, but by the gravity of the grand finals. It did feel a little bit like Cinderella choked at the ball.
Well, I think it's only right that we have our 2 North Americans maybe address the remaining members of the crowd, maybe say thank you for a North American major. Guys, this is your
You want to go first?
time to shine.
I mean, thank you guys for helping us put on one of the greatest majors. I've ever had the pleasure of attending or being a part of. Thank you guys so much.
Guys, it's been so special. This has been special for all of us, and you guys made it that way for everyone, for the players, every time we're at an event in North America. We fucking love you guys coming out, bringing the energy every time. So get hype one last time for the show.
What a way to end it out. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It's truly been an honor to be standing alongside you for what has been the Blast TV Austin Major. Thank you, everybody, from the bottom of my heart who's been watching along at home. And, of course, one massive shout out to the production team for putting on such a spectacular show. Thank you, guys, and we'll be seeing you after the season break.